Welcome in. You guys ready to lock in today? You ready to focus?
Brexit.
Thank you for 22 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. Zero Adventure, yeah! I'm excited to see how you guys end up going about shit. We will see. Happy 150 streams. 150. Let's go. Hi, Dom. Iris is logged into my fucking YouTube account, so he's chatting as me and he's telling Metal to go to hell. Yesterday's speak. I'm glad you guys had fun yesterday. That makes me happy. Hey, yo, I'm a huge fan. Remain such a rat. No, you were funny, dude. Yes. It was very fun. Yeah, you're really good, Pasta. Excuse me. You're crazy. It's so funny in the Ana matches. I either do dog shit or I lock in. There's no in between. And the just kidding thing fucking murdered me, dude. I was giggling and sneaking around looking for a Bastion hook and sold. Just kidding. Well, it's top 3. Yeah, you're crazy, dude. Into that, was it? My cheeks still from yesterday. I'm glad the community nights are fun. I need to do them more often. You guys seem to always have a blast with them. I need to do the drives. Yeah, I'm like at 1,000, I think, on the drive. Maybe we have a seeds night next week. I'm not ready to get banned. Not ready for you to get banned.
Meiya sighted.
Yes, happy 150 streams, It's supplied for host trading. The most recent Wisp quote? Let me see. This stuff has been on something, dude. I'm here for it. Even Saint is in her child. Did you guys see some of Ion 2's class showcase? It looks pretty neat. I'll definitely give it a shot. It comes out in September. I also saw some gameplay of Arcade Chronicles. I'm gonna hold my breath until I actually play the game. You should have shown the ocean? Yeah, for sure. It seemed a little, yeah. It was very, I don't know, the combat didn't seem like MMO combat. I saw that? I don't know. I didn't see so come in. Yeah, I did. Thank you for 3 months in advance. Happy 34 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. Ion showed that you can make your characters really short and you have a lot of customization options. So like I'm locked the fuck in September. And if I like it, I'll just probably fucking stream it because I just want to play games. What game is called the Ion 2? It's an MMO.
It.
It is an MMO. Ion 2. I'm in a guild, of course. Hi, Ricky. I don't know what we'll call the guild. I'll have to think about it. Happy 150 streams, Stata. Looks nice. Yeah, see, my concern is it's very flashy. And I'm wondering if it's going to end up being very one note the whole time. So I'll have to see when I play it. Oh, so since exactly. That's what I mean. Supposed coming soon. Oh, take pictures. Take pictures, okay? I want to see. How exciting! Thank you, Minsu. I'll send it to you now. Holy crap! I am an Evo 80 merchant. They need to sponsor me. Happy Saturday, happy Sunday, welcome in, welcome, how are you guys? Happy weekend, it's already Saturday, dude! It's fucking Saturday already, man, where the hell did the week go? Jesus Christ, hi Supernova, how are you? Yeah, it is absolutely just gone by wicked fast this week, and it's already almost halfway through June! What's happening? That's what I'm saying, man. Yeah, I just hope the rest of summer goes by as fast as this. I'm like really hoping. Fingers crossed, dude. Time go poof, yeah. Oh my gosh, did you see that there's a co-op mod being worked on for Dragonsonga 2? That's making me pog out on my fucking gourd, dude. That would be so fun. Hi, Edu. How are you? Until October? Yeah, I want it to be just nice and cool again and time to slow down just for a little bit, you know? No, they're not. Stop! Don't lie to me. It's so nice. It's my birthday month and wants it to end already. No, I just don't like summer. Liar. It's already Sunday the 7th. Yeah, exactly. Oh, can we fall yet? That's what I'm waiting for. Excuse me. You like summer? What? I don't like summer. I don't like it. Definitely the worst season. I agree 1000%. I don't want it. Some more what? Summer. 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 Hi. Oh my god. Hi. Hi, Finn. How are you? Happy weekend. I hope you're doing well. Oakland. Makes you have a little more humidity. Mayhaps up to 100%. Girl, it's already almost 100%. What difference is it gonna make? My doors are already impossible to open and close because of how fucking humid it is, man. My front door and my back door is just... I have to really, like, shove it open and close it. It's already so fucking humid. It pisses me off. Some more munchos is what I want. Munchos! Say that before stream so I can make it through the whole thing. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, we're trying something new today. If you guys end up not, like, being into it, feel free to tell me at any point it is something new that we're trying out. We're gonna be playing some sorcery today, which is basically like a little choose your own adventure thing. It's gonna be taking a lot of reading, and I will do the best of my ability. And it is entirely up to you guys. I am making 0 decisions on this, so be as locked in as you're able to. I'm not expecting like waves of answers or anything, so even if it's just brief and it's only like 1 or 2 people making a choice on something, we're just gonna go with it, you know? It's a little choose your own adventure game, and we'll just kind of see where you guys end up, you know? Yeah, it'll just be a lot of numbers. I have to shoulder charge my doors to get out of them. That my house... Exactly! I have to shoulder charge my door to close it! We got this. I believe in you guys. Hopefully it's fun. If it seems like kind of just tell me. I will not get my feelings hurt over it, and we can move over to like Slime Rancher or something. I will not get my feelings hurt over it, so just tell me. Tell me how you like it. My door has shrunk over the years, yeah. Another win for Callie. We don't know what humidity is, and gives you 1 snowflake. Makes you tweak the fuck out, dude. I really enjoyed it last time, yeah. I think it's a good time. He's fucking dead. Look, he's gone. Ah! Makes your feelings hurt, cries, and makes you feel really guilty for the rest of the night, and you don't know if you should chat normally or not, or apologize, and you feel really awkward for the rest of the week. It's like I'm so scared. How's that, huh? Satan? And shake all the time. I'm sorry. You can do that. I can do whatever the hell I want. This is my house. I choose what to do here. More spelling shenanigans. Holy crap. That one hits home. My bad. Do this then. Holy crap. Holy shit. I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I'm capable of such things. Just kidding. I'm excited for Sorcery. I've never heard of it, but I think it'll be a lot of fun. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Yeah, I'm kind of that guy. What can I say? Happy 70 streams, Michael. I appreciate it. Any predictions? I think a lot of people who don't need to die are going to die. I think that is definitely one of the predictions for the game. You guys dying? I'm not entirely sure. I think a lot of bad choices will be made. However, I will say I am giving you guys the massive benefit of the doubt, because a lot of games where it's Twitch integration, a lot of chats sabotage and you guys help. So I think you guys will actually want to try to do well in it. That is what I believe. So we will see how that goes. I think it'll be a lot of fun. These guys are like, oh, nice or whatever. Yeah. That's whatever. It's no big deal. Everyone's here is just really kind or something. It'll go smoothly. Hell yeah. I'll be out of spite to make your prediction wrong. Holy shit. I can't fucking believe this. Is this guy allowed to do that? What'd you guys eat today? Oh, my bad. Hi, Professor. Welcome in. Everyone say hi. I'll be picking the wrong answer the whole time. There's no wrong answers. You're just gonna have to do it. Adventure. Hi, Millennium. How are you? What did you guys eat today? What are you up to? How was your Saturday? And Chili's, what'd you get? And pizza? Find the wrong ones. Burger? And sandwich? What kind of sandwich? Only consequences. That's right. No wrong answers. Only consequences. And if you guys end up liking it a lot, I'll ask you by the end of the stream. And then if you like it, we can keep playing it until we're done with the story. We'll just do that. Bizarre, Twinkies and raisins. That's not a meal. Pizza rolls and pickle lions. Ice noodles, mac and cheese and hot dogs. Holy crap. It's so quick to eat right now. Oh yeah, I had that cooking emotes for you, Dub. I added it for you. And the markers and ones just really pop things. Hashtag slay. Yes, bitch. Vane, are you gonna buy a bottle of wine too? When it's in time for the birthday stream? I'm gonna buy some wine. I'm gonna go fucking crazy playing some Metal Gear, dude. It'll be great. Really good fights. So I'm about to go to the range. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, I can. Hell yeah. I've added a Pokemon. It's really nice sunny day outside. Nice. I've never had wine. Yeah, I'm gonna get a really sweet white wine, and I'm gonna mix it with appy juice because I think it tastes really good together. So if you want to copy me, you can. Just go for the sweetest white wine that you can. That's what I like. Can I have a Dinkin party for birthday? Yeah. Yeah. Red wine's okay. I just like white wine more. I just think it's really tasty, especially really sweet white wine. Red wine and Gatorade is good. Gator wine's nice. Oh. Yeah, get some good rest, Shadow. Happy weekend. Fuck ass Gator wine, you know it's good. At first you taste it, it's like, it's whatever, but then you just can't help to keep drinking more Gator wine. Gator wine's nice. Oh, yummy. Baizu blue wine, what the hell? Me? It's surprisingly good. I'm glad to hear that it's good. I mean, there are vanilla Coke products, so I guess it's not too surprising. Baizu green wine, what the hell? Can you do that? I don't know. Ref? Can you do that? I don't know. But yeah, if you guys want to, you can match me on my birthday and we can all buy some white wine and then like we just won't know what the fuck is going on in MGS4 and like I'll probably just like, I don't know, I'll just tweak out. You can do that, it's so loud. Huh. Basically church wine with its sweetness? Yeah, no kidding, dude. Huh. Just go insane. No, it's my birthday! I'll drink the whole bottle? Okay, we'll be twins. I only drink twice a year, so it's gonna go only so well. Oh, sin. Let's go. I'll drink 20 bottles. I don't recommend it. I wouldn't recommend it. I'm a massive lightweight. Do you remember New Year's? I had 2 giant mugs of my wine, and I was giggly the rest of the night, so I can only say... Everybody does it. Let's see what happens. Ah, an experiment. I see. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. My rice pudding flavored liquor instead. Hell yeah. And I don't even drink like that. Yeah, it's just some shit's really tasty, you know? You just can't help it. I honestly don't see as much of a drinker, so no surprise there. Yeah, I'm not a drinking person. It's only special occasions, and I only go for stuff that's like really tasty, you know? Otherwise, I just make mocktails and stuff. But testing out my rat poison on an unsuspecting cow dog. I could. I definitely could. I just like my apple juice mixer. I've had so much fun dealing with wine drunk people. It's super dramatic compared to the normal. Well, hopefully you guys will be good babysitters while I'm like really fucking drunk. So... we'll see. We'll see how it goes. You smile. Rookie, you're definitely gonna be drinking too, right? What? I mean, you're just that kind of guy. You're always on the fence and drinking. You go crazy. You're in good hands. You will regret all of your actions. Haha, yeah! I prefer being wine drunk over beer. Yeah. Oh, sure, wine to drink. Yeah, don't worry. I'll have my water bottle with me the whole time. I will not neglect that, so... I can't put down the cup. Quiet scene. There's no water. No, I'll be drinking my water the whole time too. Don't worry. It'll be fun. Sam. Yeah. Man. Oh, you're supposed to drink wine. It's like a soap opera playing out in real life. That's funny, dude. That's so silly. One of those fancy hats that hold the beers with straws and put whole wine bottles there. We're going crazy on my birthday stream, dude. Let's fucking go. It's only like 2.5 months. Great. Love that for me. Can we skip the wine and do 4 local? I prefer performance. Do a wine tasting stream? Girl, you don't want that. No. That's alright. I have a messenger I can't post. Original blend of 4 local. Holy shit. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Welcome. Happy weekend. Oh my gosh, yeah, we have to play marbles today. You have better rating skills than Babbage TVs? Are you sure? Because I'm not much of a drinker. So like, it might be like trash taste, you know? Do a Gatorwine testing stream? Yeah, that's just one Gatorwine. People say more like jumbles. Yeah, we have to play Weebles before we jump into the video game. Hang on. Let me set up Weebles, because I'm definitely gonna forget. That's crazy. I flinch hearing the word meeples now. You don't like me? What's wrong? The hide and seek incident. He was so traumatized over it. Goodbye to me. It is time for this week's plan. Rock VIP! Exclamation point! Play again! Okay, what? Fuck. If you do not know how this works, if a VIP wins, we roll again. If a mod wins, we roll again. If I win, number 1 in the leaderboard has to gamble all. Who won last week? Trying to remember, using my brain. Direwolf. Okay. I'll be taking your VIP away. Okay. I'll give you guys 20 more seconds or until I stop seeing names pop up here. Exclamation point play! Yeah, no worries, Serene. I'll have a multi-chat on, so your choices. You can just talk on YouTube. No worries. Yeah. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dang it! Tasty! 10,000!
Exclamation mark play.
Holy crap!
Size ring.
Mocha is the first death! Life is cooler shit and then you die.
Battle dome complete. Size up.
Wait, this is and where are you?
Size up.
Size
up. Size up. Size up. Size up. Size up. Size up.
Holy crap! Look at this. He's fucking fighting, dude. Size up. Size up. Thank you so much for the 3 months gifted. I appreciate it. Thank you. Size up. We got a top 9, top 8, top 7. There's too much.
Size up. Size up.
Rookie's so slow. Look at him. Look at him. They're both so slow.
Hi, Meiya flower. Hello, everyone. Meiya flower.
Thank you so much, Prime. I appreciate it. No, wrong way, wrong way. Other way, other way. Come on, come on. Yeah. Oh, wait, go back. Wait. Yeah, go get him. No. Come on, come on. Come on. Come on, pass that.
Resurrection.
Oh, celery's back.
Laser. Sky beam.
It's so slow.
Size
Come on.
up. Sky beam. Size up. Size up. Size up.
Holy crap.
Size up. We have a winner.
Where's celery wings? Quickly! Quickly! You know, I gotta swap YouTube accounts. Run, 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 run! Swap accounts already! Oh fuck, my browser's fucking muted because I'm watching Overwatch streams for drops! Fuck! God damn it! Wait! Let me unmute it! Hold! Hold! Okay! Ameno, Natire, Natiremo, Dorime, Ameno, Omenare, Iberame, Ameno, Tireme, Mantino, Mantiremo, Ameno. Amen, Pence Rob. Congratulations, Celery. You're this week's Player Up VIP. Speech! What do you have to say for yourself? Pause. Spam? Unexpected development. I'll probably just spam hi one day. Hell yeah! Good speech! Good speech! Well done! Good speech! Good speech! Go there. Hello. Yeah, well done. Good work on this week, you guys. Okay. Let's say our greetings. And then we'll start playing some video games, yeah? I'm looking forward to it. Yeah. Are you ready? If you wanna say hi to me, some Meiya wave. If you wanna say hi to me, some Meiya wave. If you wanna say hi to me, so I can say hi back to you. If you wanna say hi to me, some Meiya wave. I like Hi. Okay, let me look at you guys. Hi Dada, hi Rookie, hi Madsen, hi Ravel, hi Bear, hi Zombie, hi Pez, hi Keltag, hi Kuma, hi Artsy, hi Mister, hi Pigeon, hi Mabel, hi Megaman, hi Society, hi Stitch, hi New Master, hi QT, call me, hi Threat, hi Multa, hi Dark, hi Supernova, hi Ricky, hi Pros, hi Soran, hi Losa, hi Blast, hi Society, hi Sunny, hi Flying Ghost, Goodman, hi Sins, hi Neutrino, hi Tita, hi Mac, hi Glowing, hi The Mole, hi Busa, hi Ricky, hi Octane, hi Silent, hi Via, hi Celery, hi Noble, hi Marowak, hi Smee, hi Dove, hi Iron, hi Audia, hi Sleepy, hi Pasta, hi Q, hi Bill C, hi Saint, hi Zev, hi Pedu, hi Sunny, hi Flat, hi Soyan, hi Flip, hi Puck, hi Silvercats, hi Kuma, hi Siki, hi Puck, hi Crab, hi Cutie, hi Dew, hi Saint, hi Hoppy, hi Lewis, hi Tactically, hi Professor. Sir. Hi, Tumba. Hi, Sora. Hi, Loso. Hi, Tumba. Hi, Kuma. Hi, Direwolf. Hi, Sweet. Hi, Serene. Hi, Arching. Hi, Sunny. Hello, God. I'm in to the bottom. Hi, to anyone I didn't say hi to. And taps. Vegan. Hi, Dying. Hope you're doing all good. Oh, fuck. My nose is itchy. Hold on, the team is an excellent as per usual. Okay, I don't need to pee. Therefore, we're playing video games. Hold on. We start now. I'm gonna set it up. Mods, change it to sorcery with an exclamation mark. Or point, I guess. Hi, Vane! Thank you. Nobody does like me, man. Thank you, mods. Do your fucking job. Okay, I'm gonna have to like resize the window to make it fit. So you guys are just have to bear with me. I also don't know how loud it is. Huh. Yeah, that looks good. Any volume? Maybe not right away. You're supposed to say volume? Okay, you guys gonna be man or woman? Which one? One or two? One, two. One, two. One. Okay. There it is. Hold on. Let's look into this. You've walked into the wilds of Kokavad through the Kade and the spiteful Bucklands, all the way to Monfen. You have survived traps, thieves, serpents, and vengeful gods, and now it is here. The Crown of Kings. It is said that the crown was never forged, only found by Chalana the Reformer, a lowly foot soldier who became emperor of the Eastern world. Such is the power of the crown. The air around it crackles with influence. Take it or wait, one or two. One, take it. Your destiny awaits. With the crown in your hands, you will be as powerful as Shalana. The goblins are arming, the giants are waking, and the birdmen... Thank you so much! And the birdmen carving cruel daggers from stone. War will come, but you'll prevent it. But then, the image of the crown begins to flicker. You rush forward. It's a trap! And you startle yourself awake. You are alone, exhausted, in the little hut, in the outpost settlement. Your unimaginable journey is not even a single step begun. Welcome to Zorzuri. Oh, wink wham. It was a dream. This is you, look, your old guy. Click your character to continue. It is sunrise. You dress, breakfast on bread and goat's milk, and collect the pack and sword from beside your bed. Test the blade, pray for luck, leave the hut. 1, 2, 3. Can we go back? 2, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2. Pray for luck. Before you leave, you close your eyes and raise a prayer to your spirit guide. This morning it has the form of a panther, but what will it become once your journey truly begins? A great calm descends on you. Outside the hut, you hear the outpost settlement stirring into life. Test the blade or time to go? 1 or 2? 1? You pause to test the blade of the sword against your thumb. The blacksmith has done well. The edge is keen and draws a narrow line of blood. It is time to go. So here's your stamina. You're broke and you have no rations, so you're gonna be hungry. And right now, your spirit guide's a panther. Time then to depart. You lift to the back flap of the hut and step into the early morning sunshine. Draw a path to the flag. Okay, we're gonna go here. Eyes follow you as you leave the hut and walk towards the great Shamatante wall. The frontiers people of this tiny settlement are well aware of your mission. Greet them or ignore them. I can't talk. You turn to them and bow. Some smile. Look, it's a picture book for you guys! You turn to them and bow. Some smile and reply, but are too afraid to approach. Others make gestures of protection. You're going beyond the wall, so they believe you to be cursed. A man is awaiting you on the path of the Kantopani Gates, the final doorway between Analand and the wilds of Kokabad. You recognize the Sergeant of Sight, Master Warriors. He holds out his hand. Do you want to say, greetings, Sergeant, or get out of my way? He's scary. 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1. Greetings, Sergeant. He touches his forehead with 2 fingers. You are almost ready, he says. I have for you a gift from the king. 24 gold pieces. It is all we can spare at this time. He holds out a pouch. Take it, take half, or refuse it. Wahoo! Oh, you accept the gift graciously. Thank you. You should buy some supplies before you pass the wall, the sergeant says. And you must collect your spellbook if you wish magic to aid you. Finally, you should wish to practice your swordplay. I will go one last round with you, and he points with his staff towards the training ground. Okay. 1, training ground. 2, spellbook. 3, buy rations. 2. 2, 2. Okay. One of the huts, set slightly back from the others, is decorated with glyphs and strange symbols. A terrible smell emanates from its doorway. This is the hut of the chief mage. He's been preparing your spellbook for days, reading star charts to work out which spells will be available to you in the different locations in the hills and beyond. Do without the book, or go inside? Yeah, this is a little ambience right now. Ooh. You lift the flap and go inside. The mage looks up at you with haggard, sleepless eyes and presses the book into your hands. Do you understand how to use this? He asks. Yes? Tell me. Ooh. Tell me. Each spell is crafted through the alignment of 3 stars, he begins. The spell Zap, for example, is made by aligning Zarathustra, Aegis, and Peony. But that is unimportant. What matters is what the spell is called and what it does. Zap will give you control over lightning. Hot will create a fireball. Foff will create a force field around you. Shall I continue? Write these down! You're gonna have to remember these spells. Write them down. This is all you guys. 1, I've heard enough. 2, tell me more. The mage nods. The law spell is formed from Lilith, Aegis, and Wex. It will allow you to control the will of unintelligent creatures. The WoW spell is quite different and uses different stars. The order matters, you see. Wall creates an invisible barrier. You will find the rest in the book, he adds, tapping the leather-bound volume. Thank you. I want to know more. 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2. I want to know more. The mage looks surprised. Well, the Dop spell is useful for locks. Walk will shield you in battle, and Dumb will cause clumsiness. He scratches absently at his ear. Remember, some spells will cost you effort to use, but the ones that don't will not work without a focus, an item of some kind. You'll need to read the book to know more. Research magic using the spellbook button on the map. Okay, so spellbook is right here. And double check. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay. Training ground? Buy rations? Spellbook, item, center, it's all you. 2? 2? I think it's BGM once we leave the wall. Yeah. Small traders in a settlement supply the Sightmaster warriors with weapons, armor, food, and clothing. You go over with the sergeant to a stall selling flatbreads and cheese. 2 gold pieces per ration, the owner says. Buy 1 ration, 2 rations, buy more, haggle. 4. Do you know who I am? I'm Analan's great hero, you tell him. The man looks uncomfortable. I know that, but I have to feed my family today, whatever happens to the crown. Buy 1 ration, buy 2 rations, buy more, buy nothing. 3? 2, 2, 3? 3, 3? You check your pack. There's room for plenty inside. 4, 6. 1 or 2? 1? Okay, I'll take 4. 4 rations is 8 gold pieces, the man says, holding out a hand. Buy them? It's too much. Okay. 1. You hand over your coins, and the man places 4 rations carefully into your pack. You must be sure you eat every day or you will suffer, the sergeant tells you, standing at your side. Eating more will give you extra strength, but it is not necessary. So when there's these situations where there's not choices, you guys need to say that you want to do said thing, because I'm not going to remind you or tell you. This is all you, okay? Check the contents of your pack using the item buttons on the map. Okay. Training ground? You ready? Yes. You walk with the sergeant to the training ground and he wraps the base of the staff in leather. Ready my sword. To begin, the sergeant says, we will practice the stances. First, defend yourself against me. Choose the attack power by dragging your character sideways. To defend, stay fully left. Dragging sideways. Defend. Okay. The Sightmaster is a powerful enemy. By defending, you will receive the minimum damage from any attack he makes. The Sightmaster Sergeant defends himself as well. The round is a stalemate. I will now defend myself, he says. Whatever attack you play will damage me, but a strong attack will use up more power. You should choose a weak attack. To select a weak attack, move your character a small distance to the right of the defending stance. Okay, you guys want to jab? Sideswipe? Cut? Thrust? Lunge, charge. Jab? I'm gonna dumb him up. Sideswipe, charge, jab. Jab. You hit him. You swing with a weak attack, rushing for the Sightmaster Sergeant who is defending. Good choice. A stronger attack would have wasted more of your power. I will defend myself again, he says. You defend yourself. The Sightmaster Sergeant also defends. No one is hurt, but both of you will have more power next turn. He raises his defense, but says nothing. Okay, what do you want to do? Defend? Jab? Sideswipe? Cut? Thrust? Lunge. There's no charge. Cut? Cut? Side? Cut. You make a medium attack, going for the Sightmaster Sergeant who raises his defense. Remember, playing weaker attacks saves your power for the next round. My next attack will be one of my strongest, he declares. If you can perform a full attack, you may overpower me, but otherwise, you had best to defend yourself. For a strong attack, pull your character to the right. To defend, pull your character left. You can go for a thrust, which is 6.5. You You want to go for a thrust or you want to defend? 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 Yeah. Nice, you wouldn't have been strong enough. You raise your guard. The Site Master Sergeant attempts a strong attack, but you receive only a small amount of damage. He'll be weaker now, so his next attack will be lower. My next attack will be of medium strength, he declares, but you will be able to overpower me. Perform a strong attack by sliding your character to the right. Jab, side swipe, cut, thrust. Do we see your available strength? Hang on, yeah. Let me adjust myself so you can see in combat. I'm gonna make myself like right here so you can see your bar. What do you want to do? Thrust. Hold on. You play a strong attack, overpowering the Site Master Sergeant. He bows. You have finished me. Excellent. 1 stamina lost. Skilled swordplay. Try again. Continue. No. Easy. You seem to remember the basics, the sergeant says breathlessly. Good. Another round? Train again? Enough training. You shake your head. Very good, the sergeant agrees. But if you wish about in earnest, then I will warn you. I will not go easy on you. He indicates the wider yard where there is space for a true match. Okay. Fight in the yard. Approach the gates. True match. 1. Bottom right. You won't be able to see the enemy's attack bar, though. You head over to the yard. To practice a bout of real fighting, the sergeant removes the cloth padding from the base of his staff. Unsheath my sword. Unsits my sword. This time, I will not tell you my intentions, he says. You will have to read them for yourself. Be ready. Okay. Defend, jab, sideswipe, cut, thrust, charge, lunge. Yowie. You can't see the enemy bar? Oh, okay, hang on, let me resize it a bit. I mean, just a second, bear with me. Oh. Cool, right. Alright, what do you want to do? Yeah, you both have full bars right now. Jab. Jab. Okay. Ooh. The Site Master bows to you, raises his staff in salute, and takes his position. You begin with a light jab, saving your energy, needling him and trying to test him out. The Site Master Sergeant comes in with a tough blow, balancing his strength and his impact. You see his arm grow tense. He is readying for a strong attack. Defend. Jab, side swipe, cut, thrust, lunge. Defend, lunge, lunge, lunge. Huge. Time to attack. You rush forward with a deep, heavy slash, catching him in his arms raised, like he was an infant learning to fighting for the first time. The Site Master shakes his head. Not bad, he grunts, clearly weakening. He changes his grip to hold his staff more loosely. He seems to be preparing a simple jab. A chance to overpower him, perhaps? You can go as high as cut, and that is it. Defend, jab, side swipe, cut. Cut, cut. Defend, cut, cut. Huge. You win? Relentlessly, you cut and thrust, keeping him pinned. You swing your sword fast, in towards his chest. It is enough to finish him. The Site Master throws down his staff. You have me, he declares with a grin. 2 stamina lost, a skilled swordplay. The sergeant is gasping for breath. He bows to you once more. Very good, he nods, though you'll need to protect yourself better out there. As he talks, a nearby healer hurries over with a salve, and your health in the sergeant's is quickly restored. Again, you ready to approach the gate? Fighter! Difficult fight, please! Now cast dumb and spit on him. I'm gonna... You reach the foot of the mighty gate. It is sealed. The sergeant places one hand on the wood. The gate has been locked for some time to deter raiders, he tells you. But you will have no difficulty. The stars in this place will allow the DOP spell to be crafted. And he stands back. Cast a spell. Holy crap. D. O. P. 1 stamina. Yup. You weave the spell. One by one, the great tumblers of the door begin to creak and groan. Then the hinges turn with a noise like hail on a canvas roof. These gates have not opened since our last champion was lost, the sergeant says. I wish you more luck than he. Perhaps you will even meet him on your travels. Hi, Kelsey. I fear he is dead. If I overtake him, then he is too slow, or that does not concern me. 1, 2, 2. If I overtake them, then he is too slow. The Sightmaster nods, peering at something on the horizon. I believe he is returning, but transformed. I hope you do not meet the same fate. He claps you on the shoulder. Enter the gate. Together, you step into the shadow of the wall. One last word, he declares. When you have the crown, find the highest point you can find. We will be watching. I understand. Watching from where? 1, 2. 1, 2. 1. 1. I understand. I will not wish you a safe journey to Kare, for the way ahead will not be safe, the sergeant murmurs, as he peers into the distance through the open gate. The Sightmaster warriors are selected from birth for their incredible powers of telescopic vision. You cannot help but to wonder how far he can see. Tell me what lies ahead, or enough talking? 1. Tell me what lies ahead. This path leads first to Kontopani, a settlement of traders. But most are rogues and thieves. You should be there before the sun has reached its peak. From there, 3 routes lead on to Pristatani, but no single route is safe. Kokobad is a land of the devils. And beyond Kare, or enough talking? Hi, Reaper, how are you? 1 piece, 2, gulp, 2, 1, 1. I cannot see so far, he says. But once you have crossed the city port of traps, you will enter the Bucklands. They say that day and night there are controlled by forces other than the sun. And from Kare, too, your progress will be watched. It is time to go. You thank him, and you pass through the gates. The faces of the folk watching your departure reveal that hopes rest on you in your quest. The early morning air is crisp, and the rising sun paints the slopes in shades of peaceful beauty, concealing the evil that lies ahead. I have the sniffles. Oh no. You ready? Away we go. The path winds and slopes of wild scrubland. The countryside is deserted and the eerie silence is broken only by the calling of the occasional crow.
Nightly from Kibble.
Thank you. There is a spell of hearing what they say, but you do not have the equipment it requires. The birds appear to pause in air to examine you as they pass. They make you uneasy, as if you were an intruder in their presence. Keep walking. Barely an hour beyond the wall, and the air begins to grow foul. The Somatanti Hills are infested with pestilence of the Bucklands. It saps the energy from your body, leaving you feeling nauseous and weak. Cover my mouth or keep walking. 2, 1, 1, 2. 2. 2. It is not a surprise. They warned you of this. You will grow accustomed to it the longer you're out here, but for the moment you must be very careful. Your maximum stamina has decreased. You can see your stamina on the top of the screen. If it reaches 0, you'll be too tired to carry on. You lost half your fucking stamina. Stamina can be regained up to the maximum by eating rations or resting. Yeah, what do you want to do? Travel cross country? A low rise? Eat a ration? What do you want to do? Can you do that? I am just reading. I'm not doing anything. Oh, fuck. Let's head cross country. Low rise? 1, wait. 1, 2, 3. What do you want to do? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2. Another hour passes and you crest to Swell Hillock. From the top, which you can see the path continuing downwards into a small settlement of huts. This must be Kantapani. Look at the village, look for a way around, or move on. Can we pause? I need a piss. 1, 1, 2, 1. From this distance, it's hard to make out much about the town, except that it must be desperately poor. The fields on either side are brown with caked mud, and a few pinned animals are thin and wizened into thirsty vines. No wonder the Sightmaster warriors didn't trouble themselves to protect this place. There's nothing here to protect. Now, you want to go to Kantapani, or do you want to avoid the village? 1, 2. 1, 2. 2, 1, 2, 2, 1. 2. Thanks for finding time. Fine, I'm sorry I'm in your fucking way! My bad! Perhaps it is the way the sergeant described the town, or perhaps it is simply a feeling in your gut. Yep, or bad. Either way, you leave the path and head off towards the shrub, walking past a mile or so out of your way to avoid the town. From the top of the rise, you get a good view of the land ahead, across the Simosa River. Look or keep going. Out in front! 1, 1, 1. The river cuts a slash across the land, protecting Kantapani from the dangers of the far bank. There is another village of rough huts on that side, and from here, you can see the short poles that spike the earth from between buildings, a common sight in villages of headhunters. It is a place best avoided if you value your neck. Looking east, there is a glimmer of blue, the sea, below the shorelines, and the caves of Dodele, a place they say is haunted by spirits. Okay, keep walking, investigate the caves. What do you want to do? You?
Hey.
What? Think of all? You? You? Surely the caves are fine. The cliffs that look like a bad sea are too intriguing. You've never before left Honorland, and now the draw of this legendary spot is too strong. They say the first wizards grew from cracks in the rocks of these caves, and were tugged out by salamanders. They say the tunnels move as the moon moves. They say the wind plays a song as it blows past the entrances, and that this song will make anyone fall in love with you if you sing it. Even if a fraction is true, it is all nonsense, of course. 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, when I say it. 1, 1. Even if a fraction is true, then who knows what you might find. You set off across the foothills and quickly reach the edge of the cliff. Below, a sea spray pounds the beach, hundreds of feet down. The view into the distance goes on forever and a day. Look out across the sea, or look for a way down. You're so fucking dead. But there are no cave mouths up here on the cliff top. You look about for an entrance and see nothing, except by the very edge of a cliff, a shallow lip of screen. Besides it, a rock is covered in strange markings. Look out across the sea. Examine the marked rock, look over the lip, or go back. 2, 2, 2, 3. You squat down to clear moss away from the marked rock. It is inscribed with a riddle. This is the way that the sorcerer went, and this is the place called the Wizard's Descent. Forward he stepped to prove what he meant. Then he fell, then he floated, and so did not repent. A flock of gulls spin in the sky above you, screaming and calling. Step over the lip, look out for clues, look over the lip, go back. 1, 2, 1. 1. You need levitation spell. Well, and you set off looking for adventure, and here it is. The Wizard's Descent. Will you take it?
Let's go.
Hold on. 1, let's do it. Murmuring a quick prayer to Gorilla, your spirit, you close your eyes and you step forward once, twice, and your heel slips, and then you're falling. Wait, pray, cast a spell. 1, 1, 3, 1, 2, 1, 3, 2, 2, 3, 2, 3, 3. What will you do? Alright, what letters do you want to do? Fuff, fuff. Create a force field. You quickly cast the force field spell, surrounding yourself in a field of force. Will it be enough to save you from your terrible fall? Moments later, you hit the rocks below. You're badly winded, but in one piece. You ready to go to lunch? Holy crap. You guys wanna go to the ledge or you wanna eat? Ration? Ration? Eat. Damn. Is that good enough? How's the adventure going? We walked off a cliff. Yes. Can you check spellbook as well? Sure. This volume contains the 48 spells of high craft as discovered and passed down from generation to generation of sorcerers from the earliest days of the Eastern world. Each spell is formed of 3 letters, and each spell will take energy to cast. Furthermore, some spells will fail without the use of a particular item or focus. Write this shit down. If you only learn 6 spells through your adventure, learn these. Okay, you have these. Okay. Zap through stamina, hot through stamina. Buff wall dum. Big. When this spell is cast on the caster's whole body, it will inflate the body to 3 times normal size. This increases the power of the caster and is especially useful against large opponents, but must be used with caution in confined spaces. Walk. It requires 1 gold piece. The spell requires a gold coin, which is placed on the caster's wrist. When the spell is cast, it will transform into an invisible metal shield, but the coin will be lost. You know, Dop. Raz, you need beeswax. By rubbing the wax on any bladed weapon and casting the spell, the blade will become razor sharp and will do at least double its normal damage. Sus. When the caster suspects a trap, and it will indicate telepathically to the caster the danger and its best protective action. If already trapped, the spell may be used to minimize the effects of certain cases. 6. The spell is cast on the caster's own body and creates multiple images of the caster, all capable of casting spells and attacking. Each will perform identical actions, and most creatures will be unable to tell which one is the real one. We're gonna reuse this a lot. There's just so many I can't keep up! There's Jig, requires a bamboo flute. When cast, the recipients will get an uncontrollable urge to dance. The caster can make any creature dance merry jigs by playing a small bamboo flute, thereby exhausting a creature or providing time to escape. Gob requires a goblin's tooth. Requires any number of teeth of goblins. The spell may be cast onto these teeth to create 1, 2, or an army of goblins who may be commanded to fight an enemy or perform any other duties. Yob requires a giant's tooth, and you will summon a new giant who you can control, and then he will disappear when his duty is done. Then you have Gum. You need glue. And cause the glue to become super sticky, sufficient to stick creatures to the floor or to walls, or by throwing a vial at the creature's feet, or by resting it on top of a door so that it falls when the door is opened. How is to be used in perilous situations, when information about the safest way of escape is desired. The caster will receive a psychic inclination towards one route, or a means of defense if one is present. Stupid. There's any spells? Yeah, there's heaps. I mean, I guess it's called sorcery for a reason. Doc requires a medicinal potion. Medicinal potions will, while the spell is active, heal any creature who drinks them. The potions may be used by the caster, but will not bring a being that has actually died back to life. Does may be used to cast upon any creature, reducing its movements and reactions to about 1/6 of its normal speed. Thus, the creature appears to move as in a dream sequence, making it much easier to evade or defeat. And done. By casting the spell, the caster can create an illusion of treasure. Gold pieces, silver coins, gems, and jewels can be created at will and used to distract, pay, or bribe creatures. Illusionary riches will disappear as soon as the caster is out of sight. Mag. The spell protects its caster from most magic. It must be cast quickly and works by neutralizing the attacking spell. The spell is thus a very powerful protective weapon. Pop! You need a pebble. A potent little spell, but one which calls for great mental concentration. The spell must be cast on small pebbles, which will then explode when thrown. These produce a great force as well as a loud bang. Fall. This spell is useful if the caster is caught in a pit trap or falls from considerable height. When cast, it makes the caster's body as light as a feather. The caster will float down through the air and will land gently on the ground. Dim. Height 11. A good defensive spell. This can be cast at any attacking creature. to muddle its mind. However, it must be handled with caution as a deranged creature may act unpredictably. You better be writing this down. Fog. The spell may only be cast in a closed room with no windows. Once cast, the room turns pitch black in the eyes of all but the caster, even though torches and candles may well still be burning. Therefore, nearby creatures will be temporarily blinded. Mud requires sand. Yeah, writing these down. Haha, I know one person's writing it down, I believe. While casting, the caster must sprinkle grains of sand onto the floor to create a pool of quicksand. Any creature stepping into the quicksand will slowly be sucked away. Requires nose plugs. The spell causes the air to fill with a nauseating stench so vile that any creature catching a whiff will need to vomit. This includes the caster unless they're wearing nose plugs. The effect is more pronounced on creatures with large noses. Super duper messy and all the spells have like 5 words in it. Tell requires a skull cap. To activate the spell, the caster must wear a cloth skull cap. The user may then read the mind of any intelligent creature nearby, learning its weaknesses, the content of nearby rooms, and other such details. I thought there'd only be a few. Luck requires a black face mask. Casting the spell while wearing a black face mask will create a terrible fear within another's mind. Brave creatures will suffer cold sweats, while cowardly ones will be reduced to cowering jelly. Sap. The effect of this spell, which is only useful in combat, is to demoralize an opponent so that his will is to win is lost. Any creature so demoralized will be easier to defeat, though victory is still not certain. God requires a jewel of gold. When the spell is cast, any creatures or humans nearby will take an immediate liking to the caster and will offer aid and information. This illusion spell can only be performed if the caster is wearing a jewel of gold. Casting luck when I don't want to talk to anyone. Kin requires a gold-backed mirror. In battle, a gold-backed mirror must be pointed at a creature when the spell is cast. An exact replica of the enemy will be created under the caster's control. However, should either creature die, both will disappear. Hi, Gonto! Pep requires fire water. A potion of fire water, taken while casting the spell, will give the caster double or triple their normal strength. The effects are temporary, but usually last long enough to aid in battle or enable some feat of super strength. Requires stone dust. Rock. Special stone dust must be thrown at a creature as the spell is being cast. Within seconds, the intended victim will petrify, quickly becoming a gray stone statue. Nip requires yellow powder. The caster must cast a spell on his or her own body. The caster will then become exceedingly quick and may run, speak, think, or even fight at 3 times normal speed. However, the spell requires the caster to sniff yellow powder before casting. How many of these we get to pick? You get to do all of them as long as you have the requirements for them. Stamina or the necessary item. Huff requires a gale horn. The spell is cast on a gale horn, a trumpet-like instrument with a discordant note, causing the horn to create a tremendous wind. The wind is capable of blowing over man-sized creatures, but also blow things off shelves, over ledges, and the like. Fix requires a staff of oak sapling. Applicable to both animate and inanimate objects, the spell has the effect of holding an opponent or object in one place, even in mid-air, until the caster leaves the vicinity. The staff of oak sapling is required. Nap requires a brass pendulum. Effective only against living creatures, the spell causes them to quickly fall asleep. It is used in conjunction with a brass pendulum. The spell concentrates the creature's attention on the pendulum, which the caster must swing slowly to and fro. Can you read this? Yeah, you can just tell me whenever and I'll open the book and you tell me where to go to.
6 months already. Thank you, May, for your epic streams, Meiya heart.
Thank you so much, I appreciate it. Happy 6 ones. It was... We own that? Yeah, this is your game. I'm just reading it. Zen requires a jewel-studded medallion. In order to cast a spell, the caster must wear a jewel-studded medallion around his neck. Casting the spell will allow the caster to float in the air. A magician may hover for as long as he desired and may float around at will. Yaz requires a pearl ring. Casting the spell while wearing a pearl ring will render the caster invisible to any reasonably intelligent creature. Less intelligent creatures will be only partially convinced, and creatures with ears will still be able to hear the caster when they move. Sun requires a sun jewel. The spell may only be cast upon the yellow sun jewel. Once cast, the jewel will glow either brilliantly to dazzle attacking creatures or to just light it off to act as a torch. Yeah, they're very situational, but they would be very helpful in said situation. Kid requires a bracelet of bone. While wearing a bracelet of bone, the caster of the spell can create on a particular illusion, and this illusion will become real to others. However, affected creatures must be intelligent, and the caster must not act to counter the illusion. OP in certain situations, yeah. Wrap requires a green-haired wig. To use this spell, the caster must be wearing a wig. In conjunction with this wig, the spell will allow the caster to understand the language of and communicate with creatures of speaking of non-human tongue. It's Rookie. Look, it's a rat! Yep. Also requires, like, allows the caster to understand the languages and communicate with most animals. Oh. Zip requires a green ring. Enables the caster to teleport a short distance. Transportation can occur through soft materials, such as wood and clay, but not through stone or metal. This spell requires a ring of green metal from Kraken Rock, but it is somewhat unreliable and can have disastrous results. Far requires a crystal orb. Are these spells as well? Absolutely. In conjunction with the Orb of Crystal, the spell will enable its caster to see a little way into the future. The orb must be held in hands, and very little control can be exercised on exactly what will be seen. Res requires holy water. When cast upon a dead humanoid sprinkled with holy water, the spell will bring that corpse back to life. Resurrection takes some time and will leave the creature dull and dozy, though it may still answer questions. An ex-corpse can be killed again as normal. Zed. This is the most formidable spell in lore, but no one knows why. In all recorded history, the spell has been cast only once by a powerful necromancer from Throbin, who was never seen again. Its effects are unknown. The necromancer's notes were found, but were crazed and unclear. Treat with extreme caution. That's it. Skelly. Okay, you ready to go to the ledge? Yes, yes. Your bottom. Yes. Oh. See, and then I guess if you hold down the character, you can rewind if you like really hate the choice that you made. We can allow like X amount of rewinds for you guys if you want. Zed the right now. Zed? You... Ledge? Zed. 1, 2. Zed. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 2. Sigh. Oh, you can't cast a spell right now. Sorry. Oh. Now you're in trouble. Halfway up and halfway down, you're on a ledge of an arm span wide to drop down into the beating sea. There's no way back up. You have no choice but to follow the ledge and see where it leads. There's only one thing of note here. A glyph painted on the wall with a light brown paint. Examine it, ignore it. 1. You peer at it. The color is old and faded, but appears to have a P. You follow the ledge carefully around, hoping to find some way forward. A few yards later, you are spoiled by choice. There is not one cave mouth ahead of you, but 2. Look at the left, look at the right, cast a spell, choose a cave. Wait. Wait. How? Perhaps magic can aid you? How or sus? How? No, wait, go back. Thank you. How? You cast a spell and you feel a power entering your mind and feeling across the rock surface in front of you. After a while, it settles on the left cavern. Then it is gone and you're alone once more. A smell of salt breeze emerges from the left hand of the cave. Let's go. See, it was good we read all of that, huh? 1, 2. Okay. You peer into the darkness of the left cave. It seems to slope a little way downwards into the darkness, and the smell coming from it is salty and fresh. Perhaps it leads to the sea, or perhaps it drops into a flooded pool. But the cave mouth is a low boulder. A light whistling of wind comes from the right-hand cave mouth. Examine the boulder, look at the right cave, cast a spell, choose a cave. 1, boulder. You pause to examine the boulder, but it appears to be just that. A small rock about the size of your head and roughly cubic in shape. 4 of its sides are covered in moss. Roll the boulder, sit on the boulder, look at the right cave, cast a spell, choose a cave. 1. The boulder looks not too heavy, and you could probably roll it over, but which way? Moss 3 sides upwards, or Moss 3 sides downwards? Squish says. One. You heave the boulder over until the moss-free side is uppermost. It takes some strength to do. If this has achieved anything, it is not clear what. Roll it again, or stop playing with it. Okay. You heave the boulder over until the moss-free side is downwards. It takes quite some effort, but then you notice that the face is now uppermost and has some small indentations in it. The wind blows a little dust into the right-handed cave. Examine the markings, look at the right cave, cast a spell, choose a cave. 1. You clear the way of the moss until you see a few lines of a poem. 2 ways in, this cliff is cleft. Of guidance is our wizard bereft. One leads to safety, the other to death. When left is what's right is what is left. Look at the right cave, cast a spell, choose a cave. What? 3? There's no way back. You will have to pick one of them. Left, right. 1, 2. 1, 2. 2. Just to feel something. We already know left is safe. 1. Left. 1. 1. 1. You enter the left-hand cave, moving slowly to let your eyes adjust to the dark. A few steps in, your fingers running across the wall feel the shape of a symbol carved into the rock. Examine it, keep moving. You pause to examine the scratch mark on the wall. It seems to have the letter O. The cave continues into the hillside, then turns down the slope. The walls grow narrow on either side. You are squeezing yourself deeper and deeper into the ancient heart of the Dodele, with no certainty that you'll ever re-emerge. Then an opening appears, and within a gust of wind and a hint of strange green light, go through. You squeeze through a narrow opening in the wider tunnel. You ready? Pooh! I think I know the answer. The inside of this cave is lined with white fluorescent streaks from some strange mineral on the wall. It glows a grisly green color, forming characters and slash marks. Without them, you would have been lost in the dark. Then, you see a patch of sunshine up ahead. Examine the walls or walk towards the light. 1. You pause a moment to look at the seams in the rock. Their pattern does not seem random, but more like characters in some language you do not recognize, as if someone had written a message into the very rock itself. But if so, it is a message. Shut the fuck up, Windows! Don't you shut down, motherfucker! Stop it! But if so, it is a message you cannot understand. You move towards the lights. Stop it! No! Stop! Don't you dare! Is this turning off my gaming PC? You better not. You better fucking not! Behave. You move towards the lights, almost tripping over your feet in the dark until you find yourself in a low chamber. Despite being closed off and sheltered from the wind, it is well lit by sunlight streaming in. Through the narrow cave mouth, you see sand stretching down the shoreline. Examine the walls, leave the cave. 1. We can't eat rations right now, we can't open our inventory. Looking closely at the walls here, you see a small patch of fluorescence, but in the bright sunshine, its glow is lost in just a dark glassy mark. Directly below it is a small flat stone. With the stone, try some magic, leave the cave. 2, 1, 2, 1, 1. You lift the stone, and underneath you see an inscription of the same hand as others you've seen. This is the place where the sorcerer saw, something all others would simply ignore. It spoke to a darkness inside that he bore, so he stopped and he gloomed, and he made the light come once more. You replace the stone. The noise of the waves echoes around the narrow chamber. Try some magic, leave the cave. 1. Cast a spell. What do you want to do? I don't think we have a sun pendant, so you can't do that. I'm pretty sure you need, the sun jewel to do that. I mean, so far you found a P and an O, so we can attempt something there. You know? You want to see if we can make something? Looks like we can't start with a P, actually. get darker. Hop? Yeah, we don't have a pebble, it's true. Do it 2 buttons. Try hot? You sure?
Oh. Yes. Yes.
Yes, no. 1, 2. One, 1. We also have 0 stamina. 2, 1, 2. Alright.
Yes.
If you begin to weave the spell, the force of it blinds, it builds within you, and then you realize the awful truth: you are too weak to control it. Ethereal energy tears through your veins, and the world goes black as the magic turns inwards, consuming the last of your spirit before turning on your flesh, leaving you nothing but an empty skeleton. You've been consumed by magic. Your adventure is at an end. Okay.
Void.
Alright.
Void.
Examine the walls, walk towards the light. That's 1 death, write that down.
Kibble!
I blame Dub.
1, 2, 1, 1. Okay, okay, we've seen this one. You want to examine again or leave the cave? 1. Fireball. Okay, lift the stone, try some magic, leave the cave. You still want to read the inscription again? 1. 2, 2. What are you gonna do?
Hum hot.
Thank you so much for the 3 months. I appreciate it. You don't have permission to do it. You have no parmesan. Fog? Boo. Can we do fog? No. What is it? Hang on, I'm stupid. Hold. Okay. Oh, Z. Okay, ready? There's 1 stamina. Dog. He casts a spell, and a thick black fog rises from the sleeves of your tunic and quickly fills the room. All falls dark, and the sunlight is cut away. In the gloom, a shape emerges. It is glowing rock seam in the wall. When this darkness has become visible. Whoa! The seam forms a shape, a letter T. A moment later, you wonder if you imagine it. As the fog lifts, the wall turns back into dull rock once more. Hot! You head outside, blinking into the sunlight, through the narrow cave mouth and onto the shore of the Cockabad Sea. Okay, onto the shore? Eat? What do you want to do? Eat. Daisy. You want to eat again, or are you good? This cave is brought to you by the letter T. Again? Daisy. Is that good? All of it? Daisy. All of it? Eat. More? All of it. Nom nom nom. Alright. Okay. You walk out onto the sand to find you are not alone. A small sailboat is pulled up in the shallows, and beside it a woman sits on a low stool with a strange flat loom on her lap. She's weaving a long belt of tightly woven, brightly colored cloth. Watch her work or approach her? Rob her. Avoid unattended. You step forward towards her and she stops her work immediately. She sets the loom carefully down, placing the many threads in her hands in a circle on the sand. Greetings, she declares. It has been a long time since I had a visitor. Greetings, who are you? What are you doing here? Look for a way up the cliff. Greetings, you say, nodding your head to her. Who are you? What are you doing here? Look for a way up. Who? What are you doing here? I'm weaving, she says, and waiting. The woman watches you with great patience. Who are you? What are you waiting for? Look for a way up. She doesn't seem very vulnerable. I'm waiting, she replies. Ask a question. Are you ready now to answer it? Yes? No?
Yes.
Yes, you reply. Ask me your question. It is a simple matter. She holds up 2 strands at the end of the belt she was weaving. They have diverged just at the moment she ceased her work. It is about you. When the time comes to risk yourself for another, for no gain of your own, which would you rather choose? The way of danger or the way of the coward? I have looked, but I cannot decide. I don't understand the question, or I'll answer. Two? I'll answer, you tell her. She waits for you to speak. The way of the coward, the way of danger. 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2 wins. The way of danger. I wish to live and enjoy all the thrills of living. She claps her hands. Wonderful! The woman gathers up her loom under one arm and steps back into her boat. You have everything you need, she declares. Now you must simply leave this place and return where you should be. The land of Dadule is not... The Dadule is not meant to be lived in. I cannot climb the cliff or take me to Kare in your boat. 1, 2... That's hot. 2, 2, 1, 2, 2. The woman frowns and laughs. But I'm not going to Kare, she says. Where I'm going, Kare is dust and ruin, its stones turned to powder and its people to distant songs. I do not visit often. And then she reaches up to her head and pulls out a single golden strand of hair, which she gives to you. You will need this for your spell of returning. Then, with a breath word, her boat creeps up into the waves, and the sails fill with her song and is lost in the wind. Holy crap! What are you guys doing? Holy crap! That's cool, huh?
Oh,
Is that in the book? I don't think it is. Floyd hair! It might be pot. Yeah.
oh.
And so, now you are trapped. Or are you? Examine the hair, try magic, call after her. 2, 2, 3, 2. Perhaps there's a spell that will save you from this place, but as you prepare your mind, you already sense that the stars here are strangely aligned. What you wanna do? What? Motherfucker, pot. I'll press the old motherfucker! Pot! Unknown. You attempt to raise a spell that does not exist, and you suffer the harsh consequences as the magic collapses around you. The wind finally gets the better of your grip, and the long hair is whipped from your grasp and away, and with it the magic leaves you. You sit by the water's edge, watching the waves creep closer. You will never now learn the true secret of Dadule. What's my fate? You drowned in the rising tide.
Oh. Oh.
Again.
Oh.
That's 2 nets!
Wait.
Alright, what are you doing? 1, 3, 1, 2. Cast hot. 1. The hair is just a single strand, and as long as your arm, and so fine and golden, it is almost invisible against the waves. The wind threatens to snatch it from you. The waves lap gently at shore, but you're not fooled. The tide is rising. Who? Who? Zed? Help me! You call. Don't leave me! The hair between your fingers tugs and quivers as you try to leap away in the wind. It tells you to be swift and to take action before it's too late. Perhaps there's a spell that will save you from this place. Okay, what do you want to do? Please, 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 please. I guess top. What do you want to do? You want to try top? Open spellbook again? top? Okay, let's do it. D-O-B... Tap! You weave the spell, although you cannot be certain what it will do, or even if it is a spell. But then the golden strand of hair begins to shine and glow. You stand back to watch as it becomes thick as your arm and grows tall, burying down into the sand and soaring up into the sky. Wait to grab hold. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. Quickly grab hold of the towering strand and it whisks you way upwards at speed. Within heartbeats, you're near the top of the cliff once more and jump down onto the earth. You've learned a new spell! This has been added to your spell book. Good job!
Oh,
The golden tower disappears, shrinking away out of sight, but as it fades, the wind strums and it begins to sing. You can only catch the words. In a long, empty mine roams a terrible beast, whose slaying it will be your duty in time. But should you meet early in mines to the west, creep inward and burn him. Remember this rhyme. Perhaps you will discover what it means, but now it is time to go. Your journey awaits. Remember this! Keep this in your mind, palace. I'm not saying shit. Let's go west. It seems like a real... Okay, you ready? We're gonna go here. Return to the foothills. I've read it already. Coming down a low rise, you hear voices ahead, and then the crackle of a fire. Keep going or wait and listen. Hey, Sunk. Toot. Toot, toot. Listening. You crouch down into the low grass and listen. There are two voices, gruff and crude. I hear it's today or the next day, says one. They've given them 50 gold pieces, I hear. Easy pickings, the other replies. 2 of us and only 1 of him, enough to buy a boat. Keep listening, approach them, or find a way around. 2, 1, 1, 1, 1. You listen a moment longer. You'll have plenty to eat, the other says, and both men laugh. There is a rustling. The men are getting to their feet. They're coming this way. Leap to your feet or stay hidden. 2, 2, 2. You stay low. There is a tense moment as the 2 bandits walk within arm's length of you, but they are too busy laughing at their joke and they do not notice you. Crouched low by the rocky outcrop of their camp, soon they are gone, downhill towards the path from Contemplani. You back to your feet and brush yourself down. Move on or investigate their campsite. 2, 2, 2. Taking the opportunity, you go around the rock to their campsite. The fire's been kicked out, but they have left a billy can behind containing a few warm beans. Eat them or leave them. Food. 1.
oh.
Yum! Wolfishly, you bolt the beans. They are thick and foul-tasting, but the meal feels good in your belly. Then you hurry on and make your way back down the path, a little way beyond where the bandits are standing. About half an hour later, you reach the start of the climb into the hills proper and continue upwards. Beans!
Let's go.
The Contemplani behind marks the true start of the wilderness. Beyond that dino outpost, there are scattered homesteads and Kare, a thriving city port, but all are touched by cruelty, isolation, and fear. Backlands and the long shadow cast by Montang Fortress darken everything. And with the crown gone, no time for reflection. You do? If there is no time for reflection, you know the importance of your mission, and now it has begun. You must simply survive first, and succeed second. You're well prepared as any man could be. 5 minutes later, you reach a fork in the road. The sergeant, for all his eyesight, hadn't mentioned this. Dindo Vorg. Cooked us? Yeah, I did. The road splits around the base of a gigantic tree, but does not rejoin on the other side. The left path winds down into a valley, and the right rises up a slope towards the first thick forest of the hills. Look right, look left, choose a path. Vorg. 1, 2. 1. 1. It's hard to see much further uphill. The forest is sudden and thick, and the path narrow. It may be hard going in that direction, but the hills will involve a lot of climbing eventually, and you may get a decent view of the next leg of the top of the ridge. Look left, choose a path. 70s. Crazy. 2. You're about to make your choice when you hear a faint cry from somewhere close at hand. Ignore it, a trap, time to move on, or look around. You look around and then finally up in the branches of the tree, a pair of Eisenkell's feet are dangling down over your head. About to drop on you, perhaps? Throw something into the tree. Who's there? Climb up. 2, 1. 2, 2, 2. Who's there? The voice cries again, a little more boldly this time. Up here! Help! Help! I can't get down! It's the voice of a feeble, wiry old man. Stepping back a little, you can see him clearly, as thin as sticks, and dressed in dirt rags. Look at him. Big gerbil. Okay. Help him down? What are you hiding from? Leave him, he's worthless. 2, 1. Can we throw something at him? Swinging yourself onto the lowest branch of the tree, you reach up and grab the old man by the waist. He is light as a leaf, and within a moment you have lifted him to the ground. Thanks for that, he remarks, brushing himself down and almost knocking himself over in the process. I was just starting to get a bit, perturbed. But I'm safe, on the safe now. He seems remarkably confident, considering that the slightest stumble might break him into bits. What will you do now? What do I get? Leave him and move on. 1? What will you do? What do you do? Keep going for Honorland, he says. That's where I set off from. A while back now, you wouldn't believe the story if I told you. Suffice to say, though, if I know my eyes from my eyes, you're heading out to Mumping and you'd be better smarter than I was. And here, he presses a page into your hand. It is a page torn from a spellbook. This might be of some use to you. I found it, just found it, mind, and don't go asking how, but it's no good to me anymore. Take it, refuse it, look at the page. 1, 1, 1. You take the page and thank him. The man falls quiet and squats down on the ground. With his jabbering done, you hear a buzzing sound from high up a tree. A beehive! I will investigate or leave and move on. 1. Leaving the old man sighing with gratitude on ground, you climb up through the branches of the tall tree. The beehive hangs like a ripe fruit from the very highest branch. A huge number of bees dance out and swarm. Climb higher, use magic, give up. Guess what? You're gonna fucking break it. You need a balance free spell. What do you wanna do? When dumb we're gonna be? Who knows? You wanna try dumb? Hot? You're not gonna have anything if you just throw a fucking fireball at it, guys! No, sorry. Yeah, hot. We'll do it. Sure. Hot? Hot or dumb? What do you want? Law? Hot. Zed. Actually, you can't do hot. Sorry, no H. I lied.
Oh.
Yeah, no H. How were you?
No.
What? This game sucks. Let's do law. I've voted law.
No.
You cast a spell concentrating on the swarm that surrounds the beehive. You feel your mind taking control of theirs, several hundred small consciousnesses falling under your will. You lead them, like a general directing an army, away from the hive, allowing you to clamber up and relieve them of a succulent honeycomb and a nice ball of beeswax. That's a nice trick, the old man remarks. Thank you so much for the prime, I appreciate it. You stash your finds in your pack. The light is fading. It's time to move on. Oh! The man cries suddenly. Do you want to hear me riddle? I heard it from the elfins. Your mounts or go quickly. 1. You gesture with a hand for him to speak. See him though he sees you not. A stinging beast in a box not left. To guard a key, it is his lot. To gale a witch of luck bereft. You thank him, you nod once, and then you turn your attention to the path ahead. You guys want to go look at the page of the book you got?
Yes.
Jail a witch.
Yes.
I assume it's like the next page, right? After the end. Okay, you learned top. Found's the new one. He also handed you a page. What was new? Kid? Is that illusion one? Maybe an inventorian? The torn page The pages run through and only half the spell inside. C-A. Yeah, 2 quantities of beeswax as well to use spells on. You also have some honeycomb if you want to eat it.
Oh.
You want to eat it? Eat. You should eat. Daisy. Okay. Low path, high path. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 1. You head into the valley. It seems the safest route, secluded without providing an opportunity for ambush. No matter how quickly darkness falls, to the riverbank will guide your way. The man calls something after you about elvins, but you ignore it. The path winds alongside a bubbling stream. You follow it, keeping to the west bank. The valley itself becomes narrower on either hand. A good spot for an ambush. You can only hope that nobody knows that you're here. The valley continues, and you walk for many hours, until the sun begins to set behind the bank and the air grows cool. Now would be the time to find a pitched camp, if you tend to sleep, before darkness descends completely. But the moon will rise soon enough, and you could walk on through the night. Somewhere beyond this valley there are villagers with real beds. Make a camp, or keep walking. 1, 2. 1, 2. You wanna make a camp? After a little thought, you decide to stop. In the moonlight, the river will turn black and the way will be hard to find. Better to sleep and set off early tomorrow. You find a group of rocks that form a natural hollow beside the bank of the stream and settle yourself inside, as comfortable as a rat in a hole. But you do not need to eat again today. You rest your head onto your pack and close your eyes. Eventually you drift off to sleep, soothed by the babbling of the stream. But a short while later, you're awakened by a splashing noise. Stay still and listen, or sit up and look. Reasoning that you're well hidden by the rocks, you keep your breathing quiet and listen. Creatures, 2 or 3 of them. They are splashing in the stream, perhaps washing, perhaps throwing stones, or catching fish. Sit up and greet them, or stay low. Two. You stay silent, listening closely. After a while, they seem to tire of their game. The valley falls quiet and still once more. Try to sleep or stay alert. 1. You sigh and attempt to go back to sleep. A moment later, something heavy and hard hits you right in the face. Then everything goes black. Now you're here. Still halfway between sleeping and waking, you feel the presence of your spirit, the monkey, close nearby. Its form has changed since you left on land, just as you have changed, but is still walking beside you. In the temple, they taught you that a prayer to the spirit could heal disease, lift curses, and even save you from certain death. A prayer now, or perhaps, would be wise, but the spirits are not generous and decline to help often. You can ask the spirit's aid by using the pray button. Where am I? Do you want to pray? Or you want to say, where am I? Right? Yeah. Intelligent but seeky, the monkey understands others but does not respect them. He's quick to turn his tail, but not rash. When he lacks in courage, he makes up for in caution. Prayer to your spirit will heal you, but after a prayer, your spirit will not hear you again for some time. You want to pray for healing?
Yes. Yes.
Your spirit has heard you. You will receive no further help for some time, and you are on your own. Okay, you have 9 stamina now. You're tied up on the floor of the hut, and you're not alone. Nearby, you hear the scuffle of many feet. Look around, listen. One. You flip open your eyes, taking care to lie still. You see your belongings lying a short distance away in the dirt. Around you, patter tiny feet, and a few more feet hover a few inches in the air above ground. Elvins, then. Sit up, wait. 2. The guard, noticing that you're awake, leans out of the doorway and calls sharply. Soon, a small crowd is gathered around you. Big germ. One of the group, some kind of leader, steps forward. Traveler, he declares, we are creatures of pleasure and enjoyment. It is a great pleasure to have a visitor in our poor hamlets. So I ask now, how will you entertain us here? I will show you magic, I will sing for you, I will kill you all. Two, one, 1, 2, 3, 1, 3, 2. 2. I will sing for you. The elder frowns deeply. You must certainly will not. Your voice is like a dog's growl to our ears. And let me show you my magic. And you're like buzzing flies to me.
Oh.
What? That's hot. Let me show you my magic. The chief claps his hands with glee and so the others in the crowd. Excellent. Perform a spell, ask them to tie my hands first. 2, 2, 2. Very good, but I cannot weave a spell with my hands tied. The elven considers this for a moment and quickly decide. One approaches with a knife and holds it close to your face for a few seconds. Then he laughs, rolls you over roughly, and cuts open the rope around your wrists. Now, declares the chief, entertain us. Perform a spell, start a flight. 1, 2, 1. I will show you a spell. Dud? Zed. Zap. We want to dud zap. Oh no, we can't. There is no Z and Z. You want to do dud? Illusion of treasure. Ooh. You cast a spell, focusing your mind on a large rock in the corner of the hut. Before their eyes, the elven see this rock turn into a mound of glittering treasure. They gasp with delight, smiling happily and congratulating you. Then one of the ventures over to touch the jewels, and as he does so, he releases a spell. A great cheer goes up and the treasure pile disappears. An excellent performance, the chief declares. Thank you, I must go now. 2, 1, 1, 1, 1. Thank you. But we have kept you from your road, the chief waves his tribespeople to clear a route to the door, and the little creatures cheer. You gather up your belongings, and they set you on a path out of the village. Well done. That's it. Thanks for hitting me in the face, you fuckwad. Waving back to the elven as you walk. You reach the river once more, but now the path goes across it. Beyond, you can see a long, wide track with trees lining the left-hand edge of and a wide field of long grass on the right. In the far distance, a curl of smoke indicates a village. The evening is beginning to draw in. It would be good to reach town before the light is gone. That's the bridge cross.
Hey.
Beautiful, I appreciate it. 1. Before crossing, you make sure to test the guy ropes of the bridge to ensure it is sound, but it seems safe enough. Satisfied, you make your way across the boards. In the middle of the bridge, a man stops you. Halt, he declares. This is my bridge, and to cross, you must pay the toll. How much? I'll pay nothing for what? 3, 3, 3. For what? You looked over the 8 sky ropes, warped boards. What is there to pay for? Do you think these bridges build themselves? Do you think it's easy living out here, an outcast from Prisitani, trying to feed my children, when barely anyone takes these paths anyway? Now that you look, the man looks quite unwell. The toll is just 1 gold piece, he says. It's very reasonable. Pay the toll, I have no gold, push him aside. 3, 1, 1, 1, 1.
Oh.
It's a reasonable toll, you remark, and put 1 gold piece into his hand. The man touches his forehead with the coin and thanks, and with that, he strides away whistling. You head off down the bridge and back onto the path, none the wiser. You have a long way still to travel today. Hi, nice to meet you. Come in. Whee! The path continues along the side of a line of trees. Suddenly, an acorn lands on your head, and you hear it tittering from overhead. The monkey grant you strength, more elven, and the trees hurling acorns. Cast a spell, threaten them, walk one by. Cast! Hot! 1, 1, 3, 3. 1, 2, 1, 3, 1. What do you want? You will regret this! No hot, sorry. There's no weights. Fuck. Sad. Sad. Can't do it. Zap? Yeah? When will it be said?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Zap! You cast a spell and a fire and lightning bolt up into the trees. The limb on which the elven sits rends in an enormous explosion and the tree bursts into flames. You break quickly into a run to avoid the rain of burning branches. You quickly leave their screams behind.
Let's go.
The sun is now just past its zenith, and everywhere dusty heat rises from the baked earth. You're worn out, almost to the point of physical collapse. You need food and rest, and no more trouble. Today has been too punishing already. You begin to think about where you'll stay for the night. Another night sleeping out in the open would be best avoided, but you see a small village set into the hill. Go on, look at it. 1, 2, 2. Smoke rises from the stacks. The houses are well set, with stone at the bases and thatched roofs of grasses and thick leaves. There is unusually more than just one street running through the center of the town, but it is as if this place, once rich, has its heart scooped away. Litter surrounds the buildings, and on the edge of the village are rows and rows of empty abandoned houses. You continue your slow trudge along the path. A worthy sacrifice to teach a lesson. Avoid the village or enter the village. 1, 2. Enter. You walk into the village. Young hill dwellers pass you and stare at your strange clothes. You nod back respectfully. Look at the people, ignore them. 1. Their own attire is rough by comparison to your gear. They wear their hair long but piled up on their heads. These people are ghastly poor. The village is like a ghost town here on the knife edge of the backlands. Oh, if I could cast a spell right now. Rest in an inn or talk in an alehouse? 1. Rest. 1. Ale. 1. Alright. You stop a passerby and ask for an inn, and they lead you there directly. The woman who runs the place stands in the doorway with her arms folded. Are you from the king? She demands. No, I'm a mere traveler. I am on a mission for the king. 2. I am on a mission for the king, you reply. Taxes, she replies quickly. No, indeed, yes. 1. 2. The woman narrows her eyes at you. This is a guest house, the best in Kristatansi. Only guests stay, and any guest of mine knows it cost me 3 gold pieces to host a man overnight, and 2 to feed him. But it's all between friends. I'll take a room. I need to eat first, so go elsewhere. Ooh. I need to eat first. Food is just being served. The woman steps aside and you go inside to sit down. A few minutes later, her husband appears with a steaming pot of skunk bear stew. As he sets down the urn, he catches your eye and immediately turns aside. For a brief moment, you feel you recognize him from somewhere. Is that important? Try to remember. 1, 2. Pondering. You rack your brains as the man hurries out of the room. You have an image of him, panting and wheezing and holding up a hand for you to halt. Someone from today or someone from your training? Someone from your training, perhaps? But no one else was due past the wall. That cannot be right. You wave the thought away. He's not a famous poisoner, that is all that matters. It is thick as mud and has a rich, disgusting flavor. You wolf it down all the same and leave your coins on the table. Do you want a room as well? The woman asks. Thank you, I don't have energy, no thank you. Or don't have money, rather.
Oh. Yes.
Wasn't that the tall guy? Probably. It was the tall guy. The woman shows you the way upstairs to a room. There are 3 other guests already staying and asleep, so you settle quickly. The bed is not clean, but it is comfortable, and after a long day and all its narrow escapes, you are grateful beyond measure for the rest. What game is this? It's called Sorcery. Your dreams are vivid. You feel yourself tied up, surrounded by snickering faces. Thin creatures with long fingers are picking at your pockets and the stitching of your clothing. You feel magic boiling inside you and it cannot be released. Meanwhile, the food in your bag is rotting, wet through the sweat of your back. And in the distance, a deep voice is booming with laughter. The long, cruel fingers of one hand are curled around the metal frame of the crown, and with the other, he beckons you forward, as if into a trap. I gotta go pee. I'll be right back. Listen to the dog for a bit.
Wahoo 27 months of peak. Thanks for the sub at Vanu_.
Ow! Okay. You guys liking it? What do you think so far? You've already been into a lot of shit. Oh, nice, thank you.
Ow! Lobotomy.
I'm liking it. Yippee! It sucks. It's been fun. It's cool. Yippee! I'm itching to catch some spells. Well, there's over 40 of them, so... Reminds me of the Choose Your Own Adventure books I used to read. Yeah, and they're so fun like that, I feel. I've been able to cast hots on everyone and everything. It hurts my head trying to remember the spells, but it's fun. You'll get a good handle of it once you start like using them more often. And of course, you can always just like probably open up like Sorcery Part 1 wiki and just have it on the side if you want. Just so you can just scroll through it whenever you want to. You wake early and sit for a moment. In no great hurry. I pinned it. Oh, awesome. You can just look at that list then. You wake early and sit for a moment, and in no great hurry to leave the village. This is now the third day of your journey, and the muscles in your legs are feeling lean and strong from so much walking. You spend a short while enjoying the peace, and unhurriedly collect your possessions and set off along the path. Cristatanti is surrounded by several miles of fields, and it sits in a well-protected ring of hills, and is close enough to the river to be reasonably prosperous. As you follow the path between lines of sun-baked crops, you come to a fork in the road. The right-hand way leads past a set of outbuildings, while the left heads directly off into the deep woodland. Between the buildings, one, enter the woods, two. 1, 2, 1, 1. That dog okay? I think that dog's sick. You glimpse a few people at work by the buildings. That will be precious little company on your journey, so you should take it while you can. Approaching a low wall, you see a blind beggar sheltering in the shade with his hand held outstretched. He hears you approach and clicks his fingers. Alms, would you? For love, Sindla. Alms. Look at him, throw him a coin. I have none to give, walk on by. Two, 1. 2, 2, 4, 2. You place a coin in his outstretched hand. You are a kind traveler, the beggar says. He feels over the surface of the coin, then bites down on it. Why, me? This is a gold piece. You are too generous to a poor sightless beggar. You get me killed if anyone knows I have it. The beggar beams up at you. Look after yourself or it won't last. 1. Very expressive, thank you. Look after yourself, you say, preparing to walk away. Wait, he calls. 1 moment, please. He begins to scrabble around, feeling over his body as if looking for holes. Eventually cries, aha! And he pulls out a copper key, which he holds out to you. Take it, what is that? It could be a Witzer. 2, 1. 2, 1, 1. 1. You take the key and pocket it. Thank you. Years ago I lived in Kare, he explains. Kare was my home, and in the city port I watched over prisoners in the jail. Beware the red eyes in Kare, or my fate will befall you, and you'll be here with me begging for your living. What are the red eyes? Thank you for your advice. So what is this key? Gulp. 1, 1, 3, 1, 3. Okay. Listen to me. Kare is wary of strangers. This key will help you if you're captured by the red eyes. Trust old me. As a man talks, you step quickly out of the road as an ox cart whips past you, raising dust. It does not stop. Did I take a sight? Maybe. You follow the path away from the village for half of the morning. The walk is easy. It feels as natural as breathing to have a road move beneath your feet. Hard to believe you've trained for this journey so long, and now that you're on it. You climb a little, tracing the side of the group of trees until you meet a fork in the road. You continue straight on and upwards, or turn west for a while. Straight on 1, turn for the trees 2. 1, 2, 1. 1. You continue along the path climbing. Your legs feel strong and lean. By the end of this journey, you'll be built like a mountain goat. The afternoon progresses long and easy. This place you are walking through seems thick with desolation, and as if it was long ago abandoned. And then, as if to confirm your thoughts, you come across 2 enormous stone pillars, listing slightly either... sorry, the fucking font, dude. Either side of the road. They form a gate, but the gate is 3 times the height of a man. Look them over, go through, or go back and go the other way. 1, 1, 1. Peering closely, you make out the faded remains of carved characters. In the old script, L and K. The remnants of a spell fortune, perhaps, or a binding for now these now fallen stones. Go through or go back the other way. No, there's like 0 settings for this game. There's a mute button. That's fucking it. 1, 1. There's nothing for it to go forwards. This is like the first time in a long time playing a game with no music either. I don't mind it. I'm enjoying the ambiance. You step into the shadow of the enormous gate. The ruins of the walls line the path either side. But these walls are built from blocks of the size of ox carts. Centuries ago, this must have been a palace for a king 12 feet tall. Now that it is leveled, and the stones stolen for field walls and foundations of the villages all around. 1, investigate. 2, continue. Ambiance. What's 1? Investigate? You take a moment to clamber out of the ruins and off the path until you're surrounded by waist-high grasses. The ground rises and falls sharply around the outlines of houses and buildings. You trace a line of the street wide enough to run 3 carts abreast, and that leads quickly downhill towards a forest. Once this place was rich and plentiful, what happened here to remove every last trace of these colossal people? Follow the street, look inside a house, go back the path. You You stop by the edge of a house. The sidewall only stands as high as your knees. Grass nods above it. Looking inside, you can make out the edges of the fireplace, the back wall, and the adjoining area. Perhaps a grain store or a bedroom. Search in the grass, follow the street down, head back the path. Hi, Julie. One. You take a few moments to search through the long grasses and find nothing until your hand closes on a clay pot near one wall. It is the shape of a wine jug, but about 3 times the usual size. Around the neck is a red stain. Wine? Or maybe blood? It is impossible to tell. The base of the pot has been smashed away, perhaps by age, perhaps by someone unhappy in the contents. You leave the pot behind. Follow the street down or head back to the path. Raise the volume of the amidst... Nope. Hang on. I can, let me raise it in my OBS. Here. There you go. Okay. 1. You follow the line of the street down the slope of the hill. The further you go from the path, the more overgrown the ruins become, until you can barely make out the outlines at all.
Granny Meiya Lizard.
Oh, thank you so much for the 45 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. After a while, you're not following the street at all, but simply holding to the same line. You approach the edge of a thick woodland. 1. Turn back and climb. 2. Enter the tree line. Oop. There's no clear path here, and the street has disappeared from view. The going into the trees is difficult, but you push your way forward as best as you can, and stop when you come across a large standing stone. Another gate? Look at the stone, keep going. You can go over to the stone, examine it more closely. Not a gate, it is an idol, a gigantic stone head, carved with deep open eyes and an open mouth. Around the lips is a dark red stain, the same as on the pot. Looking left and right into the trees, you are startled to see more stones. More idols with open mouths leading off in both directions. All face back towards the ruined village as if forming a wall or approaching army. Something terrible happened here. Look at the mouth or move on. Stealing your courage, you slide your hand into the mouth of the idol. It is so deep, you reason something must be concealed in there. And sure enough, your grip closes on something. Something hard but light. Treasure, perhaps? You pull your hand out to see what you're holding. Nervously, you open your palm. Teeth. Gigantic teeth. You're holding 3 giants' teeth! Perhaps every idol holds the same, or perhaps the other idols hold kneecaps, arm bones, and jaws. You press on. Trees and thorny bushes snag as you walk, and eventually, after chopping and hacking your way through, you see a space ahead. Yeah, you can summon 3 giants now. They don't do whatever the fuck you want, too. A path. You push forward and then stop for breath. Grateful to have solid ground to walk on once more. You summon 3 giants now. Crazy. Yob summons giants. You walk for several hours, following the twists and turns of the path through the trees. Then suddenly you stop. You've heard a noise up ahead. Something is moving around between the rocks at the edge of the path. Wait and look, or draw my sword. Who? You draw your sword, and you're glad you do so, because a moment later you're attacked. In a flurry of foliage and dirt, a rat bear leaps from the undergrowth. It is much closer than you thought. Its sleek and black fur allows it to hide in the shadows, and it is almost upon you. You bring up the sword to the bear. Alright, there. Okay. Defend. Jab, side swipe, cut, thrust, lunge, charge. You can also use your spellbook, I think. No, you can't. Charge. Charge. Charge! Huge. The rat bear is startled by your approach, but drops quickly on all fours. You will not be intimidated by an overgrown rodent. You plant your feet and ready a mighty sword swing. At the last moment, the rat bear leaps, all claws off the ground, and ready to plunge into your body. You chop it out of the air. You have opened a deep wound in its side. Okay. You can do a cut when you want to do. Defend, jab, side swipe, up. Defend. Defend, defend. Hold on. You can almost smell the creature growing enraged and duck quickly behind a tree. Squeaking with rage, the rat bear charges forward, but you keep yourself guarded. For a moment, it is close enough for you to smell its sewer breath. It rears. Paws raise. Defend, jab, side swipe, cut. What's that? Hi, Nasa. jab, cut, cut. Passive. You risk an attack. Rushing forward, you charge at the rat bear, but it has read your intention and drops into a crouch. Light plays through the trees, and for a moment the true extent of the rat bear's injuries is revealed. Afraid of you, it stumbles back, tail whipped high in defense. You can do defend, jab, side swipe. Jab. Sidestepping, you slash out at the rat bear, but it knocks you aside with a paw. It grunts as it pushes you away. It squeaks and snuffles, standing up into its hind legs. Defend, jab, sideswipe, cut. Defend. Defend. Hold on. You sense the creature getting angry and you drop quickly into a crouch. The rat bear launches in front, its front claws aimed at your eyes, but you knock its attack away. You silently thank your master who trained you so well in swordplay. It edges back, claws raised. Defend, jab, sideswipe, cut. Thrust. Thrust, jab, thrust. Thrust, yeah, he's defending. Jab, thrust. You risk an attack. Splashing through the mud, you race into the rat bear, but it's guessed your move and raises its claw to protect itself. The rat bear screeches in an inhuman howl and you take heart. It has almost fallen. Defend, jab, side swipe, cut. Cut, defends, defend, defend. You can almost smell the creature coming for your blood and move quickly into a guarded stance. Moving like lightning, the rat bear rushes towards you. You watch him parry. You swing your arm and refresh your stance. It beats the air with its tail. Jab, side swipe, cut. Hard as we can. You want to cut? Massive. You risk an attack. Screaming, you rush at the rat bear. Then your sword slips between the creature's ribs and drives deep into its putrid heart. The rat bear squeals and falls to the ground, face down into the mud. 3 stamina loss. Decent dueling. With the beast dead on the path, you are free to move onwards. What's up? The path winds a few more times around gigantic trees, thousands of years old, and emerges onto a sudden plain, as if the forest has been scooped away by a gigantic hand. A river trickles thinly between short grasses, and by its banks stands a tiny village. You guys think it's so good? Enter the village or avoid? Enter 1, avoid 2. Okay, let's go on. Today has been mercifully short and uneventful. You have made excellent progress. With a decent meal and a night's sleep, your next day will start auspiciously. So you begin a gentle climb down into the village. You follow the path down into the village, passing a sign which declares it to be Dumpus. The streets are thin and narrow, and the buildings have been set close together as if trying to withstand a storm. There is a terrible smell hanging in the air. All in all, it seems to be an unpleasant place. 1, explore. 2, talk to the villagers. 3, find an inn. One, two. You pass along the main path through the village and pause outside a hut in which several of the hill dwellers are sitting and eating. They seem deep in discussion about something. Several are shaking their fists in the air. Lifting back on the canvas flap, you step inside. The hill dwellers stop talking immediately and look up on you. Once, one gets to his feet and gestures you forward. Step over or bow your head. Oh, let me move back over. Hang on. You nod your head and once to the man, who returns the gesture. Then one of the others calls something in their native tongue and points at your side, in which your sword hangs below out of the hem of your cloak. In broken common tongue, the first man croaks, "No weapons!" And he indicates a table by the door where you can leave the blade. Remove your sword, look over the table, enter with my sword, shake my head and leave. 1. You unfasten your sword belt and leave your weapon on the table. The hill dwellers nod to show their appreciation and beckon you to sit with them. Then they continue their conversation just as animatedly as before, speaking in a local tongue that you cannot follow. But as they talk, they pour you a drink and provide you with food. They seem quite welcoming. Listen to her talk or ask what they're discussing. As you eat, you listen, catching a few words here and there. Goblins, arms, Christitansi. They seem to be very concerned. Tell them you've been there, ask about the goblins, keep listening. Three, two, three. 2, 3, 3. Your interest peaked, you keep listening. Slowly you piece together the story. The group seem quite sure that a horde of goblins are planning an attack on Christitansi, which is apparently one of the wealthier spots in the hills. They are discussing whether or not it would be worth helping the village to defend itself, in which mean that they are offered some kind of reward. You must help them. Let them fend for themselves, wait a while and decide later.
What?
You must help them, you declare earnestly. Christitansi, it does not help us, one of the men points out. They are rich. We are poor. You can be better than them? You will place them in your debt. You will place them in your debt. The men nod, swayed by your ruthless logic. And you? How do you fight? I serve the king of Unland. I serve myself. I will help those that need it. I will help those that need it. The men nod. Let the goblins attack tonight, they cheer. We will use your strength. The evening draws to a close. The men thank you for your counsel and leave one by one. 1. Head out of town. 2. Explore the town. 3. Find an inn.
Hi, Lone.
Halfway along the track, you come across a couple of merchants' huts. You browse for items worth buying with your 9 gold pieces. Your attention is taken by a finely woven skull cap, a finely crafted sword, and a small bag of provisions. Examine the skull cap, buy provisions, examine the sword, don't buy anything. We can read minds. You want to see how much it is? Let's see. You pick up the skull cap and turn it over. Stolen from a priest of that day, the merchant declares with pride. A fine piece of work. 4 gold pieces. You can tell from the feel of the cloth it has no inherent magic, but it might be useful in spells. You can check the prices of other things still. So if you want to like go back and look at other things. You shake your head and place the skull cap by the merchant's table. I lied! We'll rewind. It's okay. We'll just see where everything is and then we'll rewind. That's fine. You want to examine the sword of my provisions? We can figure out the prices of shit. Carefully, you lift the long sword from the table and swing it through the air. It cuts with a finely carved edge. A fine piece of work, I'm sure you agree. 6 gold pieces. Yeah, whatever you want to do. 6. Okay, you want to try the skull cap? Hang on. Hang on, nothing. Let me leave. Okay. Examine the skull cap. Try it on, pay 4 gold pieces, put it back. You place it on your head, but you feel nothing. You take it off again. You wanna get it? One. You pay him 4 gold pieces. You place the skull cap in your sack. Is there anything else I can help you with? Looks like you only have one option. Is there any work to be had here? Is there something I can go to sleep? Nothing. But you have a skull cap, so that's pretty pog. One. Is there any work to be had here? I need to earn some money. The merchant sizes you up. You look like a good worker to me. One of my friends needs some digging doing, and I'm sure he'll pay you and feed you for it. Ooh. Sounds like hard work or digging what? One, two, two, two. The merchant shifts uncomfortably. Does it matter? You'll find out. He stares at you. So? He asks. He looks over his shoulder at the path. I'm going that way myself. You coming? Okay. Head out of town, 1. Find an inn, 2. Follow the merchant, 3. How many giant teeth we have? You have 3 teeth. He leads you to a house on the edge of the village and introduces you to a householder, a stout man who is probably incapable of lifting a spade, let alone digging with it. I'm ready to get started. What is it you need doing? Destroy this village. Spade out back, he replies, with a jerk of his thumb. You walk through the man's house into the back garden. The smell is horrible. The job is not just to dig a new cesspit, but to dig over the old one. And it's gonna be several hours work that'll probably take the whole night. You collect the spade, stuck in the ground by the hole. Start digging, cast a spell. Who? What do you want? Yup. Looks like Y's not an option. You can't have it do the work for you, unfortunately. There's P, B, Z, and D. No. No S either. Zap! Zap! What is... Okay. You sure? You want to do this? Maybe not? You don't seem sure. Yeah. It's big? Ooh. You want to do big? Cooking big. You cast a spell and wait for it to take effect, and then you feel a spade turn from a heavy tool to a mere toothpick in your hand as you swell 3 times your usual size. You have the digging work done in barely any time. You go back into the house and collect your money. 3 gold pieces. The grateful householder also provides you with some food, as well as a space on the floor to rest for the remainder of the night. You settle down happily and you're quickly asleep. You dream strange dreams as you sleep, as it seems as though you wander through doors and hallways built 10, 20 times your height. You are an insect in the hills over which you walk are the follicles of hair on a shaved chin of a giant. Storms of hot, sweet breath seem to sweep across you, threatening to blow you down into hell. Overhead you fancy you hear the flap of giant wings. The birdmen came for the crown. Perhaps before this journey is finished, they will come for you. And flags. Alright, ready to leave? You didn't buy any rations, but at least you're all fed. Whee. You rise early, dismiss the attentions of the householder, and head out into the street. Within a few minutes of walking, you're out of Dumpus and back on the road. After another hour or so, the way branches with one path heading up into the hills and the other turning downhill alongside one of the barren, stony ridge. Is that a village you can make out on top of the hill? It seems a lonely place for it. Up, go uphill, 2, go downhill. Yeah, if you eat, your stamina goes up. If you rest, your stamina goes up. Oh my god, this is the place I told you about. If you're listening, you'll remember this place. The gentle upward slope becomes a steep climb and you're forced to rest several times. So far you've been walking through the foothills, now the journey will become more serious. When you finally reach the summit and look out over the low plateau you have crested, you see the path runs through a small settlement of crudely fashioned huts. There are villagers out in the street talking and working. It seems a happy, bustling place. Approach, watch a while longer. You stay at your vantage point and watch a while longer to see if things change. After a while, you begin to notice something strange about the way people in this village are moving. First, you notice one is limping, then another. Then you realize they're all shuffling as they move. Some use sticks, one is even crawling. Watch more and go closer, best avoid this place. Okay. If you remember, I told you about this place, and I hung out in here. They all have the plague. They're really sick. But you've seen enough. Whatever village situation, it cannot be a happy one. Yeah, those are the plagued ones. Take into the little scrub. You walk a quarter circle around the village and to the far ridge. Look back, keep going. The path turns down a steep, scree slope into some trees. I'll let you know, you can help them, but it's like a really complicated situation where you have to choose like one place over and over, and it's kind of fucked, you know? So you didn't miss out on much. It's difficult to see the way ahead through the tree line, but you can't see any alternative. So you keep going, and eventually the path bursts down into a narrow stone ledge, high above the valley floor. The ledge leads left and right. There's no way forward. Look left, look right, move on. 1, 2. 1.
Let's go.
Looking left, you can see the narrow ledge is formed by splitting of the rock that leads all the way down to the misty valley floor. If there is a path up on the other side, it is not clear from here. Look right, move on. No dares. 1. Looking to the right, you're taken aback, as if the mist that fills the valley and a possibly wide bridge looms into view, as if it had all been fallen into place. It is made of planks and thick ropes, and is suspended from this peak to peak on the other side. Who would have built such a marvel? How long ago? Look at the bridge, move on. You take a moment more, staring at the bridge. It forms a delicate curve across the valley, swaying very slightly in the wandering wind. But the more you look, the more it seems too perfect. Could such a bridge possibly exist? Or is it a mere illusion to trick the incautious traveler? Then it is time to move on. Getting to your feet once more, you take a moment to find all your balance before moving on. One slip here, and you will fall a long way down. Zip a maze boulder. 1 into the valley, 2 to the bridge. Two, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 2. Alright, 2 wins. The bridge is worth looking at least. If it is sound, you'll be able to tell. If not, the other routes will be still waiting. As the ledge winds and weaves around the cliff, you reach the peak where a bridge is deeply anchored by its enormous stone foot. Behind this is a small, disheveled hut. Look at the hut to go across the bridge. A small little shack. It's barely large enough to house a goblin, but someone has decorated it in a weird fashion with outlines of figures, tall and short and stocky, drawn in faded shades of wood, and some in red blood-colored clouds. And from a few of these figures, actual bones protrude from the walls themselves as if they should form part of the structure. You should have known immediately, of course. A bridge like this out here smells of sorcery and witchcraft. Knock at the door, go across the bridge to your bed.
Kelly.
You walk over to the hut and knock. There's no answer. Stranger still, however hard you beat your fists, your knocking seems to make no noise, as if the wood there were a cup of water and you were beating your knuckles against its surface. Go across the bridge or turn back. Oh. Oh. You've changed your mind.
Kelly.
This is bad mojo. This bridge seems untrustworthy. Should anything happen while you're halfway across it, there would be no escape but the last, most final kind. Better to walk. You're making your way along the stone ledge. The angle is steep and it's hard going to not stumble. At the valley floor is a dried up river. I have to burp. Sorry. Covered in worn stones, honed by water that is long gone. Small caves open in the rock face nearby, with rusted machinery abandoned outside. There was mining here once, but it must have been a long time ago. A wider track made for carts carrying ore leads up the far slope. Look around, investigate the mines, climb up. 1, 1, 2. You pause for a moment to recover your breath and look around. Look at the machinery or look at the riverbed. 1, 1, 1. And. Excuse me, okay. You walk for a while between the ancient machines that list out of the mud beside the riverbed. Gigantic hoppers, now bronze with rust, with huge spiked wheels on their sides, and chutes leading between them, now thick with bindweed, slugs, and mud. Whatever these machines were for, they have not worked in decades, maybe even centuries. Look at the riverbed, investigate the mines, climb out of the valley. Look down at the riverbed. Nothing but a carpet of stones. Take some stones, investigate the mines, climb up out of the valley. Hand over the stones. Up! Hooray! You choose 3 nice round pebbles and stash them in your backpack. Heavy to carry, but useful. Investigate the mines or climb up out of the valley. Pebble! One. You approach the mine entrance. A wet wind greets you from the depths. The mine shaft must lead somewhere, but it's pitch dark. There are no torches, and you don't have any light of your own. Go inside? Climb the valley. 1, 2, 1, 2. 2, 1, 2. Just looking like... 9, 2. Climb? Alright. Your breath is short and your heart is hammering as you pause halfway up the valley slope. A small wooden hut is opposite, set a little way back from the path. Approach the hut, avoid the hut, look at the hut. This is a different one. You stop to watch the hut, dropping behind a bush out of sight as you do so. After a few minutes, you see a troll emerge, ducking to get through the tiny frame of the building. He is clearly guarding something around here, perhaps a mine, or perhaps he was stationed here long ago to guard a city that has now crumbled to ruin. Approach the troll, wait to see what he does. The creature stands outside the hut for a few minutes, looking this way and that, his colossal head turning with the speed of dexterity of a mill wheel. Then he stomps away around the curve of the hill. You probably have a few minutes before he reappears. Move on quickly or go inside? Elmaid said to burn the troll, that's true. You seize the opportunity and race over to the hut to see what you can pilfer. Inside, you find it is a barren shack. There's a little oak table in the center and no windows. There's no door. A pile of blankets in one corner is the only nicety. Look at the table, look at the blankets, search the blankets, leave. Okay. You lift the corner of the blanket with the tip of your sword, and hidden away you find 3 gold pieces, most likely the troll's pay for the entire year. Take the money, leave it. You take it quickly and drop the blankets as you found them. The creature will be back any moment. You should go. Look at the table, look under the table, look at the blankets, leave. 2, 2. 4, 4. 2, 4. 4. You've been here long enough. Quickly, you must turn and hurry away. Just in time to see the troll returning from its patrol around the edge of the hill. It hasn't seen you and is too stupid to notice anything you might have moved or left out of place. It moves to enter its hut. Slip away or go back and face the troll. 2. Sugar boogie bounce. 2.
Stupid.
You move towards the troll. This is not time to... This time not afraid to let it see you. As you see it does, raising its enormous sword above its head and roaring. Trolls are dim-witted creatures and cannot be reasoned with despite any stories you might have heard. 2. Hot! Hot, hot! Are you guys? No hot.
No.
Oh, fuck. Are you kidding me? We do have stones. Up. Up. Beep. Oh. Beep. You cast your spell across the pebble and then fling it at the troll. It explodes in a shower of sparks, knocking the creature to the floor. Throw another or engage the creature?
Wahoo!
1, 2. 2, 1. 2, 1, 1, 2. You toss another pebble at the troll, which explodes as it reaches him. When the smoke is cleared, there's no troll anymore. Search the troll's hut or move on.
Easy.
You scared him off. You're such a bully.
Easy.
1.
Joey.
With the troll dead. Oh! You quickly move. You quickly complete your search of the hut. But you find nothing more of interest, and then you slip out and continue your way. Hides and pebbles, freaking wimp. Another hour passes as you finish the climb. With the sun starting to hang heavy in the sky, you reach the top and meet the other end with the rope bridge. Just saying, oopsie, we need more pebble. You have 1 more pebble. You have 1. Look at the bridge, walk on. no bamboo. From this side, it seems perfectly safe. Perhaps you're unwise not to take it. You continue on down the slope as the evening draws in. Some way down the hill, you stop for a rest and sit on a boulder to survey what lies ahead. The path leads downwards, and at its foot, cradled between three peaks, is a village. A quite large one at that. Behind you, the sun is falling rapidly into the hills. It will be night soon. Approach avoid.
Oh.
Your heart swells. A village might mean a chance to restock on provisions. You hop down from the boulder and make your way forward when an overhanging branch touches your face and you hear a lively chirping. Freeze, turn around, keep going. 2, 3, 3. You do not turn. A small imp-like being buzzes up to you on tiny wings. You shrug, indifferent to the small creature. I'm Jan, it says, sitting upon your shoulder. I'm a mini-mite. You make no reply and continue walking. You descend into the bowl of the valley. The hills on either side are toweringly small and throw the village into deep shadow. It would seem very gloomy, threatening place, but the streets come from distant sound of laughter and merriment. Enter the town, sleep outside. You just have someone zit it on your shoulder. You continue along the path. The sounds festivities grow louder. It's almost spooky here in the shaded valley after so long in the dire road. The people here in this village seem to be enjoying themselves. Jan, what's going on? Keep going. Jan, what's going on here? Are they bewitched? Jan shakes his head. No, if there was magic, believe me, I know. This is the festival of the young. What's that? Enter the festival? Avoid it. Well, take a look. Jan waves a little hand around the village. The idea is that once a year, the children are allowed the freedom of the village. It is a time of great fun and lots of pranks. It becomes quickly obvious what he means. You pass the first few buildings, where you find a number of children sitting in the street and drinking ale from deep mugs. Further on, a young boy is holding an old woman over his knee and spanking her. On the other side of the street, a group of boys is fighting outside a hut with a sign that reads, Glandrugger's Tavern. It is all complete mayhem. Rescue the old woman or leave her. Yeah. You consider helping the woman, but there's nothing you can do. It is their festival, after all. 1. Enter the tavern. 2. Leave town. 3. Go further. Three? There's no 4! Wait. You pass beyond the tavern and turn a corner to find a group of girls standing by a signpost pointing to the crystal waterfall. They are tripping up their elders as they pass and giggling. Ask them about the waterfall, move on. You stop by the group and ask about the waterfall, but they are too distracted by Jan, whom they delight in poking, tickling, and generally cooing over. After a few minutes of asking them about the waterfall, you give up and walk away. One of the girls calls, "Come back!" Another shouts, "The water is good for you!" Jan sighs, already missing the attention, but comes back to rest on your shoulder. You leave the girls to their snickering. Alright, so leave town, find an inn, visit the waterfall. Right?
Ellie.
You go back past the girls and head up a path that climbs through the crack of the mountainside. Soon the air is filled by thundering. It's quite a climb, but eventually you turn a corner through a narrow cleft in the rock and catch your first glimpse of the tall natural waterfall, plunging down from the cliffs overhead. Large crystal stalactites hang down on either side of the water. There is only one path to reach it, winding up the rock face, and it passes by a small hut where a ruffian is collecting money. Free the ruffian, turn back, cast Jan, discount ahead, cast a spell. You tap Jan on the shoulder. Why don't you scout ahead? Find out if this waterfall is worth the money? Jan looks uncertain, but agrees. Alright, but I'll be quick. Don't think you can get rid of me just like that, and I can catch up. He flaps up away the path. Read the ruffian, turn back, cast a spell. Three, one, 3, 1. 1. You make your way over to the hut. Greetings, you begin. You collect a fee for the waters? I do, sneezes the ruffian. These waters cannot be so healing, and that he has not caught an awful flu from them. 3 gold pieces. There's a buzzing at your shoulder as Jan returns and resettles himself. It doesn't look much to me. I think you'd be wasting your gold if you paid. Hey, haggle, turn back. Okay. You shake your head. For a bath, that is too much. The waters are healing, the ruffian explains quickly. They'll do more than make you clean. Go pay, haggle. One. I'll give you 2. The ruffian considers you for a moment. He seems to be won over by your manner. Alright, 2 gold pieces, but don't tell anyone I did it. Pay 1. 2, 1. 2. 1. 1, 2, 2. I need 1 more. Gulp. 2. The ruffian almost chokes on his own phlegm. I'm not charity, he splutters. Pay 2 gold pieces, turn back. You hand over your coins. The ruffian pockets them quickly, scanning the path either side to make sure he hasn't been seen. Oh! Huge! You head up to the waterfall, which cascades forcefully into a deep pool. You strip off your clothes and you dive into the pool while Jan flitters through the froth. The cool water is fresh and invigorating, and you feel yourself getting rapidly better. You feel a huge swell of confidence. Coming here was the best decision you have made. Now you can move on, refreshed and ready for the night. Sleep by the waterfall or find an inn? One, 2, 1. In. 1. On in the town. The idea of going back into the village is now unappealing. You're refreshed and calm, and the scenery here is beautiful and peaceful. Getting out of the pool, you dry off, collect your things, and head off into the trees to find a spot to rest. Between curling roots, you find a small place to settle down to rest. The pesky Minimate Zen perches a little way above and on a knot and is quickly asleep. You're tired enough to follow suit, but you're hungry from not having eaten. Settle for the night. Oof. You rest your head onto your backpack and you close your eyes. Your stomach rumbles painfully as you try to sleep. Your dreams are filled with walking with peaks and valleys and endless paths. The curious light plays across them, building walls to heights before ruining them as it moves away. The rest of the night passes silently. You rise early from your spot beneath the tree. As you gather your things, Jan leaps up and onto your shoulder. Ready to go? He chirps. You pass through the village, which is now as quiet as the grave, and rejoin the path on the far side of the Biritansi. The sun sits on the horizon like a gleaming jewel. If all goes well, you would reach Torepani today and the last village in the Somotati Hills. After a short climb, the path breaks, heading uphill to the left and downhill to the right. Choose a path, that's Jan's advice. You did say funny. 1, 2, 2. Which way, Jen? Make yourself useful if you can. To the right is a forest, to the left is going easier. The path, heads through a field of black flowers, to Torepane. Choose a path, what else do you know? What else do you know? You demand suspiciously. Nothing, protests the creature. That's a fine way to talk to your guide. I'm not charging you for my advice, you know. You get no more from the creature. With Torepane so close, it hardly matters which way you go, surely. 1, go right, 2, go left. We go right, you decide. Then be on your guard, Jan warns you. You climb a rise. The way is not too steep, and as noon approaches, you have crested the ridge and are descending yet again. You are now at the highest point of the hills, where the trees are thin, the view west goes on forever, and sometimes you catch a glimpse of Kata in the northern horizon. With nothing to eat, you keep on walking into the early afternoon. Jan is in a talkative mood and fills the air around with his chatter about what he can see and how things smell and what he plans to do once he makes his fortune in Kata. You pass from the open hillside into a patch of deep forest. Quite suddenly, Jan falls quiet and hisses in your ear. Stop! Stop now! Be quiet, Jan. Why? Why? Because, insists the creature in a tiny voice, because something is following us. You come to a dead stop. Jen is right. Something is moving through the trees behind you. Moments later, a point of steel has emerged from the darkness between two trees and touches your neck. You've seen me, whispers a voice. I know it. Look into the darkness, walk away, answer, draw my sword.
Shall we?
Four, 3, 4, 4, 3. 4. You have a moment to draw your sword before the tall, dark figure of an assassin emerges from the trees. He's dressed head to toe in black, and you've not seen him a moment before, even though he'd been standing mere arm's length away. He wields a sharp scimitar in expert hands. Fight him, cast a spell. Alright, what do you want? No S. Fluff. Zap. Zap. Final answer? You cast a spell, but nothing results. I should probably tell you, Jan whispers. Many mites are protected by an aura. It is a curse sometimes, like now, because you can't cast magic while I'm nearby. And I'm not leaving while that assassin is here. I bring the sword up to there. Yep. Defend, jab, side swipe, cut, thrust, lunge, charge. Oh, okay. Defend, charge. Defend. Assassin bows to you, taps 2 fingers against his chest, and then takes his position. You drop into a defensive crouch immediately. The assassin is perhaps the most fearsome opponent you have so far encountered. He covers himself as well. He spins his sword about to shift the sword across his body. Defend, jab, place wait, twist, lunge, charge. Miss you. Defend, jab, defend. Defend. You hold firm and keep up your defense. His lights blow sails over your head, moving with the deadly speed of an attacking serpent. You're mostly unharmed. The assassin laughs appreciatively. Closing his eyes, he murmurs a quick prayer as he sets his stance. Charge. Thrust. Charge. Massive. Huge. Time to attack. You rush forward with a deep, heavy slash, catching him as he off balance. You catch him deep in the side. Red blood soaks his black tunic. Defend, jab, side swipe, cut. You drop yourself into a crouch, and he hangs back and watches you without emotion. Breathing deeply, the assassin whispers a mantra as he readies his blade. Defend, jab, side swipe, cut. Jab, defense. Defend, defend, defend. You stay steady and keep up your defense as he powers forward, but it only tires him out. You're mostly unharmed. He nods to you wisely. The assassin swivels his grip. The weapon sings as it moves. Defend, jab, side swipe, cut, thrust. Pull hard. Acting quickly, you swing a masterful swipe, but the blow you land is only minor because the assassin had adjusted his stance quickly. Blood drips from the assassin's tunic. He curses under his breath. My duty is to sever your head from your neck, he declares, in a voice as cold as polished marble. You will not hold me from it. Hey, 6. Side swipe. Defend. Defend. Side swipe, side swipe. In the next moment, he is on you like a flash. Your own stroke is overpowered. His own blow is of medium depth, but enough to knock you reeling. Tim will forgive you, he declares as he swings. The impact of his swing catches you in the ribs. As he pulls the blade clear, he lifts you from the floor and kicks you in the stomach. The assassin flicks the blade through the air, crouching as he moves. Stab, defend, defend. You whip up your defenses. His attack whizzes past you on your left side. You're mostly unhurt. He raises one hand to draw a finger in a line across his throat. You want cut? Pull. Leaping into action, you dive forward with a deep, heavy blow. The impact clings against his turned sword. He grins. The assassin's breath is coming in short gasps. He closes his eyes for a moment to steady himself. Breathing deeply, the assassin mouths a quick prayer. You ready yourself to block as he attempts a strong stroke. You parry as best as you can. You will die out here, he declares, his tone like ice. All in? Oh. Fainting left, you sweep a masterful slash. He is off balance and moving slowly, and the blade goes deep. He turns and tumbles, releasing his sword as he topples. I am not so proud as to not admit when I am beaten, he groans. You may finish me off if you choose, but if you do me an honor and use my own blade. Shameful! The assassin is not dead, but lies on the floor, gasping. Finish him and search his body or spare him? Yahoo! 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2. And get up, you tell him, holding your sword back, but not putting it away yet. He nods and sheathes his own blade. You're an honorable man. I am glad to meet you. Now you've saved me, you owe me in part. My name is Flinker, and I'm an assassin and thief. Why did you attack me? What will you give me for your life? It is a simple matter. I pick on wayfarers for practice in hiding and killing. I assumed you would be no match, especially when I saw your pet. He points briefly at some Mini-mites who is currently hiding under a fold in your tunic. But I see I was wrong. He bows his head once, perhaps in respect, perhaps in the pain of his injuries. You're traveling to Kata, he asks. Yes, no, why do you ask? One, boom, boom. That is the way I am going. Well, perhaps I will not see you once we part now, but if I do remember me, I will not forget the debt I owe you. What is your business? I will remember you. He's useless, finish him. Oh, yeah, sorry. He bows his head again. This time it is definitely for pain. Go, he hisses. You cannot aid me. Leave him, help him. No, you reply. I have caused your wounds. I will help you. He grins with gritted teeth. Are you a doctor? I do not think you are. Finish him off, bind his wounds. Tearing strips of dark fabric from his clothing, you bind his wounds tightly and the bleeding lessens. You are too kind to a man who is about to kill you, he murmurs. Let that be your lesson, you reply. As you gather up your things and head out to the forest, leaving him behind. You have made a powerful friend. Ooh! Oh, wink quack. How much longer do you think we'll be traveling today? The Mini-mite on your shoulder asks. I'm hungry and tired. We've gone such a long way. You can stop here, not much further, be silent. One, two, three, two. Three. 2, 2, 3, 3, 3. 1, 2. 2 and 3 is tied. 1. Mini-mite sighs and slumps onto your shoulder. You continue along the path and step and around the side of the hill. A wooden hut is set into the slope, with an old woman sitting at the front step. A river seems to emerge from beneath her. As you get closer, you realize the water flows underneath her house, and the house itself is on splayed struts like an insect straddling the watercourse. A few paces from the front of the house, the water plunges over the edge of a sheer cliff, disappears. Greet the woman, try to creep past. Greetings, you call. The woman looks up at you and smiles. Come over here, won't you? She calls. I can barely see you. Yeah. A strong beast, intelligent and prudent, who takes great pride in acting faithfully and to be depended upon. A prayer to your spirits will heal you. You want to pray?
Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
Walk past the house, approach the woman. You approach the old woman. She smiles a toothless smile and gets up from the step. Come in, please, she beckons. I get so lonely living out here on my own away from the villages. Go inside, stay outside. Thank you. You follow her inside and take a seat by the long wooden table. I'll bring us some tea, she says. She sounds almost nervous. Hurrying to her kitchen, she returns with 2 large cups. Watch it, Jan whispers in your ear. I don't trust this one. Not that I care what happens to you, of course. Drink the tea, make conversation. The tea is still hot. You cup it between your hands as you speak. What's your name? Why do you live alone? This is a beautiful place. This is a beautiful place, you remark, watching the river outside the door plunging away over the cliff face. This is the top of the crystal waterfall, she says. The river runs right under my house. They say it carries all my goodness and youth away while I sleep, and the villagers bathe in it for luck. She giggles meanly. I'm sure it isn't quite true. What's your name? Why do you live alone? Drink the tea. What's your name? They call me Gaza Moon, she replies with a smile. I used to be quite well known in my own way. You nod, but you've never heard of her. Why do you live alone? Drink the tea. You didn't talk about one. It must be more dangerous. Oh, she replies sweetly. No one bothers about me, why would they? You can't help but to notice she has not answered the question. You make to sip your tea when the old woman stops you, catching your arm before the cup reaches your lips. Oh, she says suddenly. I've forgotten the pot. She goes back to the kitchen to fetch it. Drink my tea, switch cups with her, make a run for it. Hey, Mom. Good too. Wait. Think she's trying to trick us? What do you want to do? Can I go switch the cup? 2, 1. Let's run. 2 still. Right. While she's away from the table, you switch the 2 cups around. When she returns, you lift the one closest to you and drink. A sudden deep pain grips your stomach and you double over. You wince and you cough as you find yourself seizing up. Oh, suspicious stranger, laughs the woman. I can count on travelers suspecting my witchcraft. I'll kill you. Please release me. You try to shout out, but you're paralyzed and quite powerless. The old woman begins to search through your bag. Jen watches, arm folded, doing nothing. You clearly not surprised. Then, with a coo of delight, she pulls out the spellbook page you were given by the old man in the tree. My book, she cries. The missing page! Why didn't you tell me you had my missing spell? She scurries off into the kitchen and returns with a cup of liquid, which she pours into your mouth half open while clucking and stroking your head. It is an antidote, and you feel your body slowly unfreeze. Finally, she slaps you to bring you around. What is the spell? Who is the old man? What's the spell, you ask? It's a spell of pest repulsion. You've no idea how useful it is around here. She shakes her head. 4 days ago, I was visited by a traveler such as yourself. Then when I was away making my tea, as I always do, he started leafing through my book and tore out a page. He must have been a wizard of power, because he vanished almost too fast for me to curse him. What curse did you cast? Will you uncurse him now? 2, 1. 1. 2. 2. 1. 1, 2. What curse did you cast? Well, you saw him, she replies. I aged him. Didn't stop him escaping, though. She fusses with the page, repairing her spellbook with some gentle magic. Shall I show you how useful the spell is? She says. Please, what do you mean? No. 1? My pleasure. Jan begins to squeal and screech and make some awful noises about what he'll do if he ever catches up with you again, but it doesn't stop the old lady from casting her spell. The minute vanishes, you feel a flow of magic back through your body. Thank you, where is it? Thank you. The old woman nods her head and you leave her hut. Look at that! Good lord! It is now late afternoon. You pass over the brow of the next hill, and below you is the village of Torrepane, sung from one side of the valley to the next like a flood barrier. Observe it approach. Torrepane is a village of the Sven, an aggressive-looking race of man-orcs. You might expect their village to be rowdy, but it seems strangely quiet. Still, there's no way around it. You will have to go through. You enter the village. There's a definite air of depression hanging over the place. The Svens are going about their business slowly and miserably, and you pay no heed. You sit yourself down on a tree stump in the very center of the village to consider your options. Find it interest, make contact with the villagers first. That was a fun situation. Still? You spy a group of Svens sitting outside a little hut, and you walk over and sit yourself down. They're discussing a friend apparently killed in the night by an assassin's curved blade. I met this assassin. Is that why you're all afraid? 1, 2, 1, 2. 1. I met this assassin, you remark, boldly interrupting. Out in the forest. You met him? You're still alive, one Sven replies with thickly. I killed him, I spared him. 2, 1, 1, 1. I killed him, you lie. The Sven spits a gob of green goop onto the ground. You do good, but you one day late for us. Another Sven bangs his head down on the table. With Esh dead, who will save Tia? Who's Tia? Who is Esh? Who is Tia? Our flower, the Sven who answers, wipes a tear from the corner of his eye, scratching himself painfully from an undercut fingernail. Tia is Chief's daughter, the other Sven says. Esh was to save her, now Esh not alive, so Tia soon not alive. What happened to her? I'll save her. You need a new hero. 3, 1, 2, 2, 2. I'll save her. You, replies the Sven. You thin and weak, not even green. Trouble is, another says, our village die if Chief Line ends. Tia is end, so if end ends, we end. All very sad. Very sad, they all agree. Who you? One asks suddenly, as if one only just thinking of it. He prods you in the chest. Warrior, sorcerer, traveler. It's supposed to be green. 2, 3, 1. 2, 3, 2. 3, 2. 1, 3. Okay, 3. Traveler. Traveler. A sly gleam enters the biggest one eyes. Great traveler? The greatest? I do my best. 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1. The greatest. Best is good. Big Tifa! He signals to the others who are quickly on their feet, big hefty arms swinging for you. We take the chief! Before you can resist, they have you and are hauling your bodily onto their shoulders. Where are you taking me? Wait to see what happens. You hold your tongue and you wait to see where they're taking you. You pass through the village. Several Svens watch from doorways and windows. Their faces silent and somber. A few murmur blessings, or maybe curses as you pass. Then you reach a low hut on the edge of the village. You are set down carefully. The door is slammed and locked, and a moment later it reopens, and your possessions are thrown inside. Wait to see what happens, try to sleep. One, two. A few more minutes pass with no more movement. Figuring they'll probably wait now until daylight, so you put your head down to sleep. The aching in your empty belly gnaws at you with glee. Your dreams are filled with grasping hands and long dark nails scratching at your flesh, and however much you toss or turn on the floor, you cannot quite get them out of your mind. Dude, we haven't eaten in 2 days. Daybreak. You are still alone. An hour passes before you hear any noise outside, and then the door to the hut opens and 5 sins come in. They drag you roughly out across the street to another hut, where an old man with gray hair sits. He is wearing outlandish, colorful robes. My name is Proceus. Chief. He slaps his chest twice. I apologize. Then he bows, brushing the dust on the floor with his sleeves. Rush him, tell what you want, apology accepted. Okay? The chief nods. He waves to a menial who begins, Oh, bread and milk, eat! You wanna eat? Fucking food, dude! Gratefully, you bolt down the meal. It does not seem to be poisoned, and it nourishes you. The bowl is removed, and the chief squats down in a pool of cloth. I have need of you and your strength. I will help if I can. Tell me I will kill you. 1, 2, 2, 3, 1, 3, 1. Yeah. Yep, there it is. Okay. I will help if I can. The chief bows. I am grateful. My daughter, my child, she is taken, offered to a terrible demon below. Eating the meal and then killing is so funny. She deserves it. Do you want me to rescue her or try? Or die trying? I will try or die trying. The chief claps you on the shoulder with a clawed hand. He gestures to the other twins who, still taking no chances, grab you by your arms and haul you to your feet. One Foyd deserves it. You are led along a short pathway through the forest to a crack in the ground. One Sven has brought a rope and another a basket. They're preparing to lower you down into a pit of the earth itself. Trying to escape, you will pay me richly for this, or take the adventure. He fed us, I will give my life for him. You wait until they are ready and then step into the basket. The chief nods to you with respect. Watch the darkness, he declares as they start to lower you down. You hit the floor with a thud and peer into the darkness. Your eyes can make out nothing, but a slight breeze suggests endless space in all directions. You are blind, helpless, trapped. Something clatters to your feet from above. One of the Sven's shouting something down to you. Feel around the grounds. Feel on the walls. You crouch down and feel around your feet, until your hand closes on the base of something. You pick it up. It is a dry wood torch. Something else falls from above and strikes you on the head. Tinderbox, calls the voice. Feel around, curse whoever hit you. Rubbing the bruise on your head, you reach down and find the tinderbox. Curse whoever hit you, light the torch. 1, 2, 2. You strike the light and the torch blazes into flame. You can see now you're in a large cavern, wide and deep. At the far end, passageways disappear to the left and right. Through an uneven rockfall at the far end of the cavern, you hear a murmur. Left and right, listen by the rocks. You clamber over to the rocks at the edge of the cavern to investigate the sound. It is a whimpering coming from the other side of the pile of stones. The Sven girl, perhaps? She came in this way, but the cave-in walked off her path. You'll have to find another way to reach her. Left or right? You go left and creep slowly into the darkness, ears straining for the sound of approaching threat. The passage rises up into a gentle incline. At the top, a thick crystal seam glitters into the torchlight, and the tunnel ends in a T-junction. Look at the crystal, go turn back, go left, go right. The seam seems to be made of pure diamond. It was no doubt in quest of that these tunnels were carved, but why is no one mining here now? Dig out the crystal, turn back, go left, go right. You can hear your heartbeat. Right? You take the left passage. You walk down the passage for several minutes, then slip on some dirt. And the ground beneath your feet gives away. You plunge into a hidden pit and land on something soft. A lucky escape. Look around. Not yet, Skeleton, you're lucky. Look around. And sure enough, you're out of the frying pan and into the reptile den. You're in a pit of snakes. Use magic, pray to my spirit, try something else. Oh, lucky escape. 1. You ready to spell? Let me do. Just tell me the letters. Law? You cast a spell and feel the snakes come under your commands. Order them back, order them to help. Fireball! You command the snakes to approach. They slither nearer and nearer, and then begin to climb the walls, holding themselves erect until they form a living ladder that stretches up the passage above. Climb it quickly, test it. 2. You seal your courage and climb it quickly back to the tunnel above. Back on firm ground, you watch as the spell leaves the snakes as they tumble, snapping and hissing, hungry, back to the cavern floor. You're soon back by the crystal seam, where a side passage opens on the right. Dig out the crystal, go straight on, go right.
Joey.
You turn right. Then you see a spot of sunlight up ahead and rush forward to find yourself back beneath the crack in the ceiling through which you came. Turn back, go straight on, climb out of the hole. We don't trust the crystal though. You push on further into the darkness. The passageway slopes down a short way and then splits. Meep! 2 stones are stacked on top of one another against the wall. Examine, turn back, go left, go right. There's nothing special about the 2 stones, except they happen to be on top of one another. Turn back, go left, go right. You slip through the opening in the left wall. Here, the cave system widens. Pendulous stalactites hang from the ceiling as if about to fall and skewer you into place. You skirt between them, following a thin, safe path, until a passageway appears on your right. Turn back, go straight on, go right. You creep forwards through the dark. The ground begins to slope upwards, and the walls begin to glitter as you encounter a seam of crystal. Have you seen this? Have you been this way before? Here, a crack splits into the wall left. Dig out the crystal, turn back, go left, go straight on. Four, 3, 3, 1. Left is the snakes, isn't it? 4. You move onwards along the tunnel. Moving down the tunnel, your foot suddenly meets thin air. In front of you is a deep pit from which it rises hissing with the snakes. You return to the mouth of the snake pit. There's no choice but turn around and go back. You're soon by the crystal seam where crawl space is so on your right. Right? Right goes back to the entrance. 2. You edge further down the tunnel. You're back in the chamber of stalactites. Perhaps it's the same as you visited before. Then a side patch breathes a gentle wind on the left. 2, 3. You go left. After a few minutes walk of a shallow incline, you begin to hear something in the distance. A low rumbling. Turn and see, wait and see. You wait to see what happens. The rumbling gets loud, and then your hairs stand on end as you see a large, rounded boulder rolling swiftly down the passage towards you. The rock is almost a perfect fit for the tunnel, and its speed is increasing as you dither. Use magic, pray to my spirit, try something else. Let me do. Yeah, WFG. That's about it. Wall? Fluff. You wanna do wall or fluff? Which one? Wall? You cast your spell just in time, and the great boulder hits your invisible wall with considerable force, causing the whole cave to shake and shudder. Then the boulder holds in place like a appalling horse. Your spell will not last long, so you better move on. Turn back, go left, go right. You take the left passage. The ground seems to dip, and its lowest point of passageway yawns on your right. There's a stacked pair of stones here as well. Turn back, go straight on, go right. You inch on. The tunnel twists and bends sharply, as if carved by a river, though now long since dried away. You lose all sense of which way is which, except to keep going forward, where the passage you are following finishes at another fork. Another pair of stones are stacked in one corner. So, nice is hiding. 1, 1, 2, 1, 1. You squeeze into the gap in the left wall. The cave floor here is an inch deep in water, dripping from the arched ceiling far above. The droplets that land on you are ice cold and run like sharpened claws down your back. A few strides further on, the path you're creeping forwards forks again. A single stone sits by the wall. You go left. The rock in the wall passage turns from natural stone to something carved and shaped like ancient hands. There is an occasional mark of lettering now half rubbed away by time, spelling some message of doom. Then the passage ends, quite abruptly, in a sealed door.
Joey.
You push the door open slowly. Then a catch clicks and something ominous rumbling starts. Behind you, a wall is rising from the floor to seal you off your escape. Run forward to go into the room. You push forward into the room undeterred, only to be met with an appalling sight. There are hundreds of gallons of water gushing towards you. You're swept off the ground in the room and the corridor fill. You are sure to drown. Use magic, pray to my spirit, try something else. This place sucks. Clear your mind for a spell. What you do? Dude, I tried finding that clip, and it's like it doesn't even fucking exist, dude. I just could not fucking find it. Fluff? But in which direction? Yeah, maybe it's like left is 1 and right is 2 or something. How? Can't do how. On Twitch? No, not on Twitch. Just in general. Of like, it was like a TV show or an infomercial or something, and it was some guy, and like they were taking phone calls, and he was giving them like adventure situations, and he would say, "What will you do?" And then like there's a guy on the phone call that wasn't fucking for it, you know? I just can't find it. Hey, Silas. No mistakes. Almost looking too. You have the book pens. You can look through it. Those maybe we can still the water. And you can only do dop. Those dops do. Opens locks and doors. Illusion of treasure. Sense danger. I would think that we are in danger. Force field. And great wind, which you can't do. And try fluff. You cast the enchantment quickly, and a thick force field forms around you, protecting you and your belongings, and most importantly, providing you with air. The water closes above your head, and then after several moments begins to drain away. You're gently deposited back onto the ground. The ceiling wall behind you reopens, and the door shuts. You head back to the previous junction, almost as if nothing happened. You've been very lucky indeed. Alright, straight on, go right. Dude, if there's a monster, you're fucking cooked, by the way. You have 3 stamina. You push forward through the dark. The going is suddenly more difficult, and you realize that the tunnel is climbing at quite a sharp gradient. Little stones rattle and roll downwards into the dark. At the highest point, a crawl space appears on your right. As you enter, 2 stones roll away down the slope. Must be right. You take the right-handed tunnel. The path twists and bends and jackknifes, and the side passage splits on the wall left. 2 more stones are stacked up against the wall. One, two. You creep onwards along the tunnel. You splash through water, which drips from the ceiling, making your torch hiss and spit. Ahead the way. There is a single stone. You take the left passage. You find yourself once more outside a sealed door that previously tried to drown you. You won't make that mistake twice. You turn back. You might make that mistake twice. 1. You move further down the tunnel. The passageway climbs steeply, then a crack breathes a gentle wind on the right. You edge on. The cave walls crush in close as if the rock is squeezing you to death. Your shoulders rub against the walls. When you feel certain that you go no further, the cavern flickers in the torchlight and branches once more. A pair of stones sit on top of each other by one wall. One, two. We're tied. You slip through the crack in the left wall. Moving down the tunnel, your foot suddenly meets thin air. In front of you is a deep pit from which... Gulp. 1. Wahoo! Hands towards the dark. You follow the passageway when you hear echo of whimpering coming up the corridor. Your torch lights across a frail shape hiding in the shadows as a young Sven girl stacking stones into hundreds of little towers. Come with me and look for traps.
Oh,
You run the torchlight around the walls of the cavern. No switches or triggers that you can see. The girl watches you with silent fear, and then torchlight falls on a deep scratch in the rock, a claw mark. Suddenly there is a loud roaring from the mouth of the short cavern. The walls begin to shake and crumble. The Sven stone towers topple and scatter. To one side, a gap in the rubble begins to open, letting through a mean shaft of light. But before you can head for it, the roaring sound is joined by a scream from the Sven girl. You turn slowly and peer into the gloom back along the tunnel. Is there something moving? Something coming closer? Perhaps the roaring is the wind rushing through the tunnels.
Joey.
Something is coming. You don't have shit. Can we pray? Nope. Oh, you hear the scrabbling sound of claws on the rock, and exit from the tunnel is blocked by a dark and looming shape. A manticore, huge, terrible. It stands between you and the light and howls in bloody rage. Look at the creature, fight the creature, use magic. Magic.
Joey.
Maybe you can finally... What's the one for... fucking... giants? You up for giants? What the fuck?
No.
Can I buy a Y, please? Use studs? You can use dumb. But it'll use all of your stamina. You have fluff. You have pep. You do not have pep. And you do not have this either. Yeah. It's dumb. Funk. Summon darkness. No, you can see. The caster can see. You cast a spell on the narrow rock wall, seemed to gush with thick black smoke. The Sven girl gasps as the manticore disappears out of sight. You hear the creature blundering in the darkness a mere arm's length away. You've slowed it down. If you draw your sword now, you'll have an advantage, or you've gained yourself more time for further sorcery. You can't do any more sorcery. I have to pee real quick, and then we'll do this.
Mambo.
Awu.
Mambo. 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 Mambo.
I made myself a carnations. I was hungry. But I thank you. Hi, Reaper. We're in deep shit. I assume we're gonna die, but then at least we know how to get to the manticore. Maybe with more stamina. Let me have a couple sips of this real quick. You been liking this? How you guys feeling? It's been fun. If you cast a spell, if you get hit once, you're dead. Just so you know. Hit every trap. type help us there? You have no god here. Nope. I'm shocked you can't use, you know, the giant spell. You draw your sword and close in on the beast. Eyes focus tightly on the terrible sting. Its breath through the magical darkness is like the sound of the Hillslayer. Defense, jab, side swipe, cuts, thrust, lunge. Thrust, charge, thrust, thrust. Oh, you can't thrust. I lied, never mind, I'm just stupid. Charge, charge? You wanna charge or thrust? Charge? Yeah. Well.
Wahoo! Delayed.
The fearsome creature paces forwards, deep bared. At the last moment, the manticore pounces all claws off the ground and bared and plunged into your flesh. It takes you by surprise and wide open, knocking you painfully back. The Sven girl screams out in alarm. Sven girl screams. Only then you can see the giant sting plunging down towards your forehead. In your weakened state, you're too slow to roll out of the way. The sting lands with force of a hammer blow, piercing your skull. The last thing you feel is the pumping of burning poison as it enters your brain. You wanna try again with the 2 HP? Or do you wanna, like, fucking perish and we start over the cave thing? Maybe we survived. Ouch! Let's start over. Yeah. And 2 HP is a wee bit much. You've been killed in combat. Death number 3!
No, 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 no. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
Oh, the rewinds more! Ah! Hang on, let me just die real quick.
Only dummies die.
Hang on. That. Rewinds. I wanna go to area. Sorry, I'm not used to this. Yeah, the caves. Wait, no. Hole in the ground. Okay. From the top! Hi, Nanas. Okay. Did you say 2 or 3? I don't remember. Right? Yeah, feel around the ground. Feel around for the tinder box. Light the torch. How are you, Nanas? Okay, go left, go right. Listen by the rocks. Move over. Aizawi. Help. Help. Help us, Nanas. Kill. That's 0 for the caption. I'm sorry. Passageway slopes down a short way, ends at a T-junction. 2 stones are stacked on top of one another against the wall here. Go left, go right. Just kidding. 3, 4, 3. Gotta say, playing this is fun. It feels like nice. Yay! That makes me happy. Cave system widens. Slot here in this stalactite room. What do you want to do? What do you do? 1. 2. 2. Okay, you're at the crystal. What do you do?
Oh.
1? The same seems to be made out of pure diamonds. Dig out the crystal? You try to pry some diamonds loose from the incredible seam in the rock, but your sword is suddenly up to the task, and you would only make it blunt. You could perhaps return it with a proper pick, but only if you can escape the tunnels first. Hey, welcome in. Three, one, three. What would Ryan Gosling do? She's just... Oh! You found the snakes! Okay, magic. Alright, what spell is it? Law. Helpers? Climb. Okay, straight or right? Do you remember? Because I don't. I know it's annoying. Right. Okay. Sunlight up ahead. So you're back at 1. You want to go back 2? You're back at the start right now. 2. Okay. Everything. No. 4. Three. The stones rattle and roll away down into the dark. At the highest point, the path of creeping up for forks in. As you enter, 2 stones roll away down the slope. You turn right, the castle and crushing close as you're squeezing you to death. Your shoulders rub against the walls. When you feel certain you can go no further, the winding seam reaches a split. 2 more stones are stacked up against the wall. You follow the passageway and you hear that. Yep, there you go. Alright, come with me and look for traps. I feel like 9 stamina is a lot more doable. Woohoo! Huge. Come with me. You have to be quiet, she hisses, or else. Suddenly there's a loud roaring from the shore of the castle. You turn slowly, appear to gloom back along the tunnel. Something is coming. Manticore. Look at the creature, fight the creature, use magic. That's the spell. So we can't dose him. Slowness. You guys want this? You cast a spell quickly. The creature makes half a turn, preparing to swing its singing tail at you, but then it pauses, shakes its head, and the old man's face beneath its mane crumples into a frown. It is as though something has struck it square in the forehead. You've slowed it down. If you draw your sword now, you would have an advantage, or you would gain yourself time for more sorcery. And fog, you're gonna have a lot less stamina, are you sure? I mean, it probably will give you a good advantage. Let's gamble. I think fog is 1. No Parmesan, actually. You wanna summon a giant? You drop a giant's tooth onto the floor and it quickly casts your spell. A cloud of smoke gathers around the tooth, and as it clears, a large giant stands in its place, head stooped up by the cavern roof. He is armed with a spiked club and sets out about the manticore with a loud crashing blows. Who's in the cave? Ah, we're fine! You stay back, desperate to avoid the deadly flinging tail. The fight is titanic, with the giant's incredible strength, and the manticore slow and lumbering under the effects of your spell. For a moment, you think this is the end. The giant lands a colossal blow, but then, with 2 accurate flicks of its sting, the manticore catches the giant first in the side, and then in the head. Your champion falls and hits the rock floor with an enormous crash. A moment later, he is nothing but a puff of smoke. The manticore roars, making the walls of the chamber shake, but listening closely, you can hear the noise of fear in its two-human voice. It is still a beast of ferocious strength, but you have weakened it. You will have to make this next this next and final spell matter, or take it with your test with sword. You want to go ahead and fight? We have a chance though? Yes. Okay. Defend, jab, side swipe, cut, thrust, lunge, charge. Defend. The manticore moves forward slowly. You breathe a sigh of relief and you see your spell having some effect on the creature. You drop back, raising your guard, hoping that the beast will wear itself out. At the last moment, it pounces on claws off the ground and bared to plunge into your flesh, and the air is no longer slow. You brace yourself as it comes down and leap aside in the last moment, its claws raking at your skin. Defend, jab, side swipe, cut, thrust, lunge, charge. Charge? Major W. The creature snarls and snaps its jaws. You must finish this monster before it finishes you. With the rock wall at their back and no way to hide, they're but a perfect platform to spring forward. You race at the manticore just as it pounds its tail down like a hammer stroke. As it rears, you push your sword up into its exposed belly. You have opened a deep wound in its side. The Sven girl cheers. The manticore shifts away and opens its wide jaw, which looks so human but contain an impossible number of teeth, each one dripping with a mixture of saliva and blood. Defend, jab, side swipe, cut. Warily, you move into a defensive crouch. The manticore stays low and tries to ram you. For a moment, it is close enough to smell its warm. At the breath. Defend, jab, side swipe, cut. In the darkness of the cave, it is hard to read the monster's intentions, but you cannot wait forever. Charging forward, you rush into the manticore, and at the moment as it comes for you with its terrible sting, you cut into it like a butcher. The creature crashes against one wall. Rock dust pours onto its back, but as it tries to shake itself, it stumbles. You can hardly dare to hope. The foul beast is weakening. The beast growls at you, and the walls shiver with its fury. Sven girl edges near, as if thinking of scratching the creature with her claws. It's scared, she whispers to you. You might not believe me, but you've scared it. Defend, jab, side swipe. He has 4. So if he does it, if he goes all in. Defend, swipe. He backs off. Rarely, you move into a defensive crouch. The manticore rushes you. At the last moment, you jump aside. You give silent thanks for your concentration. Jab, side swipe, cut. Big hit. Pulling. The manticore laughs at you with a human expression of twisted joy. You risk an attack. Racing across a stone, you charge headlong towards the manticore just as it charges you. You catch it rearing up and exposed. The manticore screams and howls in a voice that is almost human. It is dying. Slowly, furiously, but nonetheless, it weakens. The manticore chomps and grinds its teeth, its expression an ugly frown. Rarely, you move into a defensive crouch. The manticore keeps close to the floor and rushes to knock you down. You swing your arm and refresh your stance. Die? You spy an advantage. The kind of the change of course of battle. Bellowing, you race at the manticore. Your sword blade seems almost to be possessed. It finds its way past the manticore's sleeping claws, through its thick hide and down its ancient cruel heart. For a moment, it howls loud enough to make the walls shake, and then everything falls very quiet. Skilled swordplay! Well done! Good job, you guys! The only noise in the chamber is the hammering of your heart and the quiet breathing of the Sven girl. Thank you, the Sven girl murmurs, then tugging at your arm. This way. She leads you towards the light, through a gap in the rocks, to the pool of sunlight in the first cavern. You wave a torch, hoping to attract attention. Tell the girl to call up myself. Girl, call to your father. The Sven child nods mutely, then bawls at the top of her lungs. Pussies! I'm here! Then something drops down. A rope with a basket on the end. Get in together, the chief calls from above. We'll pull you both up. Get in. Send the girl up first. 1, 2, 2, 1. 1, 2, 2. You lift the girl into the basket and call up. All away! The Svens give a great cry and begin to pull. As the basket starts to slowly rise, spinning as it goes, the girl waves to you as she disappears into the sunlight. Then she is gone. A minute passes. Nothing. One, two, 1, 2. 1, 2. 2. Throw down the rope! Nothing. Tunnel echoes very slightly. A noise from the depths. Perhaps the manticore is not alone. Start to climb. Wait a little longer. You wait a little longer, settling down on your pack. You can imagine a celebration going on above the ground. The tears of an grateful reunion. No surprise if they lose track of you down here in the dark. And then sure enough, the basket and the rope tumble down. You clamber quickly in and they haul you up. Above ground, the chief himself helps you onto the grass. His daughter is with him, clutching his hand. My daughter tells you fought bravely, he says. For that, I'm grateful. I invite you with us back to Torepani. Will you come? Carry on to Kade? Or back to Torepani? A little generosity cannot hurt you. You nod. I will come. As you enter the village, it erupts into celebration. You are given a place to stay and recuperate from your long journey. A visit to the healing priest treats your wounds, and when you emerge, it is to find the village. Before so somber and silent, now in full life. Flowers are tied to every rooftop, and bands of Svens are playing music on long, strangely shaped lives. You are whisked away into the dance by Proce's daughter before the chief can welcome you to the feast. The night is glorious. That night you sleep so heavily and rise the next morning to continue your journey. The chief meets you before you go. My good friend, he declares. You have saved us. He presses 2 gifts into your hands. A pouch of 10 gold pieces, a fortune for a place like this, and a key. This opens the south city gates of Kade, he tells you. I hope it is use. Ooh. You take your leave. The path winds away from Torepane, and soon you're on a downward slope, away from the Somatanti hills, through stepped rice fields. As you walk, you feel for the first time the loneliness of the path ahead. Though Kade is a busy city, it is cruel, and beyond Kade there is nothing but vicious wasteland. You'll have no one to trust in the days ahead. For a brief moment upon the hills above the path, you fancy you see a figure stealing its way along by some high and secret route. A figure in all black, but when you shade your eyes against the sun, whatever was there has disappeared. In the distance rises the wall of a great city. The first true stonework you have seen since the ruins of the giant city in the hills. Your friend's watching you. Goes a really stupid way. Your journey through the Somatanti Hills is completed. Along the way, you've gained the friendship of Flanker the Assassin, and have been given 2 useful keys, to the cells of the Red Eyes and to the gates of Kade. You have collected some magical artifacts, a large lump of beeswax, a cloth skullcap, 1 pebble, and 2 giant's teeth. You're still armed with only your original sword and have no rations and 19 gold pieces in a spell book. The adventure continues in sorcery. You got to finish part 1! Good job, good job! Okay. I'll save this and then we'll go to part 2.
Let's go.
Okay, the cloud save spell name is Revina. Revina. Yeah. The crown of kings has been stolen by the archmage and taken across the Backlands of Montaigne. You have been sent to get it back should you fail. The whole of Akavad will surely fall. It's an You have crossed the Salmatanti Hills. Along the way, you've traveled with the mini-mites who almost cost you your life, completed the wizard trials at Tatule, and fought and killed the dreaded Manticore. You faced starvation and deadly traps. To survive, you use your blade rarely and your intelligence frequently. You deceived, charmed, and tricked your way through. Your spirit guide changed as you changed, becoming the ape. But now, all that seems a distant memory for your approaching Kade. Founded on a ford of the Zabazi River, Kade was once a camp for the pirates who ambushed merchants sailing from Lake Lumle to the sea. But the camp grew. It became a village. The village became a town, and now Kade is a magnet for ne'er-do-wells and thieves, ruled by a overt council of villains. It cannot be avoided. Let the city do its worst. It is a place of treachery and traps. You'll have to be constantly on your guard as you cross. Your goal is the North Gate, the only entrance to the Backlands and the next stage of your journey. If your quest is to succeed, you must enter the city port of traps and make it out alive. You guys finished part 1? I'm so happy! Did you like it? Skelly. This is what? That makes me happy. Yes. Read that soon. It's pretty good. Yes. Twilight's already. The great city of Kade has loomed large on the horizon all day, but has been slow to reach. The path tracing great loops back and forth through the deep and narrow pass. Let me see. And what was the giggling for? Is she a blonde or something? You have not seen a living soul except once when a figure raced across the hilltops overhead and then was lost from view. Slurry naturally cautious when you round a bend in the path and see a beggar crouched low against the rock muttering to himself. You stop out of sight behind an outcrop, but the beggar does not look like much of a threat. Wait and watch, try to slip past, approach him. Having fun? Yay! Excuse me. You call a greeting and stride over, and the man leaps to his feet, drawing in a short stick from inside his cloak. Who goes there? He demands. What's your business in Kade? Greetings, old man. I'm a traveler. I'm on a quest. Get out of my way. 2, 3, 2, 3. I'm on a quest. The man prods a little harder with his stick. A quest? A quest for what? I can't tell you that. I seek the crown of kings. I can't tell you that. The stick wavers in the man's hand, but he does not lower it. I asked you a question, he says, with the courage that he can muster. Answer me, or you'll face the consequences. What consequences? Step aside, old man, and who are you? You're certainly very brave. The man beams with aging pride. I am the city guard. No one enters Kade except through me. And then, despite his age and clear ill health, he comes at you waving his stick. I won't fight you. Fight him. One? Yeah, let me have some soda. You are unarmed. He waves the stick close to your face, jabbing a few times, but you push the point aside with one hand. Alright then, he declares. We'll settle this fairly. He tosses the stick to one side and raises his fists. The knuckles are blackened with scabs. Fight him. I still won't fight you. Nice sweet, take it easy. Old man is not rage evading me. I still won't fight you, reply. I mean it. The beggar makes a short braying noise like a laugh, and then lamps you on the nose. It is surprisingly painful, and he's ready for another swing. Ow! Bill? You step back, and with that, the fight seems to drain from him. He sits down again, suddenly sad. Very well, he moans. You're right, I suppose. I can't defend the city on my own. You're very brave. You let yourself killed. Walk past him. You're very brave, you tell him kindly. Am I? He asks, looking up. I don't feel brave. I'm still alive. Doesn't that make me a coward? He shivers. You don't have any food, do you? No. The man sighs and shakes his head. No matter then, there's plenty of meats in the wrestle if you know how to nibble them. Very well, good luck. Come with me. Yeah, we've just been living off of no food. You take pity on the man. Come with me. I'm going in to cut it. The soldier considers your offer for a moment. You're sure? I know the word for the wall, but they will not let me go through the gates. I'll see to that. It sounds like we can help each other. He clambers slowly to his feet. A gleam of hope has entered the poor man's eyes. Very well then, stranger. A trade. The beggar walks a few strides ahead, the ghost of a military pace in his step. What's your name? Walk in silence. What's your name, you ask? Captain Thomas of the 4th Legion, responsible for the southern perimeter. He knocks his bony heels together. At your service. What are you doing out here, soldier? I think you're delusional. We were sent out to investigate sightings, a whole legion of us, back when the council felt bold. But when they locked the gate and wouldn't let us back. Where's your legion now? Sightings of what? They locked you out of the city? The goblins. There are goblins in the rocks. I don't see anything. What are the goblins doing? What are the goblins doing, you ask? He shakes his head. I don't know. They can't get through the walls, but then I think I've heard them digging, scraping at the mud in the night. The path winds through gorse and thick grass. Kade squats in a basin in the hills like a stagnant, festering pool. You turn one corner, then another, and then the stone walls of the city are looming over you. The walls weren't built to keep anything out. They were here before the goblins, Thomas says. They were built to keep people in. Kade is one gigantic trap itself. Why? I'll be leaving. You want to go back? Don't talk. You want to go back? Of course I do, he shrugs. It's my home. You could scramble up the slope to the right and get a better view of the wall. 1, into the clearing. 2, climb the slope. Happy 4 hours. You scramble up the slope for a better view of the wall, leaving Thomas below. It is formed of a staggering man-sized stone blocks, held together with gallons and gallons of mud and loam dredged from the base of the river. It curves away in both directions, unbroken except for the gates. Then you see something that stops you in your tracks. There's a guard posted in the battlement above the gates, watching the clearing. Watch the archer, look into the yard, ask the soldier's advice. You call down to your companion. What should we do? Don't worry, he replies, tapping his temple. I know the watchword, don't I? He strides forward, confidently. You follow him into the clearing. The guard on the wall raises a hand and shields his eyes from the sun. Who goes there? He bellows. Friend or foe? You wait, and Thomas cries back. Friend! And the watchword is Kantopani! And the guard pauses a moment and then lowers his bow. Approach! Thomas turns and smiles at you. The south gate stands before you. It is as tall as 2 men and would be broad enough to ride 3 horses through if only it were open. But instead, it is locked and there is no other way into the city. Luckily, of course, you have a key. Over to you, says Tomas, stepping back. Knock on the door, unlock the gates, cast a spell. Easy. You quickly remove the Sven Chief's key from your pack and slip it into the lock. The tumblers click and the key turns. Thomas hangs back. Good work. But do you think it's safe to go through? I'm sure it is. Why don't you check? I'll go first. Let's wait. I'll go first, you reply. You ease open the door, peering cautiously inside. There's no one about. Hello? How is it? Tomas says as we're outside. Seems safe enough. Wait there a moment longer. Wait there a moment longer, you advise, and he nods. The yard by the gate seems empty enough. A path leads away, past a low stone building with barred windows. Hurry out of the yard, look into the building. You peer in through the bars. Tomas shakes his head at you as he hurries inside the gate. Don't waste your time, he says. Best avoided. Thank you for the Prime screen, yes?
Yippee.
Happy 11 months, I appreciate it. Suddenly, he catches your arm. Footsteps, he hisses. Duck behind the building, hurry out of the yard. You hurry over to the wall of the building and crouch down. A heartbeat before two soldiers come around the corner. But Tomas has not followed your lead. The soldiers see him immediately and rush him. He weaves this way and that across the yard. Manages to slip between them and disappears with a whoop down the road to the left. The yard falls suddenly quiet once more. You straighten up and hear a noise through the barred window of the stone building. A sneeze? Look through the window and time to move on. The building might be useful. It might be a storehouse or better yet an armory. Standing on tiptoes, you peer in between the bars. Not a storehouse thing in my eyes, is it? Not a storehouse then. The building is quite bare, except for a wooden bench on which an old man is sitting. Attract his attention, try the door, continue into Kare. 3, 1, 1, 1. You wave at the window, but the old man doesn't look up. He seems to be staring very determinedly at the bench, or perhaps he is asleep or sits. Try the door, continue on. 2, 1, 2, 1, 1. You go over to the door of the building. The key is still in the lock. Go inside, continue on. 1, 1. You turn the key and unlock the door. The small room is dark, lit only by the narrow barred window. It takes a moment for your eyes to adjust to the gloom, so you don't notice that the door, which must be heavily weighted, has swung shut until you hear it lock behind you. The old man, who's watching, sniggers with contemptuous glee. Look, it's Ricky. Ignore him, greet him.
Ew. Wahoo!
You step towards the shadowy bench. Greetings, old man. He ignores you. He's concentrating hard on something on the ground and just in front of him. A collection of small stones scattered as though for fortune-telling. After a moment, he gathers them up and tosses them again. You notice that his other hand is missing completely. The left sleeve of his tunic hangs limp by his side. Cast a spell, ask about his arm, look at his stones. 1, 3, 1, 3, 2, 2. 1. You glance upwards to the stars, and suddenly the old man shouts, "A sorcerer! I knew it! You're mistaken, what of it?"
Oh.
What of it? Well, he answers, you'll get us out of here, but better yet, I've not played anyone for months, and certainly not anyone smart. Sit down, sit down. Play what? I don't want to play. Swindle stones, of course. Swindle stones. I've no time for games. Intrigued. Stranger in town? Don't know how to play?
Let's go.
Better and better. He shows you one of his stones. It is a strange 4-valued die. Sit. He pats the bench beside him with one hand. Play. We can talk while I beat you. Play? You'll have to teach me the rules. My lucky day. He grins with his one remaining tooth. It's easy. We each roll our dice in secret, but we bet on what we've rolled on in total. You call if you think the other player has bid too high. The loser gives away a die. You go over to the bench intrigued. The old man drops 4 dice into your palm. and sweeps away a patch of dust on the bench for you to play. I'll go first, he says, waving his hand. Show you how it's done. Hang on. I'm gonna go over here. Maybe, hang on. Right here. Okay. The game is simple. We roll and we bet on what's to come up. So for instance, I might start and bet that between us we rolled at least 1, 2. But we don't know what's on the table, so I'm guessing... This is you guys. 2 3s.
Oh. Oh.
Okay, you wanna bet on 2 3s? Sure. Go. If you believe my bid is too high, you call and we check. Otherwise, we keep bidding higher and higher. What do you want to do? 3 2s. You want to do that? But now, I think you have bid too high, so let us see who wins. Only 2 2s, the old man wins the round. Oh, we only have 3 dice. Okay, so if we do this, we get, so what's your name? If we do this, don't you just want to get out of here instead of just playing dice? And then do you know Kare well? You know, 38 months. I appreciate it. 1 1. Doomed. Name's a powerful thing. How's that? You do know your name, don't you? That's why I asked. If you're forgotten, then no matter. Paul? You only have 2 dice! Reading cloaked him. What do you want to do? Fuck. 3 2s? Call. Unforge.
Void. Void.
Alright, what are you doing? Let me see. What do they serve for food? What happens in your arm? Don't you just want to get out here and play dice? You know, got it well. 1 3. 3 3s? I think we might lose. 1 3. 1 4. 1 4. 1 3. It wasn't the guards, if that's what you're worried about. What are you feeling? One floor, 3 floor, 3 floor. So. Right, 3 floors. I used to be a traveler, and I met this ogre in the Senker mines. Oh. You got dice back! I know, we still only have the one.
Let's go.
There Hey, I've lost a die. Okay. What did they get you for? 2 3s? And a liar, I'd say. Okay, let me move back. I want a rematch. Thanks for the game enough. Rematch. 2, 1, 1. Okay, hang on. Let me. Sorry, excuse me. I forgot how stubborn you guys are. Okay. It's better here than where I spent last night. 3 1s.
Funk easy. Ooh-wee.
3 1s. I spent last night in the sewers. Call? 4 4s. 4 4s. You wanna call or do 4 4? 4 1s? You wanna do 4 4s or 4 1s? I don't know. You wanna do 4 4s then? Burp. The sewer tunnels on Nakate cut the length and breadth of the city. You can get from anywhere to anywhere if you know what you're doing, and if you don't get caught. Oh? Ooh, look at you!
Wahoo! Ooh-wee.
Alright, what do you wanna do? Fuck you, old man. 3 2s? Three, 2? Do you know Karewa? As well as anyone, why? Cool. Look at you! Holy crap! I wasn't always in such a sad state. I used to be a hero. Holy crap! 2 2s? I was part of the Glanjagor of the heroes group. Me, Vic, Glanjagor, and Blanca. We were quite the adventurers. Oh? Hmm. Oh? Oh. Grr. What are you feeling? 3 2s? 1 2, 2 2s. 2 3s. 3 2s. I saw him. What do you know about the North Gate? I'm sure you won't need my advice. Oh. What do you bid? 2 4s. Or is that? Oh? He only has 1. Right? No. Oh, no, we only have 1. We lost. Nope. 2 1. 2 2s. 1 1. What do you want to do? 2-1. And 2 1s. Do you want a rematch or thanks for the game or enough? Rematch! 1, 2. There, hang on, let me. Get so late with it. What do you wanna do? 3 1s? If it's the last thing we do? 3 1, 3 4, 3 1. Three, 4? Is that new? Well? I knew once we get to the dice, this is where you guys would sit for a bit. 1 3, 3 3s. 1 3 or 3 3s? 2 3s? 2 2s. These are all different answers. We gotta agree on something. 5 4s? 3 3s? These are 2 2s. 1 3 3. Okay, 3 3s is Oh. Yippee! Hey, 2 floors? Don't you want to? Hey, Muzzle. 3 3s? 3 3s? Let's go. 4 3s. Hi. 2 3s. 2 floors. 1 3. What are we doing? 2 floors. Yeah. 160p. Oh my god, you mean it? Oh. Nice. That's so crunchy. 2 3s? 2 2s? 2 3s? 2 2s? I want to 2 2s. Ooh. You guys are getting your ass beat, dude. Good night, Glenn. 2 2s? Some bull. 1, 3, 2, 1s. Ooh! Ooh! Final one. I used to be a sorcerer, you know. 1 4. 1 2. 1 2. 2 1s. Call. You win! Yippee! Good job.
Let's go.
You did it.
Let's go.
But again, thanks for the game enough.
Let's go.
Thanks for the game, you say, standing once more. I say I have little still to learn. The pleasure was mine, the old man says, putting his dice back into his pocket. He leans back against the stonework and hums quietly to himself. Talking to people will provide clues to help your quest. You can review your clues on the inventory screen. You found 4 new clues. Four nobles of Kade were each given 1 line of the spell to the north gate of Kade. You will need to find these nobles if you can and learn their secrets. One of the nobles of the city port is a scholar. A man named Vic runs several businesses in the city port. Landragor and Vic were comrades together once. Okay, wait. 1, wait. 2, talk to the old man. 3, try and escape. You go over to the door, locked of course, from the outside. Try the copper key, try picking the lock, cast a spell, do something else. 1, 1, 2, 1. Then you have a sudden rush of relief. Of course, didn't the blind man outside Chris Hunting give you a key to escape the cells of Kade? Pull it out of your pack, grateful to not dropped it in your travels. You put it in the lock, it fits. You turn the key, but it sticks. If you push harder, you risk snapping the key. Force it, give up.
Oh. Skelly.
1. User. You give 1 more hefty twist, and the old copper bends and breaks off in the lock. Only then do you remember the blind man told you this was key for the cells of the Red Eyes, not to the cells of the city guard. The old man claps his hand against the bench. Oh, very good, he sneers. I wonder if that means they won't be able to unlock it from the outside either. Let me go back. You want to rewind? you want your key back? I'll let you go back. Okay. Alright, what do you want to do?
Oh no.
Wait. I'm trying the key. Was it done to dump? You aim the spell of opening towards the door and slowly, quietly let it go. The lock's rusted tumblers click over in response. Very good, very good, the old man chuckles. Leave, check outside. Oop. You check outside. The yard is empty. While you've been locked up, the sun has sunk below the wall. You should be able to walk right out of here under the cover of darkness. The old man is less cautious. He is up and out of the door like lightning. The old man is spry despite his age and is quickly far ahead of you. You seem to be forever rescuing the old men. First from the tree outside Contemplani, and now from prison. At the end of the yard, the road splits. Looking left, you see the guard lined up in rows, running drills. Best not to head that way. To the right, the road leads to the first buildings of Kade. You can just see the old man disappearing off in this direction. Yeah, it's where you're going. It seems like you're going right. Night is falling. Luckily, by the roadside is a small inn, which will make a perfect place to stay before you lose yourself in the winding streets of Kare. Alternatively, you could walk into the field to the right and sleep out under the stars. From somewhere nearby, you hear a low, baying howl. 1, try the inn. 2, sleep outside. Are we the good guys? The sign outside the inn proclaims it the Crooked Finger. Oh, rookie! You go inside and find an empty bar. The bartender is snoozing at the counter. Clearly, trade is bad. Yeah, it is kind of like them. Where's the bar? The bartender wakes with a snortle as you approach. Greetings, traveler, he yawns. You'll be looking for directions to somewhere else, I suppose. I wish to take a room. I need to eat, quite right. Dream? Quite right, you tell him. There must be a good reason no one stays here, beyond the terrible smell and the insects that crawl across the walls. So, he asks, how can I help you? I need to find somewhere to stay. I need to get to the north gate of the city. I need to get to the north gate of the city. That's easy enough, the innkeeper replies. You just get a shovel and start digging. It's underground. I don't understand. You're joking. The innkeeper pauses a moment, then howls with laughter. Oh, but it was worth the look on your face, friend. You smile. Leave? Ask for a room. Stab. One. Fields seem suddenly preferable. Shaking your head, you leave the inn to find a field to bed down in for free. You strike off into the fields and find a muddy dell in which to stretch out. The stars are out, forming the constellations of the gorilla, and you feel a certain peace despite the hulking shadow of the wall. You settle quickly. The sounds of the city drift to you on the night air, shouts and screams, and the occasional distinct howl. You doze fitfully, turning over in your mind what the old man in jail told you for the 4 spell lines required to open a north gate. Then halfway through the night, you awaken to the sound of something scratching the earth nearby. Sit up, draw my sword, ignore it. Moving slowly, you slide the sword from its sheath in readiness. You see red glowing eyes and slithering teeth in the gloom. It's a werewolf. How can that be? The moon is only crescent. Watch the beast, attack, cast a spell. Yowie. We want to tell? No tea. No tea, not for you. Fireball. What did you do? Show me the goblin! Which you can't do anyway. That does law. You look like that's smart. That's really mean. Are werewolves considered non-intelligent? You think of man? You think they're smart? What do you guys think? What's the rest of the choices? Yes. Create a shield. Find safe passage. Make them so upset they leave. Oh. You don't have this. You want to fireball. Yes. Okay. You cast a spell, forming a fireball in your palm that you hurl towards the creature. It explodes in a flash of smoke and burning fur. But the creature is not defeated, only weakened. You get to your feet, sword at the ready. The werewolf bares its terrible teeth in reply. That's when you notice this werewolf is wearing plate armor. What do you want to do? Are you awesome? Charge. Full send. Massive. Kills it. Okay. The werewolf paces the mud before you, its armor flashing in the narrow moonlight. Driven by fear, you charge headlong. As the werewolf weakly turns its jaw towards your leg, you lift your blade and plunge it into its throat. The werewolf gurgles as it curls around the blade and dies. Flawless fighting. With the werewolf dead, you wipe your sword in the grass and try to calm your thudding heart. Press L, search the body. You look over the beast's armor with disgust. It's finely made, tightly forged to this werewolf's shape. Part armor, part cage. You made it, leave it, prise it open. You see no maker's mark or sigil on it anywhere. Leave it, prise it open. With the tips of your sword, you prise loose the catches that hold the armor in place. As the plates slip to the ground, the dead beast begins to transform, turning from a savage thing into a young human woman. But the transformation does not alter the sword wound at her heart, and does not bring her back to life. Examine her barrier.
Oh.
Murderer.
Oh no. Oh.
1, 2, 1. By the thin moonlight, you begin to dig in the mud with your sword, scraping out a hole large enough to bury the poor woman. The work is hard, but you have no choice. You cannot leave her for the crows. It is little consolation knows that she was doomed long before your sword ran her through. As you cover her up, you commend her soul to the whale. Then, you move a short distance away and bed down to sleep and try to forget the dead woman's face. You settle down to sleep. You dream. Your dreams, when they come, are of the wall, like a towering monster drenched in moss and slime. The gate is wide open now. A wide open maw, rather. On its back is a host of guards chanting a mantra too quietly for you to hear. As you watch, it reaches down with fingers made of flagpoles and skewers the old beggar man, lifting him flailing into the air. Meanwhile, the one-armed prisoner throws in the knuckles of his missing hand onto the bench over and over, calling endlessly to himself. A wolf in shining armor howls at the sun, then turns to blow you a kiss. And as though you can see the crown sitting in the dust on the far side of the north gate. So close yet out of reach. You found one new clue. Now it is. You wake early, ready to begin your exploration of the city. Following the track for a few minutes, you reach a junction where 3 roads begin. These are the outskirts of Kade. Huts huddle like beggars on each side of the road, of the tracks leading uphill into the city port. Hi, nice to meet you, Okobin. Want to say hi, pause, look around, or move quickly on? It must be clear to everyone around that you're a stranger in these parts. The city's inhabitants, a multitude of benevolent creatures who would kill for the laces of your boots, turn to watch you as they pass. You're a sport, a figure to be jostled and robbed, and one who might most likely fall prey to the strange, elaborate system of traps laid across Kade by the early settlers to protect themselves from one another. Alright, look at the paths, choose the path. Actually, no, stop. I need water. I can't read. My tongue is too dry. I'm gonna pee and grab a water. I'll be right back. Let's go. Holy. Let's go. I have retrieved the ladder. Okay, 1 or 2. Oh, that's so cute. Wahoo! There are more people here than you've seen in a long time. You cast an eye across the faces to see if they are flanker or the assassin you made aside Toripani. Look left, ahead, right, choose a path. 1. To the left, you see a group of scruffy youngsters walking up the road with packs on their backs. Look ahead, look right, choose a path. Ahead is the main road into the center of Kare, its surface rutted from cartwheels. Further in the distance, you see fields. This is the route taken by supply wagons to the docks. Look right, choose a path. To the right, the track heads towards the fields. A hut stands proud a little further on. So the business of this place is confusing, but you will have to simply strike out. You need to track down the city nobles and get the spell lines for the gates that the old man told you of. Just at that moment, a cart rolls down the road from the right, and careens around the corner to take the main track ahead. On its back are stacked several crates. One teeters for a moment, then falls near your feet, its lid cracking open. Look in the crate, wait for the driver to stop, leave it. You wait for the driver to stop, but they do not see you. The cart rattles away up the road. You notice a purple liquid leaking from the side of the crate. Look in the crate, leave it. Kneeling down in the mud, you prise open the crate with your fingers. Inside is a pile of smashed bottles. Thick purple liquid spills about, littered with shards of glass. There are perhaps 4 bottles still intact, but you recognize the smell. It is Blimberry, a potion with many healing properties. Take 4 bottles, take 2, leave them. You take all the bottles, wipe them down as best as you can on the grass nearby, and put them into your pack. A lucky find indeed. And also do for a meal! Holy crap! Okay, 1, turn left. 2, go straight. 3, turn right. You head right along a wide track until you hear a large hut, or until you reach a large hut. It is the only building on this path that is still standing. Either side are empty plots, once the houses of the farmers who planted the fields to the north. They are now collapsed and thick with gripweed. It seems that here, in the shadow of the city wall, is not a place people choose to live. Look at the remaining hut, look ahead, make a move. One. At the side of the door to the hut is a sign, delicately painted. Chainmaker. The door is just a crack ajar, and from within you hear a gentle tinkling sound, metal on metal, as though a creature in chainmail dress was endlessly pacing the floor. Listen, look around, make a move. 1, 3, 1. You pause a moment longer and listen closely to the door, but there are no voices or footsteps from within, just the sound of chains. Look ahead, make a move. Joey. 2, 1, 1. From somewhere further on comes the falling and rising of sound of a crowd. Some kind of event is taking place. There are several places you can go next. Okay. 1, back to the first junction. 2, Chainmaker. 3, cut through the fields. 4, walk on. One smiles at you. 4. 2. 2. You push open the hut's door and enter. It is dark inside. The floor is sawdust and the air smells of oil, polish, and burnt metal. From the ceiling, hanging like ivy or metal chains of all lengths and thickness. Some suitable for machinery, some for oxen, and others for arms and feet. The chains shift and whisper to themselves. There seems to be no one here. There's another room beyond, its doors hanging open. You can see all the detail. Why are you watching in 160p? Call it a greeting, search the room, try the floor door, leave. Funny. Hello? Is anyone there? You call. Wait. Hello? Is anybody there? There's a shuffling beyond the door, and a figure emerges. It is the Chainmaker. He's a Sven, one of the race of the man-orcs from the village of Torepani. You reply. You what? He replies gruffly. You want chains? Look for a chain to buy. I need directions to North Gate. He's worthless. Leave this place. Hello, people. 2? 3? 1 for 2, 1 for 3. Yeah. I need directions to the North Gate of Kade. You tell him. Can you help? Can't help, he shrugs. Not got any chains on it. Locked by a spell. 4 lines, and the dumb creature holds up 3 fingers to demonstrate. Couldn't care less about it. Buy a chain, then I'll be going, steal from him. Then I'll be going. Take your smell from my shop, he replies, with a formal nod, as if it was a standard formula to saying goodbye. You leave the hut and step back out to the paths. 1, back to the first junction. 2, walk on. 3, cut through the fields. Okay. Okay. You strike out across the fields, away from the path, heading towards the rising land and the river. Somewhere in the center of Kade are the docks, a busy place that will hopefully help you in your search for the city nobles. You crest the rise where the grass grows thin, and then pause at the sound behind you. It's a quiet shh of a dagger drawing from his sheath. Draw my sword, cast a spell. 1. You spin around, drawing your sword as you turn, to find yourself facing a thug, armed with a short dirk and cackling with glee. His smile drops a bit when he realizes he's been spotted, but waves a blade at you nonetheless. Attack, threaten him. Still. Drop that blade, you insist. I don't want to have to hurt you. The thug laughs, a little stupidly. Oh, yes, he replies. That would make things easier for you, wouldn't it? It seems he has forgotten that he was about to attack you. This will be easy enough. Attack. This will be easy enough, you assure him. The thug gulps, gulp, and then moves his arm. A rock he was holding in his other hand strikes you on the side of the head, making you see stars for a moment. But it is not enough to stop you. You launch forward with your sword. Okay. What are we doing? Full send? Woo. The thug is perhaps crazy. He screams wildly as he hurtles forward. You raise your own sword for a brutal attack and knock him into the grass. The thug can barely find his balance. The thug shifts his grip on his dagger. Defend? You drop into a defensive stance. As the thug swings with a great force, you parry in a flash of sparks. You adjust your grip and square your shoulders. He steps back. Oh? He looks over his shoulder, and you seize a moment to strike, swinging with expert precision and all of your strength. He thinks better of his own attack and defends instead. The thug is limping now and cursing with fear. The thug shifts away quickly. Stab? Ooh. Then he catches you off guard. You try a fast attack, keeping yourself as much covered as you can. The thug stabs quickly. Pulls in. Side. What do you want to do? Cut. Side. Cut. Side. Side? Okay. You spy an opening and go on the attack. You climb an outcrop and leap forward, lashing out with your sword as you land. Your strike is more than the slug can take. He strikes the ground quite dead. Competent combat. The thug dead, feels well quiet once more. Search his body, move on. You quickly rifle his body. Apart from his dirk and a useless little blade, he is carrying only a couple gold pieces, which you take, and a couple of what looks like gambling chips. And you wanna eat? Yes. There you go. Is that good? And drink your juice. Okay. The path winds through the fields, passing an orchard on one side. The trees are dying and bare of apples. On the other side, across muddy fields, you see the colors and flags of a festival. Then the view is shrouded by tall fences on the other side. Keep walking, look at the fences. You pause to look at the fences. The fields they contain seem ordinary enough, but for some reason the fences themselves are 2 or 3 times your height. There are no ladders to climb over that you can see and no gates. Perhaps using magic might give you an advantage? Cast a spell, look through the fence, climb over, move on. Hey, look! What do you want to do? 4? Move on? There's nothing more to see here. You emerge onto a wide road that leads up a gentle slope towards the cliff edge. Look at the cliff, look down the road, make a move. One, 2. You turn to look up at the cliff, which rises suddenly out of the middle of the fields. Along its ridge is a line of finer buildings, so most have fallen into rack and ruin. Look down the road and make a move. Looking back downhill, you'll see a few distant buildings, and beyond the point where the 3 roads in the Kade diverged. Time to move on. 1, turn left. 2, turn right. Hey, Lexus, how are you? 2, 1, 2, 2. You continue jumping through the fields until, after about half an hour, you emerge onto a wider road, heading uphill towards the center of Kade. To the right of the main road, a track lined with colored flags leads down the line of a cliff. A short distance from the road is a small hut built from mud bricks. Smoke rises from its chimney, and a thick, rich smell wafts from its door. If it's a shop, and it can't get much trade, stuck out here in the middle of the fields. Enter the small hut. Wait, hang on. 1, take the main road. 2, enter the hut. 3, head for the flags. Good. The door to the small hut is a little ajar. A pleasant smell drifts about, but you hear nothing from inside. Knock, barge straight in. You knock firmly on the door. A voice calls back. Enter, friend, but be careful as you open the door. Shove the door open, slip through the doorway. 2. You slip through the doorway as carefully as you can. Looking up, you notice a jar of some kind of liquid balanced precariously atop the door. The shop is a kitchen. There is a fire in the grate with a pot above it, which bubbles and smokes. On the walls hang herbs, vegetables, meats, and cooking equipment. But no matter how hard you look, you cannot seem to see the speaker. Oh, wink wap. Look under the table, look near the hearth, leave. Looking again, you suddenly notice a strange-looking creature standing beside the pot. He has a human torso, but his head is nothing but a green-colored jelly. He is hard to spot because of the vegetables hanging on the wall behind him, but you can tell he is a chef, as the long semicircles coming from his head are scooping with ladles, stirring with spoons, waving salt shakers, and brandishing a cleaver. So, what do you want? Asks the creature. Look around closely, talk to the creature, attack it, leave. Greetings, creature, you begin. Look, the creature complains, its tentacles going back to stirring, chopping, and mixing. I don't have all day. What do you want? I'm trying to find a city nobles. I need to find a scholar. I'd like to buy some food. Leave the shop. I'd like to buy some food. Alright, the creature replies, giving his cauldron a quick stir, but not taking his eyes off you. It's 5 gold pieces, and it's Bristlebee's kidneys. Hope that's alright with you. Pay him, attack him, that's too much. You have 21 gold. Okay. One. You pay him the money and he hands you a bowl of stew. It doesn't taste very nice, but you force a smile. The creature nods and offers you a drink to help wash it down. Spill it to create a distraction, drink it, refuse it. You drink it down. It's actually quite refreshing. With your meal finished, there's not much more to be done. Your hunger satisfied, you thank the cleaning creature and leave the hut. 1, take the main road. 2, head down for the flags. You follow the white path between the flags. After a few minutes, you notice something in the distance. A dark mass with bright colors shining through. It is not until you hear the sound when you realize what it is. A huge crowd of people gathered around a set of tents. It's a fair! People and creatures sprawl across the path, and several tents have been erected, their poles joined together by more flags. You ease your way into the edge of the gathered crowd. It all looks good-spirited and fun, and with so many people here, perhaps you'll pick up useful information about the spell lines and city nobles. Look around, listen, explore the fair. Two, 1, 2. You know through the crowds, keeping your ears open for anything interesting, but most people in the center of the field are arguing over where to go next, or lamenting how many gold pieces they have spent. You might do better to have a closer look at something. You walk towards the north end of the fair realm midway. The fair continues from here, and the road leads away uphill. This place is full of bluster and noise. Huge numbers of people crowd around the boxing ring, and more clap their hands and stamp as they watch a group of dancers. Okay, listen. 1, leave. 2, to the end. 3, bare knuckle fighting. 4, musicians. 5, middle of the midway. You cross the fairground to a wrestling ring. A ruffian inside is announcing the current challenge. People of Kare, are you ready for a fight? In the white corner, we have our challenger. Anvar the Barbarian! The crowd cheers and whips. Look over Anvar, ask someone about the fight, watch the fight. You attract the attention of a nearby member of the crowd. Tell me, you ask, what are the rules of the fight? No rules, he giggles the man in reply. That's what makes it so entertaining. No weapons, another man puts in. That's the only rule. And in the black corner, the brawling champion of Kare, the one they call Skull Splitter, the ogre Kaggle of Dadule. Look over Anvar, look over Skull Splitter, and who can challenge and watch the fight. 3, 1, 3, 3. The man shrugs. Anyone crazy enough to want to get their head smashed in? Challenger, are you ready? Demands the ruffian. Anvar nods and beats his chest. Look over Anvar. Look over Skull Splitter. Watch the fight. 1. Anvar is about half as tall as you again, with sheets of muscle on his arms and legs. But he's probably lighter than the ogre, which will mean he has less momentum. On the platform, the ruffian turns to the ogre. Champion, are you ready? The beast appears not to understand the question, but scratches his armpits. The ruffian nods. Look over Skull Splitter, place a bet, watch the fight. 2. You find a wager man by looking for his enormous hat, to which odds and returns are pinned on the bits of cloth. Feeling lucky, are you? He chuckles with evident glee. His palms are sweating, and you notice he carries flick blades inside his sleeves. Place your money on me. Place a bet, ask the odds. 2. 3 to 1 on the challenger, he says. 1 to 3 on the champion. Place a bet? What does that mean? Don't bet. One. You take your money pouch from your pocket. Bet on the barbarian. Bet on the ogre. One. I bet on the barbarian, you tell him. Maximus bet is 3 gold pieces. Good odds, though. You wanna go all in? We hand over 3 gold pieces, and the bookkeeper makes a mark on his hat for the bet. Meanwhile, in the ring, the fight has begun. The barbarian in the white corner growls and beats his chest. The ogre raises his fists in the air and shakes them. Cheer for the ogre, shout for the barbarian, wait and watch, cast a spell. No, you wanna fucking ruin it! Great. Okay. You hang back and watch. The barbarian beats his chest and pounds the ogre heavily in the head. Suddenly, Anvar is looking good. Cheer for the ogre, shout for the barbarian, wait and watch, cast a spell, give up on the fight. Right? You can't look away. The ogre roars with rage and struggles forward against the barbarian, landing a mighty blow. The crowd goes quiet. The fight is in a balance once more. The barbarian staggers suddenly. The crowd gasps, but then he picks himself up once more. 3. The fight is getting tense. Both of the combatants are clearly weakening. The ogre's lip is split and bleeding. Anvar roars, and to everyone's surprise, forces the ogre back with a headbutt. Suddenly, it seems like anything could happen. Four, 3. Yeah. 4. You want to cast a spell? We're gonna get kicked out! 3. 4. What? What do you want? Gulp. Tell. Read minds. Slip on the classical cap onto your heads, and you cast your spell. Read the ogre's mind, read the barbarian's mind. You turn your attention to the barbarian. He seems quite distracted, apparently thinking about someone he left sleeping in the inn this morning. He'll never win a fight with that attitude. Growling and muttering, the ogre powers into the barbarian, cracking his skull. But the fight could still go either way. One, 2, 2. You shout, "Finish him!" to the barbarian, who bellows with anger. Finally, it is all over. With a single throw, Skull Splitter, the ogre throws Anvar the barbarian clear out of the ring. The crowd goes wild. You catch a bookkeeper's eye in the crowd, and he shrugs, taking your betting slip for his hat, screwing it up and throwing it away. Inside the ring, the master of the fight raises the ogre's fist in the air. Who challenges our champion? The prize is 10 gold pieces! I challenge him, you cry. All eyes turn to look at you. The fight master beams. We have a stranger taking the challenge, he declares. Let him through! I want to do the fight. I want to do the fight. Excuse me. The crowd parts and you're helped up into the ring. Under his breath, the fight master outlines the rules. A fair fight, no magic, and pound your opponent until they can't stand. Ready? He asks. 2, 1. 2. You risk a glance at your opponent. He is a hulking brute, like all ogres, a creature who would almost be made out of stone. In the back corner then, the ruffian announces, is Skull Splitter. In the white corner, the ruffian turns to you and hisses, "What should I call you?" The Analander, the stranger, just get on with it. 1, 2. The stranger. The ruffian pulls a blank face. It's not very exciting, he says, but alright. To the crowd he bellows, "In the white corner today, fresh from who knows where, please welcome to the ring the stranger himself!" And then throws you a sidelong glance before he scarpers from the ring. The crowd begins to furiously place bets. You can hear them discussing your relative merits. He looks feeble. He looks like a maniac to me. You ready your fists? Okay. Block. Jab. Clout. Bash. Pump. Punch. Pulverize.
Let's go.
What do you want to do? What? Pulverize? Pulverize? The ogre raises its fists in the air and makes a roaring noise that brings a similar response from the crowd. The bell rings and you charge forwards, roaring and bellowing. It drops back and covers its body, clearly waiting for you to wear yourself out. Livin'? Drop on a defensive crouch. The ogre watches you stupidly in return. What do you want to do? Small hit? You want to do it like a jab? Block? What do you want to do? Walk again? You say low. The ogre spits and waits. It's holding back. Someone in the crowd is shouting you advice. Take out his knees! Full send. Block again. Full send to his knees. You guys are so silly. Readying a forceful blow. You heard it forwards. The ogre turns away as though not seeing the blow will stop it landing. Yeah, what do you want to do? Little hit? Jab? You attempt a defensive strike, hoping to catch the ogre off guard, but its attack is strong and devastating. You are thrown to the floor. The crowd gasps and cheers. Block. Jab again. What do you want to do? I have one for block and one for jab. Jab. Yes. You chase the ogre with a passing blow. The ogre blocks your blow. Jab one more time. Overeyes. Jab. You strike again. You swing for the monster with a light blow, hoping to make it waste its energy defending. The ogre drops into a defensive crouch, moving with more speed than you expect. The ogre stumbles, suddenly crashing to the ropes at the side of the ring. A gasp goes up from the crowd. Block. You drop back defensively. The ogre growls, but doesn't attack. Jab. Side. Pull. Out. What do you want to do? Thank you. You want to do clout? Try a heavy punch, but the ogre attacks with all his strength, pounding you on your head at both sides. What do you want to do? Jab? You risk a minimal attack, trying to get the ogre by surprise, but the ogre knees you in the chest, knocking the wind out of you. Fuck. You drop your weight and watch the ogre closely. The ogre tries a weak punch, but you escape its grip. It steps backwards across the ring, putting space between you. Oh? Huge. Preparing heavy swing, you charge for your opponent as the ogre swings for your head. The ogre howls with rage as it stumbles and hits the mat. For some reason, even you think it might stay down, but then slowly, like a crumbling cliff, it picks itself up to their feet once more. It beats its huge muscle chest and roars. Block. You drop in a defensive crouch. Your suspicion is well founded. A moment later, the ogre charges forward with all its body weight and knocks you back in a short way. It's briefly distracted by scratching. Full send? Moving swiftly, you aim for his heart. The ogre staggers back, gasping, its stupid eyes blinking in surprise. Summoning the last ounce of strength in your arms, you raise your hands, linked in a fist, and bring them down, knocking the ogre out cold. You've done it! You've made money!
Let's go.
You stagger from the ring and the crowd cheering for you and collect your winnings. The fair spreads out all around you. A collection of booths and rings and tents and stalls. Hawkers announce the various attractions at the top of their lungs. The general atmosphere is cheerful with the head of violence. 1. Leave. 2. End. 3. Musicians. 4. Middle of the midway. Okay. You head over to where a crowd are watching a troupe of dancers who spin and swirl in a time to a lively tune. There's something quite hypnotic about the performance. Cast a spell, keep watching, move away. The pitch builds and the music speeds up. The crowd clap and stomp their feet, and you find yourself clapping along as well. Enjoying the show. The dancers are now twirling into the audience, pulling onlookers into dance. One is getting quite close to you. Avoid the dancer, join in. 1. No touches. 1.
Hey.
You hang back, avoiding the invitation. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. But your reluctance doesn't go unnoticed. Where's your spirit? Demands a creature to one side of you. Another snarls more menacingly. Fun. It's only a bit of fun. Another dancer's coming close, arm outstretched. Trying to dance, stay back. 1, 2, 2. You force your way violently away from the dance. Onlookers jeer and yell, and a knee butts you from somewhere the thigh. Eventually, you scramble out of the crowd. From across the field comes a murmur of excitement. Then, quite suddenly, a small tornado lifts a tent short-lived in the air and away. One, 2, 3. Thank you so much for the 57 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. You just get that feeling. It was so easy. 3. And 3. You push your way through the crowds to the very heart of the fair and look around at the attractions offer. Okay. Top of the midway. Dancing bear. Beer tent. Into the midway. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh.
Let's go.
You cross the fair to join a crowd gathered at a safe distance around the dancing bear. A dwarf stands in front of the bear, holding a lead that is fastened to a ring in the creature's nose. See my beauty dance, he growls, jerking the cord. The bear stumbles around in obvious pain. As he tugs the cable, he plays a pipe with great gusto. The crowd are in stitches of laughter at the poor bear's performance. Clap along, free the bear, watch a while. The treatment of the creature is heartbreaking, and you wonder what the bear might do if the cord holding it were cut. But there are several people in the way, and the dwarf is unlikely to let you near. Draw my sword, create a distraction, cast a spell. What do you do? What do you want? Nope. No F or D. No, you don't have that. What? Want that? Straight up, we can go to an end, probably. You cast a spell, but for some reason nothing happens, and there's something fishy going on here. Suddenly a cry goes up from somewhere in the audience. My gold! My gold! Pickpocket! Beware! We lost 10 gold. We lost our money. You and the rest of the crowd spin around towards the blaze and see a small creature darting off away from the crowd into one of the tents. Chase him, don't chase him. You yelp your way through the crowd, hoping to grab the pickpocket, but there are too many people in the way. By the time you have pushed to the edge of the crowd, the little figure has vanished. Someone shouts, "What's happening to the dwarf?" Look back at the dwarf, go after the pickpocket, leave the show. You slip quickly away, listening to the hue and cries. More of the crowd discover that they too have been robbed. You keep one hand firmly on the gold until you're back outside the crowd. Somewhere nearby, you catch a glimpse of a shadowy figure disappearing behind a tent. Something about the way it moves is familiar. Beer tent? Follow the figure? Into the midway. You push through the crowd, following the dark figure in a narrow gap. Cautiously, you enter the narrow space, and suddenly, there's a hand at your throat. "I will kill you," breathes a voice you recognize. "Draw my sword, or laugh with pleasure?" You laugh with delight. It's Flanker, the assassin whose life you spared before you reached Torrepane. "Greetings," you declare enthusiastically. Flanker nods. He does not smile, but he seems pleased to see you. "Aha! My friend and enemy. I see. Like myself, you also enjoy the fun of Festival of Thieves. But you look in poor shape. Have others been treating you more roughly than I was able to myself? And how have you fared and caught it?" "Well, so far, the city's full of devils." "Well, so far." "Indeed, so far," Flanker laughs. "Quite so. As you not had to face the portal traps, they will take your smile and move it to your throat, as we assassins say. Portal traps? I fear no trap. I want your help." Three, one. I'll do one first. Portal traps. Flanker laughs. "Do not fear, you have not missed out. You've only survived this far because of all the traps that are on the other side of the river." He pauses to glance around him as if you're waiting for something, but if so, he does not see it. "I have a few minutes," he says. "Tell me of your quest. How goes it?" "The journey is long, but I am unbound. I fear I'll never escape Kade. Let's discuss something else." "Let's discuss something else," you reply. "I've been traveling all day." "As you will," he nods finally. "But I must be away. Perhaps I will see you again later. I will be drinking at the Wayfarer's Rest tonight, in the docks. Join me, if you will." You nod to Flanker and return to the main throng of the fair. Top of the midway? Beer tent? Into the midway. So... just by the river is a low tent, surrounded by several stumbling figures. It could almost be a tent for dancing, except for the strong smell of brewed grain that drifts over the air. In the stall, a group of 3 half-goblin women are pouring mugs of beer and talking to the locals. The sign reads, "1 mug, 1 gold. 4 mugs, 6 gold. Smell the air, buy a mug, buy 4 mugs, talk to the bartender." Alarm? You elbow your way through the bar, to the bar, and wave to attract the attention of one of the women. "Greetings," she smiles. "What can I do for you? What's for sale? I'll buy some beer. Why are 4 mugs so expensive?" Right? Okay. "Why are 4 mugs so expensive, you ask? Isn't it cheaper to buy 4 separately?" "Oh, no," the woman replies, smiling sweetly. "It's a special offer, you see. 4 mugs for 6 gold pieces. That's more than buying separately. I'll buy 4, buy 1, leave the tent." One, 4, 4, 1, 4, 4. Okay. You don't like the look of it, so you leave the crowd and walk away from the tent. Look back, don't look back. Like I said, 1. 1. Looking back, you notice a pipe running from the tent directly into the Muzzy River. It seems the beer isn't beer after all. Up in the midway? Into the midway. 1, 1. Ah! You walk back up to the north of the end of the fairground midway. The fair continues from here and a road leads away uphill. Okay. Leave the fair? The end of the fair. Middle of the midway. One, two. You push your way through the crowd, following the road uphill. The party's getting wilder, and you would do well to be away from here before things get out of hand. At the far edge of the fair, the litter has left a tide mark on the grass. There's one last small tent here, probably a ticket booth that has simply been ignored by the crowds who've caught in. Look back, look ahead, look at the small tent, make a move. Looking more closely, you spot a sign above its door. Cabinets of Fortune, try your luck. A prize for all. Look back, look ahead, make a move. Okay. You have time to test your luck, no doubt, if you wanted. Cabinet of Fortune or follow the road? You go over to the tent and push back the flap. Inside, a grubby bearded man leaps up from where he was sitting cross-legged on the floor and comes over to bump your hand. Welcome, welcome, my friend, he exclaims, somewhat over-enthusiastically. And let's see what prize you can win today. You must know this. There are no losers at Honest Hannah's Cabinet of Fortune. He gestures with one hand towards a large glass cabinet at the center of the tent. Look inside the cabinet. What do I do? How much does it cost? I'm sorry. You step forward and peer in through the glass. Inside there are piles of jewelry, books, gold, and other things, as well as a small, wiry creature curled up fast asleep. What is that creature? What do I do? How much does it cost? My little pet, Hana explains. He's perfectly harmless. Well, he bites, but only when you open the cabinet to feed him. What do I do? How much does it cost? Aha! Honest-Sana replies, waving a finger in the air and acting as though he is pleased that you passed this little test. You're clearly no chicken in springtime. The cabinet costs 2 gold pieces to play. If you don't have 2 gold pieces, then I'm afraid I don't care for you. But if you do, spend them with me. And cast a spell. I have no gold. Oh. Is that Among Us? Among Us? You wanna do sus or tell? You can do that, or you can possibly, like, read the mind of the creature or something. Tell seems better. You put on the skull cap and quickly cast your spell. Hana watches you with curiosity, but is not alarmed. As you read his thoughts, you can see why. He's as honest as the name suggests, and he's not trying to trick you. The Cabinet of Fortune has some false prizes and some true ones, but it's not rigged. With the skull cap on, you catch another strange thought in the room. Ignore it, listen. You reach out for the new thoughts. The thoughts are resentful, strong and clear. A prisoner to my idiot boy, it says. I told Senses that any wizard would be able to protect himself. When I get out of here, I'm really gonna kill that miserable Lorag. Norbonat, the boy too. His thoughts, evil, cold, and miserable. Thank you for 40 months!
All hail the fox praying.
Thank you. Just go round and round. But with no more clues to where they're coming from. You remove the skull cap and the sensation fades. Prepare for luck. Unaware, so unaware of your actions. Good idea. Now are you playing? I don't want the creature. You pay 2 gold pieces, and Hana goes over the cabinet and presses a small button on the side. It seems to operate a hand-delivered spike, which pokes the creature, who squeals, jumps from its perch, and begins fluttering around inside the case. Watch. What now? The creature keeps slapping around inside. Eventually, the creature selects something from the prize pool, which it drops into a chute at the far side of the cabinet. Take my prize, leave it. You open the flap and remove a small leather pouch. You open it and it seems to be empty, but a moment later, you find that you're scratching your neck, behind your ears, up your arms. Fleas, Hunter asks. I'll have the paths back though, if you don't mind. He snatches it from you, while saying well back. You scratch your armpits in reply, and nod to Hana, who laughs a little too loudly. Then you head out back to... You have fleas! You have fleas!
Oh no.
This has gone so poorly for us. You leave the hair behind and you climb through the fields to the outskirts of the buildings until you reach a fork in the road. The slum districts of the Lower Kade are unlikely places to find nobles, but you might be able to learn their names or where they're hiding. In the elbow of the fork is a grand, well-kept building. Steam pumps from its roof. A creature emerges, looking refreshed and flushed. It's a bathhouse. 1 Cliff Road, 2 Edapil, 3 bathhouse. You step into the cool of the bathhouse. It's a wide building of marble tiles and the sweet smell of pine and fresh wood. Gentle noises echo and murmur around the walls. A creature by the front desk greets you with a smile. Good afternoon, sir, it purrs. The water is cool and fresh today. A swim costs 4 gold pieces. Damn, is it worth it? Leave. You hand over 4 gold pieces, and the concierge gestures you through the center of the bathhouse, where a wide pool awaits, with trees and shrubs on either side. From across the room, steam curls from the doorway of the glass-doored room. You strip off and pile your clothes and belongings in the corner of the room. Swim? Try the steam room. One. You enter the steam room and take a seat on one of the benches. The temperature is almost unbearable. Through the curling smoke, you see another figure in the shadows. You're not alone. Greet the other figure or stay quiet. Hi, magic, good work! Greetings, you call out through the smoke. The other figure does not reply, but stands and moves away through the steam. You feel the blast of cold air as the door opens and then closes. You sit in the smoke, enjoy a relaxing stream until you cannot see the heat anymore. Need a steam room or wait a little longer? One, two. You're gonna fucking pass out and get robbed, dude. What are you doing? Wait until we pass out. What are you doing? You wait a little longer as the steam sinks deep into your bones and makes your muscles relax. You feel quite wonderful for it. A second figure, who had you not noticed before, stands and leaves the steam room. You head back out of the steam room. You feel your shoulders unnodding and your body relaxing. Swim or leave? You dive into the pool and swim a few enjoyable lengths. You feel fleas washing from your body. You feel better for the exercise. You feel great calm and relaxedness flooding through your veins. Oh. Feeling much better, you turn and collect your belongings. Check them over or go? Not trusting the city to pass up the chance to rob you, you check through your belongings, but everything still seems to be in place. Please, you head for the exit. The creature at the front desk beams cheerfully at you. You step outside onto the street. 1 Cliff Road, 2 head uphill. That's a nice hill you guys got. You head along the clifftop road into an area of larger, more impressive buildings. The road passes through the ruin of a grand building. In what must have been a glorious morning room, an ornamental pond is all that remains. Moss grows from the cracks in its tiled sides. Hi, Sofa! I'm glad you had fun. That makes me happy. Ignore it or go over and look. You walk over to the pond. Despite its great age, it seems well tended and the water is surprisingly clear. A small scarlet fish darts out from behind stone as you watch. Bubbles rise from its mouth and they break. You hear the breath of words. Something else glints in the bottom of the pool. Look deeper. Lean closer to hear the words. Move on. Taste the water. Cast a spell. Oh? And tell? Not for you! No. Not for you. No. What? You want to control it? Bring us the shiny. You cast a spell into the pond. The fish quickly darts aside and the spell hits the snail grazing on the stone at the base of the pond. You amuse yourself for a few moments driving the snail around, but the creature's lack of pace makes for a dull game. Eventually you give up. Look deeper, lean closer, move on, taste the water, cast a spell. Kneeling beside the pond, you put your ear close to the water. A little scarlet fish swims up and spits a drop of water at your cheek. If fishes could laugh, you would swear this fish was chuckling. Again, its mouth bubbles. But it sounds like... blibbers. What does it mean? Look deeper, move on, taste the water, cast a spell. On. Your eyes trace the second gleam. Not a fish this time, but a gold piece. Someone must have thrown it in the water for luck. Take the gold piece, move on, taste the water, and cast a spell. Two, three. You scoop a handful of water, taste it. It is brackish and foul, and you spit it out immediately. Take the gold piece, move on, and cast a spell. 1, 2, 3 again. We've had it bad. Every other water pet to try in. 2, 3, 2. The road slopes downhill towards a large domed building. To the right, a narrow road winds uphill. You wanna drink some juice? We can do that. There you go. Thank you, dudes. Okay, you want to go downhill or turn uphill? But it's not so horrible after all. You follow the narrow road, which skirts the edge of the central kare. The homes and buildings either side are now more densely packed together. You're nearing a more busy, bustling area of kare. Speed up, move cautiously. You begin to move more cautiously, keeping your back to the buildings, but you must have missed something, because suddenly a hand appears on your shoulder, and you're pulled backwards into a building. Don't be afraid, murmurs a voice. Turn to see who it is, or draw my sword. You turn to see who it is, a dark-skinned man with a beard short of stubble. As you look at him, he releases you, holding up his hands to show he means you no harm. Apologies to give you fright, he says. I'm a lonely man in this evil city. You're human, and that's a refreshing sight. Please, sit with me and talk for a while. I can't stop, I'll sit with you. Thank you. It's good to talk the common tongue, he grins. You look around the building and realize you're in his home. It's well furnished, with rich woven tapestry on the walls. Look him over, ask about Kare, ask about himself. Is he dead? You seem a wealthy man, you remark, looking around the room. Me? The man smiles. No, nothing like that. I used to be a hero, traveling with the Glanjagor, the heroic, if you heard him. Ah, he's that other guy. Look him over, ask him about Kare. You take a seat. Sit it, and tell me about Kare. You begin. I'm new here. Ah, he sighs. This is a treacherous place. You can't trust anyone or anything in this town. He winks at you. But before I go into all of that, would you like some ale? I'll drink with you. I must be leaving. The man returns with 2 mugs of ale, and he places one in front of you. So, let me tell you about my city, he begins, conversationally. The center of Kare is built around the port, and it can be a dangerous place at night. Why is that? You know the spell lines. Why is that? Well, they say those wandering streets get waylaid and captured into slaving ships. So, be sure to be settled down and in before sundown. Lifts the mug. Your health? Drink? Tell me more. That's the spell. Think. Now kind of drink and lick the froth from your lips. So as I was saying, the man continues, another thing to watch out for is the portal traps on the far side of the Zabazi. The nobles who live up there protect themselves with them. If you fall into one, well, you have no idea where you'll end up. Thank you. What does a trap look like? Oh, I wouldn't worry about that. Seeing as you'll never get to the north side, my friend. What do you mean? Look in the beer. Son of a bitch. You look down into the beer, sure enough, it's a strange greenish color, and it smell of sickly acid. Yes, I see it on your face. Angor the murderers claimed another victim, he laughs loudly. You feel a stabbing pain deep within your stomach. If you've been poisoned, you may have only moments away from death. Afraid? Vic will not be pleased with you. Wait, cast a spell. We know this guy. This might work. Cast a spell? Desperate kind spells with desperate measures. Hoping the name will carry some weight, you murmur. Vic will not be pleased with you. The effect on Vangor is immediate. He kneels down beside you, his face a picture of concern. Wait, I mean, stop dying a moment. You know Vic? Kill him, we're brothers? Not really. Yes, now help me. Yes, now help me, you demand, to the last of your strength. Oh, thruff, sniffles, Vanguard curses, and quickly rushes off to his kitchen, returning him with a tiny cup of liquid in it. He forces it between your lips, and you're too weak to stop him. The pain in your belly is overwhelming. You pass out. Some time later. When you wake up, you find Vanguard has seated you in a chair and is watching attentively. Vic is my brother, he says. Any friend of Vic is a friend of mine. He smiles. I'm very sorry I tried to kill you. It's a terrible habit. Mom was always hoping I would grow out of it, but I never did. Forget about it? I should kill you back. Forget about it. It's fine. That's big of you, he says. I appreciate it. Here, let me pay you for the trouble. Please do. I don't want your glove. He drops 5 gold pieces into your hand. If you see Vic, tell him I did that. Tell him I'm being generous. You can tell Ma when he goes next to visit her at the graveyard. Suddenly, he jumps to his feet and begins rummaging with the flagstone. Levering it up, he pulls out something from a hidden stash. And have this too. I don't know what it's for. He hands you a black wooden face mask, which you slip into the bag with a nod. I'm leaving now. Tell me about Kade. Tell me about the nobles of Kade. Oh, wait, what?
Let's go. Let's go.
Huge. Angler nods. Evil bunch. Used to be 8 of them, but they kept killing each other off. One's gone blind and is begging. The other is dead, but still living. I detest amateur work. Ah! That one guy. He draws his dagger as he talks and begins to sharpen the blade against one of the walls. You get to your feet. I'll be going now. You head for the door. It creates fear. You continue along the street, which grows narrower and more winding. On either side, slum dwellings rise high. Faces appear and disappear behind drapes. Someone throws out a bucket of slop, narrowly missing you. Furry chained-up animals screech from balconies. The sun disappears from view. Keep going, turn back, stop and ask for directions. Push forwards, climbing a gentle slope. The lane gets narrower. Muck and foul water runs downhill, forming a sheen over the flagstones. The walls on either side are now so close together that someone on the top floor has laid planks across the alley to steal from the house opposite. Or perhaps to steal their own things back. It's hard to be sure. Keep going, cast a spell. The road narrows further until your elbows are brushing the door frames on either side. Then quite suddenly, you reach a small plaza. This is a small open square with a dried up well at its center. This is a crossroads, and side roads lead off to the left and right. Look at the alleys, look at the well, choose a road. Once, presumably, this well served all the people in the district. Perhaps there's too many people because now the well seems dusty and dry. Look at the alleys, toss a coin, look down the well, and choose a road. You pause to look around the edge of the square. There's nothing to distinguish one alleyway from the other, although you do see a line of what looks like blood drops heading right. Toss a coin, look down the well, and choose a road. Nigga wish. And 2 for 1, 1 for 3. Ah, motherfucker! It's another fucking spider, man! Hang on, I'll be right back.
Joey.
I have banished it. Yeah. Alright, thank you. Alright, what are you doing? I dangled down from the ceiling right in front of my face. So besides, oh god! Oh god, that's like a fucking. Was it? Oh my god, it was a baseball. Was it like a fucking wolf spider or something? Oh, nice, thanks. Okay, what do you choose? One, three. What the day? Is it the evil version? Oh, one of those. He toss it going down the well. It falls and falls, and eventually you hear there's a very tiny splash. Look down the well and choose the road. Leaning over the edge, you peer down into the depth of the well after your gold peas. Strange. This well seems to have handholds cut into the stones. They appear good enough to climb down. Climb into the well, choose a road. While you aren't likely to find the city nobles down there, it is certainly a curiosity worth exploring. You swing yourself over the edge of the well, teetering for an unnerving moment above the long, long drop, and then you find the first holds with your feet and begin to make your way down into the dark. Get that coin back? The climb is slow and cautious. You cannot see the holds below you. So you feel your way down. After about 10 minutes, your arms are tiring. Suddenly, you realize the position you're in. If your strength gives out, you will fall. But you won't have the energy to climb back up either. It's impossible to see how much further there is to go. Climb up, keep climbing down, drop a gold piece. You drop a gold piece. It falls only for a second before hitting something. And another second later, you hear a splash. You must be near the bottom now. Climb up, keep climbing down. Reassured, you continue to climb down. After perhaps a minute more, your foot finds a ledge. Below is nothing but space. You have reached the roof of whatever the chamber is below. A metal bar sticks from the wall here, presumably used to tie a rope to continue the rest of the way down. Drop down, drop a gold piece, cast a spell. Ooh. Drop another gold piece. It falls for nearly a second. There's still a long way to go down, it seems. What the day? Oh, is that with lowercase or capital? Vowel. You cast a spell and feel yourself become as light as a feather. Then you release hold the wall and float gently down. I love talking. You're floating an inch or so above thick water in one of the city sewers. The smell is indescribable. You're at a dead end of sorts. The water disappears into a grating in one direction while the tunnel disappears into the darkness of another. Walk, climb back up, look for my coins. You kneel and feel in the foul water and its thick filth for your coins. But the water is fast flowing and they're nowhere to your touch. You stand again, wiping your mucky hands on your tunic with disgust. Walk, climb back up. You step out from the dim light of the well south and into the black tunnel beyond. We've gotten robbed. We're filthy with sewage. The tunnel is filled with the worst stench you can imagine. Things splash and scurry through the darkness. You control this fucking snail, by the way. You pass a heap of black cloth. A huddled creature? It's been a day. You creep over to the huddled rags. The shape of a man leaned over, clutching his knees, but it does not seem to be moving. Touch it. Run it through, leave it. Dungeon. It collapses at the slightest touch, and you breathe a sigh of relief. It's a piled up cloak, discarded by some previous unfortunate who traveled this way. Examine the cloak, leave it. One. You sift through the heavy cloth. This was a fine cloak once, before it was left to rot down here. Stitched on the back is a number 1 in a circle. Waterlogged, the cloak is way too heavy to carry away, but it proves that others have come this way before. sewer turns a corner here, with other tunnels blocked by filth-strewn wreckage. Search, move on. You steel yourself and dig through the foul filth in the wreckage, trying not to vomit from the stench. You come across a small glass bottle. Uncork it, leave it. You uncork it and take a sniff. Bloomberry! Oh! Massive!
Wahoo! Wahoo!
Walk onwards to the dark cellar, when suddenly the tunnel opens into a low chamber. Greatest well ever. I've been saying this. You stand ankle deep in filth in a square chamber. Icy droplets fall from the ceiling. The smell is terrible. But this isn't just any sewer. In the corner of the room is a pile of rags. Someone or something lives down here. Turn to the rags, look around the room, walk on. You dig into the rags and clothing. They must have formed someone's bedding, as they could never have been clothing. Strips and odd squares of cloth of all different kinds. They've probably been scavenged from what people threw down in the drains of the sewers. Leave them, dig through more carefully. Digging through some old pockets, you find a few gold pieces. Suddenly, you find yourself itching and scratching. The rags are covered in fleas, and now they're biting you as well. The thought occurs to you, perhaps it's not the hiding place of a beggar, but the nest of some terrible beast. A sudden rush of water floods the chamber, soaking you up to the waist. A moment later, it is washed away once more, but there might be more coming. Go around the room, walk on. One, two, walk on. Just get out. You walk onward through the sewer. Shadowy shapes loom out of the darkness and disappear as you move close. You walk for what seems like an hour, maybe more. The tunnel tilts lower and lower. Perhaps you're going underneath the river? The sound of fast-rushing waters fill the tunnel. Keep walking, cast a spell. Ow. You cast a spell and a calm voice enters your mind, telling you there's only one exit to the sewer, and that's a long way onwards. The voice tells you the way will be straight and safe, and with that it recedes. You keep walking, the sound of rushing water is growing louder. Suddenly you realize the sound is not coming from close by the tunnel or through the walls. The sound is coming towards you. Somewhere, a wall of water is approaching. An old dam must have given away and the river water is now flooding the tunnel. Oh. Two. Floor, two. You dive into an alcove in the side of the tunnel as a great wave pounds into the tunnel, but it fills the sewer completely and you're quickly pulled up from your hiding place, as though by 1,000 hands, and submerged. The water wrenches you from the floor and throws you into a swirling spiral. You can see nothing but the murk and the filth. At least, you think Riley. You're getting a wash. Swim for it. The impact is so sudden that you have no time to prepare. You only have a few moments of air left. Your lungs are bursting for air. Swim with the current, swim against the current, swim down to escape the flow, swim up for a sealing duct. The current is whipping you away. Whipping you this way and that, like a fetal bug in a thunderstorm. It's all you can do to work out which way is up and which way is down. You fight and struggle to get your body under control, losing valuable seconds of air. Swim the current, swim against it, swim down, swim up. You swim with the current, which tears you along the length of the sewer. The ground level is rising below, and at some points perhaps you will break the surface of water. But as that happens left, you cannot last much longer. With, against, down, up. You swim up towards the roof of the sewer, hoping to find an air pocket to refresh your breath, but you're out of luck. Your head hits the arch of the stone ceiling, which is fully submerged. Even the ducts are running up with filled water. There's no air to be had down here. You swim on with the current. Moving at breakneck speed, the air in your lungs give out. There's nothing you can do. Your mouth opens, and the filthy water of the Zawazi River floods into your lungs. You have drowned. Okay. What do you want to do? That's by your biz. Airtime? Form? Form? There's nothing else for it. You take a deep breath, exhale, and take a deeper breath, exhale, and then fill your lungs as best as you can for the great wave strikes. The water wrenches you from the floor and throws you into a swirling spiral. You can see nothing but murk. Okay. Swim for it. What do you want to do? One. Okay, next. One. The ground at the time below at some point. Okay. Your lungs are bursting for air. Do it again. You swim on with the current, moving at breakneck speed. You cannot last much longer. You wanna try swimming up now? One again. You died. Alright, ready? That's 2 for the sewers. 1. You stop still and try to clear your mind to raise a prayer to the whale. You feel a great calm wash over you. Then, a moment later, is the wave that is breaking across your body, knocking you flying like a ragdoll. The water wrenches you from the floor and throws you into a swirling spiral. You can see nothing. Okay, what are you doing? 1, 3, 2. Current 4 times. One again. Yeah, trust the process. Who died? Okay, you need to hold your breath, I think. And then just don't stay in the current the whole time. Yeah. You ready? Run for it? You're not gonna run away from water. 4. There's nothing else for it. You take a deep breath, exhale, and then take a deeper breath, exhale, and then fill your lungs. Go for it. So we won't just swim with the current, I guess. Like last second, you'll swim up. Yeah? Yeah. Try going up. You swim up towards the roof of the sewer, hoping to find an air pocket. So you're out of luck. There's no air to be had down here. Oh, I fucking cooked. Swim up a duct. Lungs bursting, you reach a duct in the ceiling. Once inside, it wrenches you upwards with a powerful force. The stonework either side is a blur and you crash, scrape and bang into signs painfully. And suddenly, you're spat up into a wider, colder water, lit from above by silvery lights. You are outside. Holy crap! We've had a terrible day. You go up gasping for air, about a quarter of the way across the river that flows through the middle of Kare. Night has fallen while you are underground, and all around you is pitch darkness. You struggle and flail for a moment to get your head above water, and turn about to swim for the far bank, and your fleas are washed away. No fleas. 1. You swim along the surface of the river, keeping your mouth clear on the filth as best as you can, aiming for the distant lights of the far bank. There's a figure moving there. A night watchman of some kind? Two, 1, 2. Take a deep breath, choking slightly from the noxious odor of the filtering zabazi, then you dive under. Thick, foul, mucus-ridden water streams up into your nostrils and makes you slow progress. It can't get worse. Let's do HP. You keep going, swimming forward through the murk. Your lungs are starting to burst, desperate for air. You have no idea how far across the river you are. Surely you cannot hope to make it the whole way across. A dark shape looms through the brown water ahead of you. You break through the surface once more, gasping for breath, and find yourself close to the far bank. Unfortunately, Night Watchman is standing directly above where you've surfaced. Men loom over you, looking at you, half blue face. No fit sit for anything, your voice remarks. Another agrees, damaged goods, Vic will be angry. And Blade moves like lightning. Who died? Okay, what are you doing? Five, 1, 2. Okay. What, like, your life is horrible? It sure is. No, you're free. You look around in the darkness. The floor bank is less populated than the near bank. There are no inns, no market stalls. Just a single path disappearing off into the darkness between large stone buildings. You're too tired from your swimming to walk on, so you crawl under a bush and make camp. You are exhausted, and you could do with something to eat, but there's nothing you can do. All of your food has been ruined by the water. Everything is the rest. You close your eyes and you're quickly asleep. Your dreams are cluttered and crazy. The red eyes of beings zoomed at you. You see me walking forward, traps springing at your feet. Face after face laughs as you go ask about spells. 4, says one. There are 11 spells. 13:49. The water fills your mouth and makes you choke, but the water is thriving with fishes, each of one tells you its life story. Angler strides over and shakes you by the hand. Thank you for helping me realize the error of my ways, he says. A moment later, he sticks a dagger into your lung. Finally, a black mouth approaches and swallows you whole. Dawn comes and you're woken by the shimmering light across the surface of the Japadzi River. But the idyllic morning is quickly broken, and the first of the boats begin to sail down the river, the sailors cursing and singing filthy songs that echo between the buildings of either side. You've been almost accustomed to the terrible smell here. You follow the road away from the river towards a fork in the road. There are any nobles still in the city port. Their houses are most likely to be on the side of the river. But which way? And that will be our checkpoint. Hope you guys liked Sorcery. If you liked it, we can play more next week. Don't side-eye me. I've been reading non-stop for 6 fucking hours, man. Give me some fucking credit. Oh my god. That was fun. Did you guys like it? Would you want more? Next week? That was awesome. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, you liked it? Yeah? Okay. Yeah. That makes me happy. I appreciate it. Awesome. I mean, swap pieces. Like 9 deaths and something like that. It's a really nice change of pace. Yeah, I just feel like it's just a really fun thing, and it's like me forcing you to do things, and all I do is I just fucking yap. So like, I'm here for it, and I didn't lose my voice. So I'm pretty pleased with that. Crazy Zabs! Alright, chat. We're gonna call it here for today. I'm so happy you liked Sorcery! I thought that was so fun! I'm like shaking in my chair. You guys finished part 1 and you're a decent way into part 2. There's 4 parts in total. So there's a lot to read. So it'll be a good time. Yeah. But I'm very happy that you liked it. I'm so happy. My cheeks hurt. It was very fun. Yuppie! Thank you for giving it a chance. I appreciate it, man. Okay, let's add Ivy. I enjoyed my stay. Thank you. Grade 1 and grade 6. I have not done that much reading since, like, Final Fantasy 9 and Deltarune, dude. So, like, I'm pretty pleased with it. It's been a real hot minute. Jesus Christ. Okay. Feel free to check out my Poker's Twitter and Discord, my merch, my code, gamer subs, and my code is Siki as well. Thank you guys for the fantastic stream. I had such a good time hanging out with everybody, and we'll play more Sorcery next week. Tomorrow, we're gonna be continuing Darkest Dungeon, and I probably will make an attempt in the Darkest Dungeon, and if things go terribly, I'll just fucking quit the game. As simple as that, and then we'll play Slime Rancher or something. So, we'll just see how it goes, you know? Maybe I'll just try out Darkest Dungeon 2 later on or something. Yeah, I'm glad you guys liked it. That makes me so happy. If it's nighttime, and you need to get some rest, please get some rest. And if it's daytime, have a wonderful rest of your day. I don't remember the order anymore. And if you're able to hang out, Ivy, say hi. And show off how crazy you guys are. And I'm excited to see you guys tomorrow for some Darkest Dungeon. It'll be good. I want to say bye-bye. Oh, bye-bye-bye-bye-bye-bye-bye-bye-bye-bye. Bye-bye-bye-bye-bye-bye-bye-bye-bye-bye-bye. Bye. Now, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate